don't gotta think about nothing. I'm coming at you, cause I know you got a bad reputation. Doesn't matter cause you give me temptation. And you don't gotta think about nothing. These friends
Check,
keep
check,
talking way too much.
check. One test, one check.
Fill you up, can't hear them look aside. Been that all night, I've been that all day. And boy, got me working side to side. I've been that all night, I've been that all day. And boy, got me working side to side. Been trying to hide it, baby, what's it gonna hurt if they don't know? Making everybody think that we solo. Just as slow.
U.S. soybean farmers are proud, resilient. Some even call us, yep, we admit it, stubborn. We keep our promises to our families, our community, and to the earth. Sustainability isn't just a label, it's our livelihood. Our grandfathers remember when drought and over-farming in the 1930s turned our land to dust. That was about 75 years ago when our country put into place some of the world's most stringent resource protection laws. Today, U.S. soybean farmers are partners in trust to protect the land. We approach our mission as if the world depends on us, because in many ways, it does. More soybeans are grown here than anywhere in the world. Roughly 80 million metric tons a year are raised on over 30 million hectares of land. As a result of sound science and continued research over the past 30 years, we have increased soybean yields by 55% on roughly the same amount of land. U.S. soybean farmers have reduced carbon emissions, energy use, greenhouse gas, and soil erosion. We're licensed to use pesticides, insured to protect workers' rights and safety, and our assurance programs are verified. We're meeting U.S. laws and international sustainability standards. And to validate our compliance, a team of 3,000 career conservation agents throughout the country and continual verification through surveys, interviews, field observations, and electronic data that we're operating our farms in compliance with stringent environmental laws. Our commitment is more than just a neighborly agreement. Independent peer-reviewed research verifies U.S. soy is sustainably produced, with comprehensive data demonstrating that U.S. producers are compliant with the vast majority of our hectares already subject to annual audit by the USDA. And because we are driven by a commitment to continuous improvement, we're incorporating soil testing, plant tissue analysis, satellite positioning that precisely adjusts crop inputs, and much more. Why? To ensure that every link in soybean production is sustainable and to live up to our commitment as stewards of the land. If a U.S. soybean farm could tell its own story, it would be a legend, complete with dedication, resilience, compassion, and above all, successful, sustainable perseverance that lives to tell the story all over again. United States Soy, verified sustainable. Learn more about our U.S. Soy Sustainability Pledge at ussec.org.
In the United States, there are about 2.2 million farms. We stand together and ready to continue to grow and produce the food that fuels the world.
U.S. soybean farmers are proud, resilient. Some even call us, yep, we admit it, stubborn. We keep our promises to our families, our community, and to the earth. Sustainability isn't just a label, it's our livelihood. Our grandfathers remember when drought and over-farming in the 1930s turned our land to dust. That was about 75 years ago when our country put into place some of the world's most stringent resource protection laws. Today, U.S. soybean farmers are partners in trust to protect the land. We approach our mission as if the world depends on us, because in many ways, it does. More soybeans are grown here than anywhere in the world. Roughly 80 million metric tons a year are raised on over 30 million hectares of land. As a result of sound science and continued research over the past 30 years, we have increased soybean yields by 55% on roughly the same amount of land. U.S. soybean farmers have reduced carbon emissions, energy use, greenhouse gas, and soil erosion. We're licensed to use pesticides, insured to protect workers' rights and safety, and our assurance programs are verified. We're meeting U.S. laws and international sustainability standards. And to validate our compliance, a team of 3,000 career conservation agents throughout the country and continual verification through surveys, interviews, field observations, and electronic data that we're operating our farms in compliance with stringent environmental laws. Our commitment is more than just a neighborly agreement. Independent peer-reviewed research verifies U.S. soy is sustainably produced, with comprehensive data demonstrating that U.S. producers are compliant with the vast majority of our hectares already subject to annual audit by the USDA. And because we are driven by a commitment to continuous improvement, we're incorporating soil testing, plant tissue analysis, satellite positioning that precisely adjusts crop inputs, and much more. Why? To ensure that every link in soybean production is sustainable and to live up to our commitment as stewards of the land. If a U.S. soybean farm could tell its own story, it would be a legend, complete with dedication, resilience, compassion, and above all, successful, sustainable perseverance that lives to tell the story all over again. United States soy, verified sustainable. Learn more about our U.S. Soy Sustainability Pledge at ussec.org.
In the United States, there are about 2.2 million farms. We stand together and ready to continue to grow and produce the food that fuels the world.
Hello, good morning. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're now witnessing the arrival of the dignitaries and the maze, marking the official opening of the 73rd Annual Scientific Sessions of the Sri Lanka Veterinary Association. Are welcomed by the President and the Executive Committee of the Sri Lanka Veterinary Association. Ladies and gentlemen, as the maze is placed, marking the beginning of the scientific sessions, I shall most cordially invite all the distinguished guests and the dignitaries to be seated at their respective seats. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the 73rd Annual Scientific Sessions of the Sri Lanka Veterinary Association. Responsibilities and emerging challenges of veterinarians. The 73rd year of a proud legacy is about to unfold. A legacy which has continued enriching thousands of veterinarians in Sri Lanka for years. A legacy that continues to grow and will surely nurture the veterinarians who are yet to become. The pandemic, however, has now made us adapt into its own ways and, of course, adopt the virtual space as the new norm. So this time around, we have decided
Without further ado, please rise for the national anthem.
Sri Lanka Mata, Appa Sri Lanka, Namo 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 Mata, Sundara Sivarini, Surani Ati Sobhamana Lanka, Ranya Ganaya Mekamal Palaturu Ini Jaya Bhumi Ranya, Appa Hatta Sapa Siri Setta Sadhana, Jivana Ye Mata, Vilikanu Mena Appa Bhakti Puja, Namo Namo Mata, Appa Sri Lanka, Namo 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 Mata, Upave Appa Vidya, Upavaya Appa Satya, Upave Appa Shanti, Appa Madha Tula Bhakti, Appa Anuke, Appa Anuprane, Appa Jivanale, Appa Muktiya Obade, Nava Jivana Dimini, Vitina Appa Kubudu Karan Mata, Jnana Veeda Vadavani Naragana Yanu Mena Jaya Bhumi Para, Ekamavatake Daru Kala Verina, Yamu Yamu
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. In order to provide this function with a touch of tradition, let us now light the traditional oil lamp. It is an honor for me to invite the following dignitaries in lighting the oil lamp. The President of the Sri Lanka Veterinary Association, Dr. Erandika Gunawardena. Chief Guest, Additional Secretary, Livestock Development, Ministry of Livestock Farm Promotion, Dairy and Egg-related Industry, Dr. Nimal Samranayaka. The Director General of the Department of Animal Production and Health, Dr. K.A.C.H.A. Kothalawala. Dean of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, Dr. D.M.S. Munasinghe. Consultant, US Soybean Export Council, Dr. Atula Mahagamage. The Managing Director, Five-Star Group main sponsor, Mr. Anthony Vijay-Singhe. The President-elect of the Sri Lanka Veterinary Association, Dr. Susanta Malavarachi. The Secretary of the Sri Lanka Veterinary Association, Dr. Sugat Premachandra. The co-chair of the 73rd Scientific Sessions of the Sri Lanka Veterinary Association, Professor Neil Allas. Co-chair of the 73rd Scientific Sessions of the SLVA, Dr. Dilan Satrasinghe. The Treasurer of the SLVA, Dr. W.A.D.N. Vikramasinghe, and the Secretary of the 73rd Scientific Committee, Dr. J.Y.C. Dharmasurya, together with the past president, the immediate past president of the SLVA, Dr. D.D.N. Dizelva. You are most humbly requested and invited to come forth in lighting the traditional oil lamp.
Thank you. I would like to invite the following dignitaries to the head table. Dr. Nimal Samaranayaka, Chief Guest, Additional Secretary, Livestock Development, Minister of Livestock Farm Production, Dairy and Egg-related Industry, Dr. Erandika Gunodana, President, Sri Lanka Veterinary Association, Dr. K.A.C.H.A. Kotalavala, Guest of Honor, Director General, Department of Animal Production and Health, Dr. D.M.S. Monasinghe, Dean, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Sciences, Dr. Susantha Maulavarachi, President-elect, Sri Lanka Veterinary Association, Dr. Sugat Premachandra, Secretary, Sri Lanka Veterinary Association, Professor Neil Alas, Co-Chair, Scientific Sessions 2021, Dr. Dilan Saturasinghe, Co-Chair, 73rd Scientific Sessions, Dr. W.A.D.N. Vikramasinghe, Treasurer, Sri Lanka Veterinary Association.
Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now invite the President of the Sri Lanka Veterinary Association, Dr. Erandika Gunawardena, to welcome the gathering.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening and good afternoon for my colleagues and my teachers and other my friends who are joining here with us today from different time zones of the world to this hybrid platform. First and foremost, I would like to welcome for today's gathering here today for our annual scientific sessions. Today, our chief guest, Dr. Nimal Samaranayaka, Additional Secretary, State Ministry of Livestock, Farm Promotion, Dairy and Agri-related Industries. Thank you very much, sir, for coming all the way from Colombo here. It was an enlightenment for us and a great honor for us to have you here with us today. And our keynote speaker today, Dr. Aruna Ambagala, a proud product of Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science. And he's an adjunct professor in the University of Calgary, Canada, an adjunct professor in University of Manitoba, Canada, and he is the head of Mammalian Disease Unit and OIE Reference Laboratory for Classical Swine Fever at National Center for Foreign Diseases and Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Actually, we are very proud of you, sir, today. We know you are joining with us from Canada in live stream. And it's a great honor for us, for our country, the way you perform. We can still remember how did you perform in the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science when you were here. And it's a great honor for the country, the way you're doing at the moment. And today our guest of honor, Director General of Department of Animal Production and Health, Dr. Hemal Kotalawala, Madam, welcome you today for this morning, our scientific session. And Dr. Munasinghe, Dean of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, you are also welcome today for this gathering. And especially the key icons, I want to welcome especially our plenary speakers. We have here with us Professor Ashoka Dangwalla, from the Department of Veterinary Clinical Science at the faculty. And he's an honorary director for Ministry of Wildlife and Conservation and Forestry. And he's a WHO veterinary consultant. So he's going to be here with us today, giving the plenary speech for the animal health stream. And we are having another professor from Canada for USA, Professor Matthew B. Wheeler. He's a professor of biotechnology and development of biology at the Department of Veterinary Clinical Medicines and at Beacom Institute of Advanced Science and Technology at the Cali, Illinois College. I beg your pardon, sir, if I badly pronounce your college name of medicine in USA. He's coming here today to give a plenary speech on animal production. And my teacher, Dr. Neil Hordagoda, is joining here with us today from the Veterinary Teaching Hospital, Sydney, Australia. He's a veterinary pathologist in that hospital, and he's conducting the clinical session. And Professor Subhashini Karivasam, Professor of Microbiology, University of Florida, USA, she's conducting the plenary speech on public health. And we have our local, very honored veterinarian, Dr. Tarak Prasad. He's a Director of Wildlife in the Health Department of Wildlife Conservation and Forestry. And we are great honor to have here with us today. He's conducting the plenary speech for wildlife and aquaculture. And our teacher and our strength, Madam Niranjala De Silva, our Honorable Immediate Past President, and our co-chairs of the Scientific Committee, Prof. Neil Allas, and Dr. Dilan Satarasinghe, and other committee members of our Scientific Committee. All you are welcome for this morning. And we have a special contributor here today, one of our former presidents for this 73rd annual scientific sessions of the SLVA, Dr. Atula Mahagamage. Your contribution for this event to make a great success, actually, it is a great honor for us. He's a Sri Lankan representative and the consultant for United States Soybean Export Council. And presidents and secretaries and other reps from our sister organizations who are joining virtually here today with us, and our senior veterinarians and the government and private sector veterinarians and my colleagues and other distinguished invitees who are joining here with us today. Especially the guests from our sponsoring companies and institutions. And I should say that you are our great strength to make these events, all this materialize as great success with your financial support. And all of you today, I warmly welcome for this inaugural ceremony for the 73rd annual scientific sessions conducted by Sri Lanka Veterinary Association under the theme of responsibilities and emerging challenges of veterinarians. We believe this particular theme will evoke and inspire our veterinarians in disposing their entrusted duties where the world becomes very smaller with knowledge and technologies, and we face us with new disastrous situations at this juncture. Dear ladies and gentlemen, when I was referring my all notes and doing some homework in order to prepare this my welcome speech as the president, I found a small quote revealed by Honorable Mahatma Gandhi. I believe this quote still carries a valuable, inspiring motivation for the scientific community comprising of our own colleagues. Mahatma Gandhi, the father of India, he said, "The forces of nature act in a mysterious manner. We can but solve this mystery by deducing the unknown results from the known results of similar events." So, dear ladies and gentlemen, we as the SLVA opened the doors and gave ample opportunities for the research-oriented academic and non-academic field veterinarians to reveal the mysteries of our own professional fields by deducing the unknown facts from the known facts of similar events. And we give them a valuable contribution at the end of these scientific sessions for their creative efforts. I'm really happy to acknowledge that this time our scientific committee received remarkable number of abstracts, more than 100 abstracts for the first time in the history. And there are more than 70 abstracts to be presented today and tomorrow, which have been selected through tough selection and scrutinization and reviewing by our panel of reviewers in order to par with the international scientific research standards and in par with the mission entrusted with the SLVA in order to encourage the veterinarians to reach highest professional standards of competence education, ethics, and services. It's a privilege for me to announce the carrying forward the good work of our past presidents here with us today, Madam Naranjala and the Professor Dangolla, Dr. Mahagamage and Dr. Susil, like all presidents, what they have done, we are just carrying forward their efforts. The committee initiated many projects for the first time in the history. We started our tenure with keeping the initial footprint for creation of SLVA strategy, and we celebrated the World Veterinary Day for the first time in a grand scale. And there we launched the media platform under the SLVA for dissemination of message to the public importance based on unbiased scientific information and evidence. And we voice our veterinarians we gave our public opinions for the disaster situations, even like COVID-19 in the country. And we launched the Your Veterinarian magazine, and we elaborate the voice of veterinarians. And we launched the mobile app for online consultation by the vets. And further, we produce a public communication videos illustrating the different roles of the country veterinarians in order to enhance the public awareness of our profession. And this time we recorded a number of CPD programs with 26 CPDs workshops conducted physically and virtually. And the webinar series conducted appreciating the challenges enforced by the COVID pandemic situation became highly popular among the community of local and global veterinarians. And this initiative was even recognized by the president, Dr. Patricia Turner of World Veterinary Association. And we became one of the few veterinary associations in the world which continuously functioned during the period of devastating COVID-19 pandemic. And recognizing all these distinguished activities, we have been able to inculcate the recognition and relationships with our sister organizations in the world, like global veterinary professional bodies, including the World Veterinary Association. Dear ladies and gentlemen, here, if we take the scientific sessions, I should commend Dr. Krishanti Premaratna and the co-chairs, our energetic co-chairs, Dr. Ilan Satarasinghe and Professor Neil Allas, and our creative scientific committee for introducing the Easy Chair platform for the first time in the history, which will surely uplift the standards of our own research reviewing process and delivery of scientific findings up to the international global standard. Now, I believe these annual scientific sessions commence from today will definitely be endowed with successful stories of scientific innovations and arguments, and all will endorse in golden letters as another historical event conducted by SLVA. And while congratulating the presenters showcasing their scientific research findings, once again, I warmly welcome you all for this fruitful event today and tomorrow here in Ochre Regency Hotel, Kandy. Without taking much longer, I invite you all to join with us with these annual scientific sessions conducted through Zoom virtual platform and the SLVA Facebook page and also SLVA YouTube channel. The whole program is, you can watch there as a live event. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Now it's time for the address by Mr. K.M. Roque, the Regional Director, South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, U.S. Soybean Export Council.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you all at this very important gathering. I'm happy and honored to be with you. My name is Kevin Ripke. I'm the Regional Director for South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa for the U.S. Soybean Export Council. And I've got some information to share with you and think that you'll find it interesting, or at least hope that you'll find it interesting. First off, let me say that I hope this message finds you and your family both happy and healthy, as well as all your loved ones and friends. I know that the past 18 months have been quite a challenge for all of us, especially in Sri Lanka with the COVID pandemic, but also the hard currency limitations, as well as labor shortages and port backups and things like that. And let me just say that a lot of the things that you guys were experiencing last year with respect to labor and port backups, we're now actually experiencing here in the United States. So unfortunately, that situation doesn't seem like it may get worse before it gets better. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I should say, I think I come bearing good news for all of you listening to this presentation. And we'll talk a little bit about why that is. But I titled this presentation, "The Inclusion Revolution is Not an Illusion," because the future of soybean meal is going to be incredibly changed, I think, going forward. But just so that we're all kind of on the same fundamental basis, commonly referred to as the building blocks of life, protein is essential for the production of poultry. Today's producers need to be as efficient as possible when it comes to average daily gain and getting to the market weight. And these need to be done in the most economical way. So that's where US soy can really be a game changer. And we invite you to dare to compare the US soy advantage. But before we get into the advantage, I wanted to say that this new concept of renewable diesel is really set to change everything. And this is a slide that I've put together basically over the past year showing a few different commodities. As you can see, the top line with the highest growth, by the way, this is index growth. So as of a year ago, it's all at 0% indexed or normalized. So 174% price gains in soybean oil versus if you look at the bottom of the chart, the light blue, that's soybean meal. So at 106%, that's basically a 6.75% increase in prices, despite the fact that soybean oil has gone up 75%, and soybean futures have gone up, call it 35%. So what this chart is saying is that soybean oil is doing the work now for the soy complex. And soybean meal is the benefactor of that. And as consumers of soybean meal, that should be very, very satisfactory and happy for you. So why is that? It's this new thing called renewable diesel. It's just renewable diesel. This is not kind of traditional biodiesel as you may be aware of. And the reason this is because the margin impact of renewable diesel is absolutely tremendous. Right now, you can see there's about $1.50 to $2.50 per gallon margin, plus almost $4.50 per gallon incentive in California for the right fuel. So the credits on the far right side, so the blender's tax credit, the low carbon fuel standard credit, and of course the D4 RIN, or the renewable identification number, which if any of you are knowledgeable about the RFS and ethanol, you probably have heard of RINs before, but that's on top of the nearly $2 a gallon in margin as well. So this is incredibly profitable for companies to be getting into this endeavor. And these are just some new projects that are expected to come online very, very shortly. And this is showing the size and the scale of these projects. So while they may not have the overall size and numbers as we saw the ethanol boom go through, what we're seeing is much larger plants now for renewable diesel. So to put this in perspective, the average US biodiesel plant is about 27 million gallons. And here you can see a few of these plants are well in upwards of 100 million gallons, and one even in 400 million gallons, just to give you a size for the scale. So this is a potential of what's coming as a result of this tremendous increase in demand from soybean oil. It's potentially forecasted that we could be producing over 7 million metric tons more of soybean meal in just the next coming 3 to 4 years. Now, the U.S. currently exports about 12.5 million tons of soybean meal globally to everybody. So if we're adding 7 million tons or more, many of the slides that I showed, and this slide is actually old. There have been new announcements made since then, including some ethanol plants that now want to repurpose their ethanol and get into soybean meal production or soybean meal production, soybean oil crushing as a result. So If we have 7 million tons more of soybean meal coming, that's very, very good news for you. And let me just say that this is a very different debate than the ethanol debate was with respect to food versus fuel. See, with ethanol, everyone was competing for the corn. Poultry industry was competing for corn. The pork industry was competing for corn. The ethanol industry was competing for corn as well. But you, as poultry producers, are not actually feeding soybeans. What you're feeding is the product of the soybean processing process, soybean meal. And by demanding more soybean oil for renewable diesel, that of course means that we're going to have more soybean meal. So this is very good news for you as a soybean meal consumer. So I think this could have a tremendous potential for you all going forward. So now that we've established that the US is going to be producing a large amount of meal more in the future, this is where I think it becomes important as to how that is going to be differentiated. And not all soy is created equal. Soybean meal is commonly used as these feed rations as a source of crude protein. However, not all soy is created equal. And dependent upon the origin, soybeans have different nutritional profiles, and this needs to be taken into consideration by nutritionists in those formulating feed rations. That's where a product that we've recently rolled out called the Nutrient Value Calculator comes into effect. So let's start with profitability. We know that every business is unique and many factors contribute to the profitability of an enterprise. But for anyone feeding animals, we know that a huge measure of efficiency is average daily gain within the cost of feed. We also know that both animal health and average daily gain hinges on the diet and feed rations metered out in those animals. So the nutrient value calculator brings visibility into feed costs, showing the real value of different ingredients or inputs. This feed formula formulates various commodities and ingredients from different origins that are representative of regional feed manufacturers in species and growth for stages of development within that phase. Both the nutrient value and prices of all of the components are included, I should say, in this calculator. The nutrient value calculator was built using data from meta-analysis that was done, and we'll get into that shortly. When we compared cost reductions, we saw premiums of US soybean meal range from $14.50 a ton to $23 a ton over Argentine soybean meal, and range from $2.50 a ton to $10.26 per ton over Brazilian meal. Now, this was a moment in time that we know prices fluctuate, quality may change depending upon growing season, etc. But the nutrient value calculator takes all this into consideration, and we invite you to compare US soy with others. So why is this all? Again, not all soybeans are created equal, and the nutrient profile or chemical composition changes based upon the origin. This was documented by a recent meta-analysis that's peer-reviewed titled Chemical Composition, Protein Quality, and Nutritive Value of Commercial Soybean Meals Produced from Beans in Different Countries. This study was completed by Dr. Gonzalo Mateos with the Polytechnic University of Madrid in Spain, and it was a review of 18 studies and almost 2,000 samples of soy across the world. This meta-analysis quantifies the relationship between country of origin and the chemical composition, protein quality, and nutrient value of soybean meal. What the meta-analysis confirmed is that nutritionists need to consider country of origin when formulating feed rations for poultry diets. If you buy only based upon crude protein or vegetable sucrose content, they may buy a product that's actually lower quality. For example, the digestibility might not be as good and therefore goes to waste. Looking at the chemical composition and amino acids play an important role. And these small changes can lead to big increases in profitability. Amino acids are critical for animal function and responsible for the growth and development of an organism. And from building muscles and regulating the immune system to generating hormones and neurotransmitter. Of the 20 amino acids, 10 must be obtained through feed, a few of which are lysine, methionine, and threonine. Of course, you all know this. Soybeans contain nearly as much carbohydrates as they do protein. The carbohydrates in soybean meal consist of free sugars, oligosaccharides, some starch, and some non-starch polysaccharides. Of particular importance is the disaccharide sucrose, a highly digestible carbohydrate that when present in meal increases the energy content and palatability of the feed. Sucrose was higher in soybean meal from the United States and Argentina than that from Brazil and in India. The same can be said for oligosaccharides. How does all this play out when it comes to energy? The energy content of soybean meal depends on the content and digestibility of the protein fraction and the sucrose, oligosaccharide, and fiber content. This meta-analysis shows that in spite of having lower crude protein content, soybean meal from the United States had similar, if even higher energy content for poultry and soy from that of soybean meal from Brazil, suggesting higher protein digestibility, which is ultimately what you want. Such precision goes into the feed formulation to achieve maximum daily gain, but few question the quality of raw materials going in these feedstuffs. Dr. Mateos believes that this evidence shows the quality and thus nutritional profile of soybeans is influenced by latitudinal proximity. The oil and amino acid composition fluctuate based on where it was grown, and this depends on humidity, temperature, and hours of daylight, all variables that change as a function of latitude. As these two charts show, temperature during harvest is an average 24 degrees warmer in Brazil than that of the United States, with the widest variation of about 41 degrees near the end of the harvest season. During harvest, precipitation in Brazil's soybean production states is on average 3x higher than that of the United States. We are seeing on average precipitation during the US soybean growing region is 0.6 inches, where Brazil's growing region is 1.7 inches. The quality of soybeans improves as you move farther north from the equator, where heat and humidity are not detrimental. We find that when you move closer to the equator, where the humidity is higher, an increased percentage of the soybeans begin to germinate during storage and shipping, and that is where you begin to lose energy. There's a lot more detail that I could go in, but I encourage you to dig deeper into this data. To book a one-on-one demonstration of the nutrient value calculator, please contact either me or Dr. Atula in your regional office. We have offices all over the world, and representatives would be happy to meet with you. And you can also download the meta-analysis and dig into the data behind the nutritional profiles as it relates to origin. You can do both of these at the USEC website, www.usec.org. So we're backed by science and research, and we know that if you dare to compare US soy for other origins, you'll find it to be backed not only by the economic choice, but also by a responsible one and essential part of your business. So with that being said, I'm very happy to report that not only is US soy the gold standard with respect to its amino acid profile, its digestibility, its sucrose content, but we're also going to be producing a lot more of it as a result of the greenhouse gas emission requirements as put forth by the low carbon fuel standard, and of course, sustainable aviation fuel, which is going to be the gold standard for fuel for airplanes going forward. And soybeans in the United States are going to play a critical role with this, but the demand is going to be for the oil, and you're going to be huge beneficiaries for the soybean meal. So this bodes very, very well for you all. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me or contact Dr. Atula, and we would be most happy to go into detail with you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present with you, and have a fantastic day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kevin Rupke. Well, of course, Mr. Rupke is joining with us on Zoom online. And I think, can we say hi? Hello, Mr. Kevin.
Well, hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much for the invitation. I hope that you enjoyed it and you found some of the information enlightening. Fortunately, I think my screen has frozen and I cannot hear or see anybody. Just a word, I believe, to the SLVA and everyone. I believe that the internet may be having an issue, and we cannot hear anything from the conference at this point. In the meantime, to my colleagues listening online, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank anyone involved at SLVA for the invitation and the honor of being able to speak with you all and imparting in that fantastic welcoming that we were able to witness. It would have been really great to be there in person, but unfortunately, situations are what they are with COVID. So we'll hope to get there next year for sure.
Yes, well, one last invite to all participants. I think our technical issue was cleared and we are okay to accept any questions. You can, of course, use raise hand option in the Zoom platform. We also have Mr. Rupke with us.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm not sure if you were able to hear me earlier, but while we're waiting for any questions, if they do come in, I did want to express my gratitude to everyone at SLVA and the organizers for putting on such a wonderful event. The invitation to be able to speak with you all is really great, highly appreciated, and to be with so many distinguished dignitaries and be able to witness that fantastic introduction and welcome was truly fantastic. And unfortunately can't be there in person due to situations with COVID and everything, but hope to at least get there in person next year and be with you for in-person, face-to-face participation next year. But until then, congratulations to all the conference organizers on a fantastic event, and again, look forward to any questions if you have any regarding the material. Otherwise, carry on and have a great conference.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Rupke, for those words. And we're eagerly waiting to have you here in Sri Lanka next year, most probably. And of course, I think since there are no questions, we can proceed with the agenda. And thank you very much once again. Hoping to see you soon next year.
Thank you all. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on with the agenda, let me most ardently welcome the Director General of the Department of Animal Production and Health as the guest of honor, Dr. K.A.C.H.A. Kothalawala, to address the gathering.
Good morning. ladies and gentlemen who are present here, and good afternoon, good evening, those who join virtually in the different time zones. Additional Secretary, Livestock Development, State Ministry of Livestock Farm Promotion, Dairy and Egg-related Industries, Dr. Samaranayaka, Mr. Rupke, who joined with us virtually from US Soybean Export Council, and Dean, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, Dr. DMS Munasinghe, President, Sri Lanka Veterinary Association, Dr. Randika Gunodana, Secretary, Sri Lanka Veterinary Association, Dr. Sugat Premachandra, Professor Neil Alas, and Dr. Dilan Satarasinghe, co-chairs of today's scientific sessions. President-elect Dr. Susantha Mallavarachi, and senior veterinarians, my teachers, colleagues, and all the other ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me as the guest of honor for this occasion. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be with you for 73rd annual scientific sessions of Sri Lanka Veterinary Association. Sri Lanka Veterinary Association has a long history, more than 70 years, for developing veterinary profession in Sri Lanka. Today, we are celebrating 73rd annual scientific sessions. SLVA provides a common platform for veterinarians, those who work in the private, public, and the universities, the academic field, to develop their skills and competencies, especially as scientists. So this today's sessions, SLVA has selected very important theme, responsibilities and emerging challenges of veterinarians in Sri Lanka. Yes, it's very timely and very important. As you all know, the veterinarians are key players of livestock development in Sri Lanka. But the livestock sector facing several challenges. When I thought about the challenges, so certain areas came into my mind. I would like to highlight those areas. The poultry sector, one of the main subsector of the livestock, is developed. Veterinarians have contributed tremendously to develop the poultry sector long ago. Now, the sector has developed as a fully developed commercial sector. But now the poultry producers are planning to export their products to gain foreign currency to Sri Lanka. So the quality and the cost comes as issues when we are trying to export our products. So the veterinarians have to play a key role in both aspects, reducing cost as well as improving quality in par with international standards. But the dairy sector is not yet developed as a commercial sector, but the country wants to develop the sector or fulfill our demand, the dairy demand, by 2025, at least by 80%. Now our self-sufficiency level is 40%. So again, it's a challenging task for veterinarians. And also, I see several other challenges in front of veterinarians in Sri Lanka. The public health concerns, food safety concerns of the general public. So, and also if you are trying to export products, so again, the quality comes in place. So our regulatory mechanism has to develop in par with other countries, or we have to strengthen the regulatory mechanisms significantly if we want to maintain the standard of this industry. And also, some other challenges I see, especially with the maintaining welfare of smallholder animals, small animal sector. So with changing socioeconomics of the country, I feel the veterinary profession is gaining high demand. High demand is a strong strength for us. But when the demand is higher than the supply, we see the issue comes with the quality. So if our quality goes down or the quality is substandard with high demand, so it will be another challenge for veterinarian. And also we have to understand what are the things the government expect from the veterinarians: poverty alleviation, livelihood development, economic development. These are the areas government expect from veterinarians. It may be from government veterinarians or private veterinarians or together, academia together. So I see these areas. So we are facing challenges in these areas. So I am very much happy that SLVA has selected very appropriate team, responsibilities of veterinarians and emerging challenges. So now it's high time to understand what are the strengths with us, what are the weaknesses with us, and also opportunities for us and threats or challenges to study the big picture properly. So I hope that challenge has accepted by the SLVA, the present committee, and also next committee would work on that for the betterment of the profession. So as the government department, we will give fuller support for the SLVA to lay down the remedies for our challenges. Finally, I wish a great success for today's sessions and years to come. I wish all the best for all the presenters, especially young veterinarians. Dr. Randika said 100 odd papers were there. So it's happy to hear. That means the young veterinarians are trying to develop their scientific skills. So yes, and also I wish a better future for the veterinary profession. Thank you.
I would like to invite Dr. N. Samaranayaka, the chief guest, Additional Secretary, State Ministry of Livestock, Farm Promotion, Dairy, Egg-related industries. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good morning to all. The President of the SLVA and all committee members, Dean of the Veterinary Faculty, and Director General of the Department of Animal Production, and other senior professors of the faculty, and my teachers also, and other additional director generals of the department, and senior veterinarians, and all members of the SLVA. Today it is my great pleasure to be here as the chief guest of this 73rd annual scientific session of the Sri Lanka Veterinary Association. I would like to offer my sincere thanks to the organizing committee president and the organizing committee inviting me as the chief guest of this important occasion. Actually, all we know this year is a challenging year for us because of this corona pandemic. Already, I think it has been affected seriously globally as well as the locally, the economy as well as the all public and private sector, all entrepreneurs and all. So as a result of that, actually in Sri Lanka, now we know the Sri Lanka, we say it's as a developing country, but still actually this, I can say, is a kind of disaster. Actually, it is now seriously affecting and hitting to our economy. So we have to understand that actually when it comes and affect to our economy, most vulnerable team, the population group is the low income people. They are affecting very seriously. And meantime, our poverty country will be increased further. It was remain actually the poverty in Sri Lanka about 2016 and 17. It was somewhere around 4.2% as a population. Now, actually, we don't know actual percentage, but anyhow, definitely it has gone up. And then the poverty will be a serious issue in the future of the country. So poverty means then the problem is actually, frankly, I want to say that about 570 veterinarians are working with the local government, means actually provincial councils, and about total 800 veterinarians may be working in some other places. Out of that 800, 570 are working with these poor people and working towards the development of or uplifting this economy, rural economy in the country. So this is actually a big challenge. As today theme of this SLVA is a kind of challenge. Who can take over this challenge? The government is actually spending money, and according to our these vistas of prosperity and splendor, this government theme. So they are also mentioned, given the priority for the livestock development in the country. Last year also, government spent a lot of money on that. This year also given money and spend on a lot of activities, dairy development activities, especially in the country. So the idea of this is to uplift this economy of the poor. And it's a livelihood development is a one main activity of the government, because it is under this present situation, it has been developed gradually. I saw in some papers actually this number, I'm not sure, but it has, they have categorized it as about, mentioned about 10%. This value has been gone. So then what shall we do? That is the challenge. We have to do this because we are the government veterinary surgeon is a one of the, they have identified, government has identified that they are the people, this, that is why they have given the priority, the livestock sector. So this challenge we have to take. SLVA, actually we know that they have put a lot of effort on doing research and what I call kind of surveys and all. But I think we have to pay some attention to the develop this sector also, doing research, maybe some surveys, and directing our young professionals towards the maybe dairy development, maybe some other kind of livestock sector activities. So then I'm not going to discuss these matters in detail, but this is the situation in the country. We know now in Sri Lanka, we are facing in some debt problems financially. So in the future, 2021, 2022, 22 and 23, maybe we have to work hard, and we have to pay some attention to develop the livestock sector, maybe the livelihood development, to involve this livestock in development activities as the livelihood development activities. So anyhow, now this, again, I would like to thank for inviting me as the chief guest of this session. So, and I strongly believe that the Sri Lanka Veterinary Association can take up these all challenges in developing our country, and doing this kind of seminars, workshops, and all other activities. And the knowledge shared by, finally, I want to say that the knowledge shared by by doing scientific research is very important to uplift the veterinary profession in future. And actually, this time I want to congratulate all scientists and who did this research for the development of the country, as well as the abstract for contributing and sharing and exchanging and disseminating the knowledge and the experiences to others. And again, I take the opportunity to congratulate the SLVA, because SLVA, we know that about now already they have started this in 1940s. Now it already 70 years experience they have with that. Actually is gradually, time to time, adapting to the environment and the need of the country. They are doing well, understanding job in the country. So again, I would like to thank all of you, and I'm not going to take much time in this. So again, the committee and the veterinarians who are members who are joining with us with this Zoom platform, I would like to thank all of you for and wish a better future in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nimal Samranayaka. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the conclusion of the opening ceremony of the scientific sessions. In order to propose the vote of thanks, let me most ardently welcome the Secretary of the Sri Lanka Veterinary Association, Dr. Sugat Pemachandra.
Good morning. Our chief guest, Dr. Nimal Samaranayaka, Secretary, Livestock Development, Ministry of Livestock, Farm Promotion, Dairy and Egg-related Industries. Dr. Randik Gunawardena, the President of Sri Lanka Veterinary Association. Dr. Hemali Kotalawala, Director General, Department of Animal Production and Health. Dr. Madhuru Manasinghe, the Dean, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science. Keynote speaker, Dr. Rambagala, co-chairs of the scientific committee and other dignitaries in the head table. 73rd Executive Committee, members of Sri Lanka Veterinary Association, 73rd Scientific Committee members, invited chairpersons, panel of judges, presenters, abstract authors, invited distinguished guests, sponsors, and my dear colleagues. I feel honored and privileged to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of 73rd Executive Committee. Today, we commence the annual scientific session of Sri Lanka Veterinary Association live from Oak Ray Regency Hotel with the participation of many veterinarians, providing a meeting point to share recent research findings, clinical experience, and knowledge on the current development in veterinary and allied sciences. This year's session was scheduled under 5 thematic areas to improve its scientific visibility and commemorates the notable abstracts submitted with awards and recognition. I am proud to say that we have received 87 abstracts, which is the highest number of abstracts in the history. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the co-chairs of the scientific committee, Professor Neil Lalas and Dr. Dilan Satarasinghe, who paid tremendous effort from the beginning up to today with great commitment and dedication. Thank you for stepping in and saving the day in this difficult project. So glad we have you on board. I would like to thank Scientific Session Coordinator, Dr. Krishanti Premratna, for being the key of the 73rd Scientific Session. You played the major role behind our success. I would like to thank Session Secretary, Dr. Yushika Dharmasurya, and the members of the Scientific Committee for great effort made from the inception, experiencing many hardships to organize and coordinate the annual scientific session with the latest technology. I take this opportunity to convey our gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Nimal Samaranayaka, Secretary, Livestock Development, Minister of Livestock, Farm Promotion, Dairy and Egg-related Industries. Guest of honor, Dr. Hemali Kotalawala, Director General, Department of Animal Production and Health, Dr. Madhuru Manasinghe, the Dean, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, for the cooperation extended to Sri Lanka Veterinary Association to make this event a success. I would like to thank Dr. Erandika Gunawardena, the President of Sri Lanka Veterinary Association, for his untiring effort and guidance unconditionally, and members of the 73rd Executive Committee and other parties who contributed in many ways to make this event a success. On behalf of Sri Lanka Veterinary Association, I convey our thanks to Dr. Rambagala for accepting our invitation to deliver the keynote speech. And I would like to thank the other plenary speakers, Professor Matthew B. Wheeler, Dr. Neil Hordagoda, Professor Subhashidi Karyavasam, Professor Asoka Dangolla, and Dr. Taraka Prasad. We are grateful to abstract reviewers for your motivation and determination to maintain the high standard of the publication. My heartfelt thanks to all the authors, co-authors for coming forward with enthusiasm for publishing your hard work. It won't go unnoticed. I express my special gratitude to our sponsors, Mr. Anton Vijayasinghe, Managing Director, 5-Star Group, Dr. Atula Mahagamage, Consultant, US Soybean Export Council, and other sponsors. Your sponsorship helped us to pull it off with great glory. Last, not least, I would like to thank to technical team, hotel staff, Mr. Chintaga Gamage, Mrs. Daswat, Mrs. Naina, for your great support. And also I would like to invite scientific session co-chairs, Professor Neil Alas and Dr. Dilan Satarasinghe, to continue the 73rd scientific session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sugat Pemchanda. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now the official maze will be taken out from the premises. So please rise and acknowledge. The maze would be followed by the dignitaries and the guests. That marks the end of the opening ceremony of the 73rd scientific sessions of the Sri Lanka Veterinary Association. We'll be soon starting the scientific sessions. Now the house would break for a small tea and the refreshments would be served. The break would be for 5 minutes and the refreshments are served at the back of the room. Please enjoy. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is to bring it to your attention that we would be starting the scientific sessions sharp at 10:30 a.m. If I may repeat, we would be starting the scientific sessions sharp at 10:30 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen,
To proceed with the scientific sessions, I humbly invite Professor Neil Lullis, co-chair 73rd Sri Lanka Veterinary Association Scientific Sessions.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Good evening for the people who are joining overseas. The chief guest, Dr. N. Samarnayaka, Additional Secretary, State Ministry of Livestock Farm Production, Promotion, Dairy and Egg-related Industries. The guest of honor, Dr. K. Kotalavala, Director General, Department of Animal Production and Health. Dr. Madhura Munasinghe, the Dean, the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science. Our keynote speaker today, Dr. Amagala, and plenary speakers, the President of SLVA, Dr. Erantik Gunawardana, the Secretary of SLVA, Dr. Premchandra, all the EXCO members of SLVA and the members of Scientific Committee, session coordinators, session chairs, reviewers, judges, and presenters, and all the other participants. Today, we commence the 73rd annual scientific sessions under the theme of responsibilities and emerging challenges of veterinarians. We have lined up one keynote speech and 5 plenary speeches under each scientific session today and tomorrow. This year, the scientific session broadly categorized under 5 sessions, namely clinical, animal health, animal production, public health, and wildlife and aquaculture. And also poster session. 71 scientific communications will be presented under the oral category, and also 11 scientific communications will be presented under the poster category. So, Mr. President, distinguished guests and others, this year the scientific committee took a gigantic move to use fully automated conference managing software platform called EasyChair for abstract submission process, and also abstract reviewing and resubmission process. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the COVID-19 situation, we are not able to conduct scientific sessions as usual. So we have to adhere to the new normalization guidelines also. Therefore, the EXCO and the scientific committee decided to conduct this occasion as a hybrid function. So again, we use automated online platform for uploading the presentation videos and Zoom virtual platform to conduct the scientific sessions. So today we are commencing this 73rd annual scientific conference under the theme of again, sorry for the inconvenience caused. So then the distinguished guest and the colleagues, our dreams would have never come true if the co-chairs didn't get the unconditional support from others, especially from our conference coordinator, Dr. Krishanti, and the conference secretary, Dr. Yusika, and the session coordinators and reviewers. And also, I would like to thank all the members of our scientific committee, and I should also thank EXCO members of SLVA for the support extended to us. Finally, I'd like to thank all the guests, invitees, judges, and participants. So hereby, I declare the commencement of the scientific session. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Professor Nilalas. Ladies and gentlemen, with the theme of responsibilities and emerging challenges of veterinarians, we're about to kickstart the scientific sessions. But of course, for every scientific session needs a keynote address. It's an honor to invite Dr. Dilan Satrasinghe, the co-chair of the scientific sessions of the 73rd scientific sessions of the SLVA, to introduce this keynote speaker.
My teachers and distinguished guests, good morning all the audience, and also good evening to the online participants if you are joining from some different countries. On behalf of the SLVA Scientific Committee, I have the esteemed yet humble opportunity to stand before you today and introduce the keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker has a distinguished career in veterinary medicine. He received his Bachelor of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science degree from the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, the University of Peradeniya in 1994. Then he obtained his PhD in Veterinary Virology in 2004 from the University of Nebraska, Lincoln, USA, and joined the Medical Virology section at the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at the National Institute of Health, Maryland, and as a junior postdoctoral fellow. He completed his second postdoctoral training at the HIV laboratory, University of Toronto, Canada, and joined the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, Lethbridge Laboratory in Lethbridge, Alberta in 2010 as a research scientist. In 2015, he moved to National Center for Foreign Animal Disease, Winnipeg, Manitoba, as the section head of the Mammalian Disease Unit. In addition to the overseeing regular diagnosis at the Mammalian Disease Unit, he has conducted a number of research projects on transboundary and emerging viral diseases such as African and classical swine fever, blue tongue, rabbit hemorrhagic disease, and leads several international projects in Africa, Asia, and Central America. He has made several significant contributions to the veterinary field and has published numerous articles in scholarly journals. Also, he serves as an adjunct professor at the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, University of Calgary, and at the Department of Animal Sciences, University of Manitoba. At present, he is working as the head of the Mammalian Disease Unit at the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, National Center for Foreign Animal Disease, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. Further, his laboratory holds the OIE Reference Laboratory for Classical Swine Fever for Canada, and he is the OIE designated classical swine fever expert at the laboratory. In line with the SLVA theme this year, our keynote speaker is here to discuss and share his experience with us on transboundary animal diseases and the role of veterinarians. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Dr. Arun Ambagala. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Arun Ambagala, and I am currently working as a research scientist at the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, National Center for Foreign Animal Diseases, Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. I'm so happy and honored to participate this year's SLVA scientific session as the keynote speaker and share some of my experience. Before I begin, I would like to thank SLVA for providing me this opportunity, and I thank all of you for joining me today. I have selected my speech to align with this year's theme for the annual scientific session. The title of my talk is Transboundary Animal Diseases and the Role of Veterinarians. This is the outline of my talk. I will briefly introduce the NCFAD, the National Center for Foreign Animal Disease, where I work. And then I talk about transboundary animal diseases, why they are so important, and what are the drivers for transboundary animal diseases and how to prevent and manage them. And as veterinarians, what kind of role that we play in controlling these transboundary animal diseases. And also I will, as an example, I will talk about African swine fever, which is causing a global epidemic, causing severe damage to the global swine industry at this point. And then I will summarize my talk in a couple of slides. The National Center for Foreign Animal Disease is the only laboratory in Canada which has high containment biosafety level 3 and biosafety level 4 laboratory with large animal facilities. It is the Canadian National Reference Laboratory for Foreign Animal Diseases, and it houses OIE reference laboratories for classical swine fever, highly pathogenic avian influenza, and foot and mouth disease, and also FAO reference centers for foot and mouth disease and zoonotic and emerging pathogens. NCFAD is accredited under ISO 17025 for diagnostic and research by the Standards Council of Canada. NCFAD is housed with the Public Health Agency of Canada in the same building, and two agencies in one building. Public Health Agency of Canada is responsible for human diseases. So there are scientists working on human diseases on one side, and NCFAD, we work on animal diseases and zoonotic diseases. So this lab was established under One Health concept and commissioned in 1998. The primary mission of NCFAD is to provide rapid and accurate diagnostics of foreign animal diseases for the CFIA National Animal Health Program. In addition to providing diagnostic support, we also participate in technology development and research, and also training veterinarians, scientists, students, both local and international, and also provide scientific advice and international consultation when needed on the transboundary animal diseases. If you look at the space in the lab, you can see 70% of the space is taken up by biosafety level 3 laboratories and the animal facilities. And 25% of the space is allocated to containment level, biosafety level 2 laboratories. And the 5% of the space is occupied by the CL3, that biosafety level 3 plus and 4 facilities. We have 10 different units within the NCFAD. There are 5 units that are main units that are providing diagnostic support and research. And there are 3 units that will provide, they have a supporting role: genomics units, reagent development unit, and animal care unit. And also we have a quality assurance unit that oversees the quality assurance, of all the units. And then we also have the head office of the Canadian Animal Health Surveillance Network. I will talk about what each individual diagnostic unit is in charge of. So avian unit is responsible for providing diagnostics on avian influenza and number of other avian diseases. Vesicular disease unit is responsible for foot and mouth disease and other vesicular diseases. And then special pathogen unit is responsible for zoonotic diseases, and the mammalian disease unit is responsible for over 10 different transboundary animal diseases. So moving to transboundary animal diseases, and here is a definition for transboundary animal diseases. They are highly contagious and transmissible epidemic diseases of livestock, which have the capacity for rapid spread to new areas and regions, regardless of national borders, and have serious socioeconomic consequences. Transboundary animal diseases have increased over the years and likely to grow further in future, and developing countries are the ones that are going to suffer the most. And it's nearly 25% of the world's livestock is lost due to animal diseases, and transboundary animal diseases contribute to these losses. And these losses are causing hardships for the rural poor and urban poor populations. And raising livestock requires no formal education, large capital, and land ownership. So it is one of the most popular ways to make a living for a lot of people. And if you look at livestock, provide support for almost 1 billion poor people in rural areas, and about 90% of the world's 570 million farms are small scale. These smallholder family farms provide more than 70% of the calories to their communities, and any transboundary animal disease outbreaks can have a devastating impact on livelihood of these poor and severely deprive, and then they can severely deprive them from nutrients further. Why the developing countries suffers the most? Because most of the developing countries have a poor veterinary structure, poor veterinary services compared to the public health services. And their the farmers are they are not aware of these foreign animal diseases, high threat animal diseases. They don't know how to recognize them. And even the laboratories, they don't have the diagnostic facilities for these exotic diseases. And most of the countries have a poor and faulty compensation schemes. And underreporting is one of the biggest problems due to fear of loss of internal markets mostly. And because most of the developing countries don't have a huge export market. It's just, in addition to the morbidity and mortality caused by the TADs, it also can hinder communities of the ability to sell other animal products such as hides, bones, wool, and also that can deprive animal draft power for tilling and transport. And the transboundary animal diseases can have a severe effect on trade and travel. National and global economies can be affected, and also it can create political instability. Due to large die-offs, sometimes the transboundary animal diseases cause environmental issues, and that can happen at the wildlife or due to massive depopulation that we have to do sometimes to control these transboundary animal diseases can cause environmental issues. Most importantly, I think the transboundary animal disease cause pain and suffering for those affected animals. And if you look at the impact of transboundary animal diseases over the past years, you can see in 2001 UK foot and mouth disease outbreak due to the indirect and direct costs. It was about $9 billion, and more than 6 million pigs, cattle, and sheep were destroyed. And if you look at the Southeast Asia, the high pathogenic avian influenza outbreak in 2004, it cost the lives of more than 150 million chicken. And classical swine fever outbreak in Netherlands in 1997 and 98, $2.5 billion lost. And the African swine fever outbreak that's happening in Asia has cost more than $130 billion, according to the Asian Development Bank. And if African swine fever enters the United States, it can cost more than 50 billion over the next 10 years. So these diseases will have a huge impact on the economy of these countries. Transboundary animal diseases could be emerging diseases or re-emerging diseases. Emerging diseases are diseases that have not occurred before or have occurred previously but affected only a small number of population, in isolated places or have occurred throughout the history, but have only recently been recognized as distinct disease due to an infectious agent. The re-emerging diseases are those that once were major health problems globally or in particular country and then declined dramatically, but are coming back again as health problems. So when you look at emerging diseases, there are some global hotspots have been recognized by the researchers. And those lurk in highly biodiverse regions such as Southeast Asia, West and Central Africa, and Latin America. The highest potential for disease spillover can happen in Bangladesh, India, and China. And we saw what happened with COVID-19, and China is where that happened in China. And reasons for these emerging hotspots, due to the fast-growing countries, they are densely populated, heavily forested, and forests are being raised to extend urban centers and further agriculture production. And if you look at the viruses that are in the world, it's estimated there are 1.67 million undescribed viruses in mammals and birds, and some of these can be the next emerging viruses. And when you look at emerging viruses and emerging animal diseases, and 75% of them are zoonotic. And if you look at the human pathogens that are currently circulating in humans, 60% of them come from animals. They directly spilled from the animals to humans or via vectors. And most of the times when this happens, and this happens relatively frequently, and most of the times when it happens, it's very limited. But it can cause serious socioeconomic disruption on local and global level due to high fatality rate, uncertainty of mode of transmission, lack of medical countermeasures available when this happens. Because of that, because there is 75% of the animal diseases are zoonotic diseases, and we have to pay really close attention and make sure that there is an interconnection between human, animal, and environmental health. And this is where the One Health concept come in. However, One Health concept generally focuses on human and zoonotic emerging diseases, Ebola, Rift Valley, rabies, etc. The problem with the One Health concept is sometimes non-zoonotic threats are generally neglected. So as veterinarians, we have to make sure that those diseases that doesn't come under One Health are being taken care of. What are the drivers for transboundary animal diseases? The major one is intensive animal production systems to meet the rising demand for animal protein. And if you look at the human population, the rate it increases in the world, it's expected in 2025, 9.1 billion. And so you need to meet the food production. So you need an increase by 70% between 2005 and 2015. And also there is a higher demand for animal proteins from the developing countries due to their higher incomes. And the number of animals raised is growing rapidly, which leads to the intensification of production system and overcrowding of animals. And if you look at developing countries, you can see that they are using peri-urban areas under suboptimal husbandry practices for raising a large number of animals for food. These are some examples from industrialized countries. And you can see in poultry farms, you have about 150,000 birds per house. And you have dozens of these kind of houses per site. And if you look at cattle farms in feedlots, you can have 50,000 cattle in a feedlot. They have good biosecurity, but the problem is you have a large number of live animals, and most of them are high producing animals, and they are not the best when it comes to disease resistance. So this provides a great opportunity for a virus. Once it gets in, it will infect, and it will, because of the large population, and even gets the chance to mutate and becomes more virulent. The second driver for TAD is impact of changes in forest ecology. Again, exposure of domestic animals to forests due to deforestation and transformation of tropical rainforest for livestock grazing. And this is a big problem. So what happens is the livestock and humans get exposed to pathogens that are in the wildlife, which in wildlife, they don't cause most of the times any disease in those animals, but when it jumps to the livestock or humans, that can cause emerging diseases. The best examples are Nipah virus outbreaks in pig farms in Malaysia and recently in India. And the third reason for increasing the TADs is globalization and trade. We know that globalization of trade provides great opportunities for us. The quantities, the varieties, the better quality food for lower price. And we know about 25% of the world food production is traded globally. So this will allow, with the food, the transfer of infectious agents. And fresh commodities, especially, and processed food carry the pathogens to distant parts of the world and countries and continents. And people travel around the globe. The number of people traveling around the globe has increased over the last few years for business, for tourism, to immigrate. And they carry and spread both human and animal diseases. And if you look at how fast you can travel across the globe, a pathogen can reach any part of the world within 24 hours now, which is less than the incubation period of most infectious diseases. On top of that, wildlife trade and smuggling continues, and people bring in bushmeat to Canada. I know that the Canadian Border Service capture the bushmeat that's coming into Canada. So people take a lot of things that they should not be taking while they are traveling. The fourth driver for TADs is the effect of climate change and global warming. Climate change and global warming happens, and it alters rainfall and weather patterns and vector distribution. One of the best examples for this is the 2006 blue tongue serotype 8 outbreak in Europe, in Netherlands. And likely due to importation of an infected zoo animal who is infected with blue tongue serotype 8, or from an infected midge. These are the culicoides midges that are acting as vectors for this virus. Another good example is the Rift Valley fever, which is increasing in East and West Africa due to the climate change. Something probably we don't think that will have an impact on TADs is the influence of increased conflicts and unrest. Prolonged civil unrest, intra-country conflicts disrupt the enforcement of quarantine and other measures due to refugee and army deployments and movements. And usually due to the conflict and unrest, breakdown in the institutional support for quarantine and difficulty in gaining access to border areas due to landmines make disease surveillance more difficult. So how can we prevent and manage the TADs? Because we know that the TADs are going to continue, but we need a proactive approach, not a reactive approach. So this approach has to be multidisciplinary. Collaborations are important between public-private partnerships, international commitments, and scientific progress. And a well-educated veterinary workforce is critical to provide scientifically sound risk assessment, credible reporting of diseases, and effective delivery of services to the producers. So if I can break down what actions we can take, I can break down into four: foresight, prevention, early detection, and swift and effective reaction. Foresight, that's an exercise that systematically you can scan the horizon, what's happening in the world, identify the sources of pathogens, as well as pathways and drivers of emergence, and trying to identify the hot spots and the risky practices that people are doing. There are a number of intelligent networks established, like the ZZ in Canada. They will be screening the social media, the scientific publications, news articles to see what is out there, what's happening, what kind of pathogens are out there, and how they are spreading. Based on that information, you can come up with emergency plans for dealing with these outbreaks. And of course, you need to have investment to increase institutional, economic, and environmental resilience against these novel pathogens. However, the disease intelligence cannot perfectly predict or entirely prevent emergence of pathogens. You need other things like prevention. So based on what you get from these foresight exercises, the knowledge that you gain can be used to develop preventive actions aimed at reducing the likelihood of pathogen emergence. Biosecurity is very important. Targeted educational campaigns at vulnerable communities and safe practices in production, processing, transportation, marketing, and handling. And you can see these pictures. They're not safe practices at all. You have these farms, live animal stores, like where you have different types of animals sold at the same places. And you can see the pig carcasses are taken on motorcycle, and these things can easily, and these are the bushmeat, like the wild animals are sold outside. So these are not safe practices. And also we have to enforce firm control of livestock and livestock product import. And very important for countries like Sri Lanka to make sure that we don't bring in pathogens during imports. The next one we need to do is early detection. If you detect early, you can control it and you can prevent the disease becoming endemic. For this, we need effective veterinary services, vigilant surveillance systems, rapid and accurate laboratory support. So the lab should have the state-of-the-art techniques and also ability to do high throughput screening, because the numbers of during an outbreak, the numbers can go up very quickly, the diagnostic submissions. So you need to be able to handle. And traceability is very important. If you can't trace the animals where the samples came from, then it's no point of detection. So the traceable system for animals is very, very important. And the real-time epidemiology is a new thing. It's based on the portable detection. I will go into detail some of the work that we have done in this area. This is another thing that is important so that you can detect it at the field level. Once you detect it, you need to be able to act quickly before the disease is spread, surpassing the critical level. Once it is past the critical level, the disease can become an endemic and it is difficult to control or eliminate. So for this, you need to make resources available, both financial and human resources, and of course the laboratory resources, and if possible, vaccines. And you should be able to mobilize them quickly so you can control the diseases. And also you should have the power to enforce meaningful control of livestock movement. For example, CFIA can control if there's foreign animal disease outbreak. They can control the movement of the animal. So you need to have the power, legal power, to enforce the control. And then the good compensation scheme, because if you don't have a good compensation scheme, the farmers are going to sell the animals when they're getting infected because you're not going to get the money. And also, it can take a long, long time to get the money. So having a good compensation program is very important. And also synergies between animal, human, and environmental health is very, very critical, especially when it is a zoonotic disease. And international collaborations. It's very important because we cannot do everything by ourselves. You need collaborators, you need the help when it comes to act during an outbreak. Collaboration is very important, both at the local, national, and international level, with a clear delineation of roles and responsibilities and boundaries. So you can't do this once the outbreak happens. You need to do this before. You need to have these collaborations set up and identifying each person's role, how to act, and creating an expertise network to address specific issues is also important. And it is very, very important for us to understand that we need to overcome the reservations in sharing information. And this is a major hurdle for controlling transboundary animal diseases. People are reluctant to share the epidemiological data, the biologicals, and genetic information that they have. This will create a big issue when it comes to controlling the transboundary diseases. There's a lot of help out there. If you're looking for help to control the transboundary diseases, those creating the networks that you need so that you can use them if needed. The GFTAD is one of them, FAO, OIE, and also the Global African Swine Fever Research Alliance. And they are there to help if you need the help to develop the tools and get the help. So what can we do as veterinarians, or what we do as veterinarians to control transboundary animal diseases? And we know we are the only doctors educated to protect the health of both animals and people. And veterinarians across the globe play a key role in preventing, detecting, and controlling emerging diseases. And we get multidisciplinary training from our veterinary schools to provide and provides the tools needed to play an important role in meeting these challenges. And if you look at the veterinarians, they're in multiple sectors. You can find them in the private practice, you can find them in teaching and research, you can find them in regulatory medicine, working at the federal and provincial levels on different areas, and in public health and in uniformed services. And we have veterinarians working in military and industry, and also other areas like animal welfare area, zoo medicine, wildlife medicine. So you can see that the veterinarians are working at multiple sectors. So what we can do and what we do actually already, we maintain and improve the health and welfare of food producing animals, provide healthcare to prevent and control zoonotic diseases in companion animals. And we help to control foodborne and zoonotic diseases in food producing animals, conduct research for improved vaccines, pharmaceuticals, and diagnostics. We do work to ensure the health of wildlife and maintaining biodiversity, working to reduce the impact of livestock, poultry, and aquatic animal production on the environment. So we care about the environment, and we work towards to reduce the impact on the environment. And we can improve the health of aquatic animals, exotic animals, and zoo animals. And we play a major role, and we have an obligation to educate the students, animal owners, and the public regarding emerging and re-emerging diseases and how to prevent them and how to apply biosecurity. And we have done that. And this is one of the great examples. Rinderpest is being eradicated from the globe with the help of veterinarians and others. So it is possible if we get together and work as a global community together, we can eradicate these transboundary diseases. And transboundary diseases are reportable to the OIE. And if you look at for the year 2020, there are 117 animal diseases are listed in OIE. And if you look at what's been reported to OIE over the last couple of years, the African swine fever was one of the top hits. Pathogenic avian influenza, foot and mouth disease, and lumpy skin disease in Asia. So just for the interest of time, I'm just going to talk about only about African swine fever, which is a big threat to swine industry currently. And some of the work that we do at the NCFAD to help to identify African swine fever if it comes to Canada. African swine fever is it's not a news for you. I know it's anybody who's looking at social media, you can see that it's a global threat, and it's affecting many countries. And it is a deadly hemorrhagic fever in pigs, which can cause mortality up to 100%, and caused by a large envelope DNA virus, which is the only DNA virus known. And there are about 24 genotypes. All are in Africa, restricted to Africa until 1957. 1957, the virus escaped to Portugal, causing an outbreak, and it is believed to be through the airport waste that came from a plane from Africa, and then it spread to the other countries in Europe and to the Caribbean, but successfully eradicated except in one place in Europe, which is called Sardinia. And in 2007, the second escape of African swine fever from Africa, genotype 2, this time into Georgia through a shipping vessel. Again, I think this is 2007. You can see the virus started spreading slowly but steadily through the wild boars. And you can see it is spread across into the Russia as well as Eastern Europe. By 2016, it is already in Poland. And in 2018, the virus reached China. This is a wake-up call for a lot of people because China is a home for the largest number of pigs in the world, almost 450 million heads. Half of the population, pig population in the world is in China. And the virus quickly spread across China, causing severe damage, a lot of deaths, and they almost like China's hog herd fell by half in the first 8 months of 2019 due to African swine fever. Then the virus spread to the neighboring countries, the Southeast Asia, and came pretty close to Australia, Timor-Leste, and also moved to India, here, the northern part of India. The African swine fever entered in May 2020. And around September 2020, the virus entered Germany. So that's the Western Europe. And very recently, in July 2021, African swine fever was confirmed in Dominican Republic and Haiti. So now the virus is in Caribbean. It's very close to US and Canada. So this is the current global distribution. A virus that was restricted to Africa has spread to most of the continents in the world. So how can we prevent and control African swine fever? There's no cure, there's no commercial vaccine available. So biosecurity is a key, especially at the borders, to prevent the virus coming into a country. If it comes in, early detection is the key. And then the only options we have are the stamping out, quarantine the infected premises, enhanced biosecurity surveillance, epidemiological investigations, tracing of pigs, and animal movement control to control and eliminate the disease. If you look at the clinical form of African swine fever, it can come in different flavors. But the two major forms that you will see around the globe due to the current outbreak is per acute form and acute form. But if you closely look at them, you can see that the disease is characterized by fever and some lethargy and some hemorrhages. There's nothing special about African swine fever. There's no specific clinical signs. So it's very difficult to detect. And if you look at number of other diseases, there are a number of differentials that will look like African swine fever. So clinically or at a postmortem, it is so difficult to differentiate or identify African swine fever. It is not a highly contagious disease, and you will see the textbooks and it talks about highly contagious disease, African swine fever, but it is not. And we have seen by experiments that we have conducted that the virus spread very slowly compared to foot and mouth disease and classical swine fever. So it's not going to manifest with obvious clinical signs, especially during early stages when small numbers are affected. So you are not going to see, like as the textbook talks about, like high mortality. You won't see it at the beginning. So it will be too late if you don't diagnose very quickly. Otherwise, virus is going to spread. And only way to diagnose African swine fever is by the laboratory testing. Why we are so concerned about African swine fever in Canada? It has never been reported in Canada before, and we are the third largest pork exporting country. And we represent about 20% of the world's pork trade. And most of our pork is exported. So if we have an outbreak in Canada, then we are going to have, then the borders are going to shut, and then we will not be able to export any of our products. And if you look at the Canadian pork industry, we contribute about over 100,000 direct and indirect jobs and bring in about $24 billion to the Canadian economy. So it's a very, very important for Canada to keep the African swine fever out. We do have state-of-the-art diagnostics available at the NCFAD for rapid detection and confirmation, but we continue to work on improving our diagnostic assays and to develop new diagnostic tools for rapid detection and surveillance. And a couple of them I'm going to talk about today. One of them is the field deployable detection system, that is for on-site detection to help the veterinarian to make a call on-site. Most of the time, this will be used after the first case is confirmed in Canada. It is a portable molecular assay based on real-time PCR. And the other thing that we are looking at is looking at alternative samples types. This is especially going to be useful for us for surveillance because we have large farms, big farms, and doing surveillance by taking individual samples from those animals is not practical. It's going to be very expensive, and it is an invasive procedure. So it's not very comfortable for the animals. So we are looking at group samples. Oral fluid is one of the best ones, and we have characterized so far for group samples. Little bit about the molecular detection system that we have validated. It is a very small system. It's like a speaker, like a portable speaker, and it is run by a smartphone. Of course, those who are familiar with the real-time PCR assays, you need to extract the nucleic acid from the clinical samples. That can be done in the field using a syringe-based system. It takes about 5 minutes, and then the reagents can be stored at room temperature for this system. And you can test multiple sample types, 9 samples at a given time, and runtime is only 60 minutes. And you can see whether it's a positive or a negative. It will be displayed. Very easy. You don't need specialized in laboratory techniques to read the results. The other good thing about this is that the results can be directly uploaded to a cloud that can be accessed through the central labs. So you can see what's happening real time in the field from a central lab. The system was validated in Vietnam in 2019. And we took the system to the field, to the farms suspected of ASF outbreaks and tested, and the portable system was in complete agreement with the laboratory tests performed the next day. So that's a success story for us. The results are published last year. And the oral fluid that I mentioned as a surveillance tool, as a group sample, it requires only a cotton rope and a clean plastic bag and a container. So you will hang the rope in the pen. The pigs are very curious animals. They will chew the rope. Within 30 minutes, you will have a lot of saliva on that rope. You can squeeze it out, send it to the lab for testing. And we know that virus in infected animals, virus can be detected in oral fluid, but we wanted to see whether this can be, this is true for industry level. So we did 4 different experiments, 2 in Canada, 2 in the United States, in collaboration with a large number of pigs in a pen, the standard size pens. And what we did was we introduced an infected animal, African swine infected animal, into this group. And then we collected the oral fluid from these pens over a period of time and tested for the presence of African swine fever virus. And this is just a summary. I just want you to focus on this red box here. And this is how early that we could detect African swine fever in oral fluid. You can see between 3 to 5 days. In all these 4 experiments, we can detect the virus in oral fluid. So that tells us that it's very early you can detect it, and 3 to 5 days post introduction of the infected animal, you hardly see anything happening in the pen, and this is even before the pig, infected pig, which we call cedar pig, dies. You can detect the virus in oral fluid. So this is a very successful validation for us. And the study is published, the results are published this year. And if anybody's interested, I'm happy to share the publication. In addition to the research that I mentioned, we also participate in international collaborations on African swine fever. Currently, we are doing a harmonization exercise of African swine fever diagnostics in North America between Mexico, US, and Canada. And also, we have a project supported by Global Affairs of Canada to build sustainable diagnostic capacity for African swine fever in Ghana. Ghana is an endemic, African swine fever endemic country. And we are taking our oral fluid study to the field by doing a field validation in Vietnam. Currently, this is happening. So in summary, I just want to summarize my presentation now. So the transboundary animal diseases have increased over the years and will continue to emerge around the globe. And we know it's unfortunate, but the truth is the developing countries suffers the most. Main drivers of TADs, we discuss intensive animal production system, changes in forest ecology, globalization and trade and climate change. And we talk about, as veterinarians, we have a big responsibility in preventing, detecting, and controlling TADs and zoonotic diseases. And to successfully overcome the TADs, we have to have the foresight, preventive measures, ability to detect early, and also swift and effective response, and also collaborations at the local, national, and international level, because these are global problems we need to deal at the international level. And then I went in to talk about the African swine fever as a global pandemic. And I wanted to emphasize that the clinical signs are not obvious, especially during early stages when the disease is introduced to a naive herd. Sorry. And most of the countries have the state of the diagnostic assays, but we can always improve the current diagnostic assays and then develop some new tools to fit into the needs of the countries. We have developed a field deployable molecular assay and alternative sample types for African swine fever surveillance. And we are collaborating with a number of countries. We provide diagnostic support, share proficiency panels and protocols, provide training, conduct field validation studies, etc. And at the same time, we are learning a lot about African swine fever in these countries. With that, I would like to acknowledge my team. Some of them are the past members, but I'm sure you're familiar with Kalhari Gunawardene, and she is a research scientist working with me on most of the African swine fever related projects and diagnostics. And I like to acknowledge the funding agencies, number of funding agencies and collaborators on the work that we are doing on African swine fever. And finally, I would like to thank the SLVA organizing committee and the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, University of Peradeniya. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to answer if you have any questions, or if you want any more information, please contact me through my email address. And I'm happy to help. Thank you very much. And I'm going to stop my presentation now.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ambagala, for your informative keynote speech and elegant speech. And this, that this is now open for discussion. We are actually, there are 5 minutes to ask questions. Actually, audience, it is actually it is open for audience and for online participants. They can ask questions, and maybe if they want to ask questions, actually, they can signify that they are raise the hand, that symbol, or otherwise they can send their questions actually through via this Q&A facility. So I think Dr. Ambagala now is online. Dr. Ambagala, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, actually. Do you have any questions? If you have it, yes, there is one question. Can somebody give the microphone to him? Okay, Mike.
Dr. Ambagala, it's nice to see you. And thank you for the nice and informative presentation. I am Nimal Jayavira from the Department of Health and Health. Hope you can remember me. So,
yes, I do.
About this African swine fever. So it's now at our doorstep. So actually we have taken some measures, but I saw some of the interesting things that you have seems invented. This rope issue for the collection of samples. So it seemed that you have put that as a pig hold as well. At the same time, you can collect some samples as well. But I just wanted to know whether you put that rope just for the collection of sample or saliva sample, or at the same time you are going to collect some blood sample or other sample as well.
So thanks for the question. And yeah, for the ropes that we are using, the ropes are used only for collecting the oral fluid. So this is an non-invasive method. So this is not to this is for surveillance purposes, just to do the surveillance, not when you have sick animals. If you have sick animals, we don't use the ropes for collection of or screening the animals. This is purely a surveillance tool that we use to detect if the virus enters into farms at very early stages. So if you remember my presentation, the slide that I showed, the CT values are very, very low. So you have to have a very, very good system to pick up the virus in oral fluid samples. I mean, very sensitive system, very good extraction method to detect it. If you have clinically sick animals, the best way is to collect the whole blood, is our individual sample type. And if the animal is dead, you will go for the spleen. So depending on the situation, we will have to pick up the sample type that we use. Oral fluid is mainly for peacetime and also during an outbreak, but to sample large number of animals quickly so that we can pick it up early, the presence of African swine fever in the farms.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask another 2 questions quickly. You know that there are a lot of genotypes. So genotype 1 and 2 is circulating. Is there any differences in virulences of these genotypes? And my next question is, any recent advances of vaccines? So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So the virulence doesn't really depend on the genotype. Both genotype 1 and genotype 2 are highly virulent, but currently you will see that in places like in Estonia and different parts, the virus is changing, and there are some deletions in the viral genome. In some parts, they have identified in the northern parts of Europe that they have viruses that have a huge deletion in the genome, and they have attenuated. So there are some attenuated viruses circulating. They are not highly virulent. And also in China, because of the wrong use of vaccines, because they are using they're doing some deletions in the genome, trying to make attenuated vaccines, but they're not fully attenuated, but they have been using those vaccines in China. And this created a big problem in China because now there are some attenuated vaccine strains are circulating, and they are not, so you cannot clinically see the disease, but the virus is spreading slowly, undetected. So to answer your question, there are some viruses out there now which are attenuated that are circulating in addition to the highly virulent strains that are the prominent. But and also we don't know what's happening with the wild boar situation, and there may be more and more attenuated strains. Recently in Germany, they have done a study, and they found out that the polymerase that the virus uses for the replication, they found a virus with a mutation in the polymerase, and that's creating a lot of mutations. As we all know that the DNA viruses, they don't mutate very much, but in Germany now they have seen that the virus is mutating very rapidly due to this mutation in the DNA polymerase. So the more and more the virus is spread and you have more and more susceptible population out there, the virus is going to change just like any other virus. So it's going to be attenuated strains that are circulating. To answer your question about the vaccines, so far there are some vaccines out there, but they're not commercially available. USDA has developed a vaccine which is very promising. It's an attenuated strain. They have deleted a portion of the genome, and it seems like it is protecting. And they are doing some trials in Vietnam currently, very successful. The challenge with the African swine fever virus is that you have to grow this virus, and to grow the virus, you have to use the primary cell cultures because there is no cell culture system available to grow this virus. And we all are trying to develop a cell culture system. Without a cell culture system, it is difficult to commercialize because you have to have a seed stock that is stable and be able to grow these viruses. So we all know that not having a cell culture system is not ideal. So the virus, there is a virus, attenuated virus, but they have the biggest challenge that they're facing now, how to grow this one, because you cannot grow the virus in primary cell cultures and make it commercialized. So that is the challenge right now.
Okay.
Dr.
Any other
Ambagala,
questions from the audience?
Yeah,
Okay.
Dr. Ambagala, I'm Dylan. I'm handling the questions raised in the chat box. So there's one question from Dr. Thil Nanupuma. She's asking what kind of control measures to be adopted if African swine fever is detected in Canada?
Hopefully it won't happen, but if it happens, I think the initial reaction would be the depopulation. We hope that we will pick it up early enough so that it is not all over Canada and it is localized. So it will be depopulation at this point because there's no vaccination. There's no vaccine. So there won't be any attempt to vaccinate at this point. It will be depopulation and enforce the control zones and make sure, and then start surveillance. And that's the only way that that we can control at this point.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from, okay. There are no more questions actually from audience and the online participants, Dr. Amagala. So anyway, any other questions, madam? Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Amagala, joining us, even though that, that I believe your time is near to midnight. And thank you very much for your kind cooperation cooperation given to the SLVA. Thank you very much for joining with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to finally thank everybody and thanks for the invitation. And it was great to see all the colleagues, my teachers, and thank you everybody. And have a great scientific session. Okay, goodbye.
Okay, have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So we will be starting the scientific sessions proper. So in order to do so, I shall invite the session chair as well as the panel of judges. We have the animal health session, first and foremost. Well, let me invite the session chair, Dr. KG J.S. Disnagar, together with the panel of judges. We have Professor P.G.A. Pushpakumara, Dr. M.D. N. Jayavira, and Dr. M.A.R. Piratna. I shall most cordially invite the session chair as well as judges to the head table as we're about to start the first session, which is on animal health. The session chair of the animal health session would be Dr. KG J.S. Disnagar. The panel of judges, Professor P.J. Pushpakumara, together with Dr. M.D. Jayavira and Dr. M.A.R. Priyantha. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now invite the session chair, Dr. KG J.S. Disnagar, to introduce the plenary speaker. Thank you.
Very good morning to everyone. Those who are joining with us at Ochre Candy here. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. Those who are joining via our virtual platform from all over the world. We are going to start the animal health session, which is the first technical session of 73rd annual scientific sessions of SLVA. So this year, among the new changes, we see that animal health session has become the first session of the program. And I'm glad and I'm thankful to the organizing committee for inviting me as the session chair for this session. And today in this session, we have 5 papers to be presented, and with us we have 3 judges to evaluate them. And before starting the session and before moving to the plenary speech, I would like to introduce our judges. I'll begin from my left. We have Dr. Nimal Jayavira, who is the Additional Director General of Animal Health at the Department of Animal Production and Health. And we have Professor Anil Pushpakumar, Professor in Animal Reproduction and Head of the Department of Farm Animal Production and Health, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science. And we have Dr. Roshan Priyantha, who is a Veterinary Research Officer at the Veterinary Research Institute, Gannorwa. With these experts in our panel of judges, we're going to start this session. And to start the session, we have lined up a plenary speech. For that, we have invited a special personality who is a researcher, scientist, a renowned speaker, and more or less he's a kind of ambassador for the veterinary profession. He's none other than Professor Ashoka Dangolla. Professor Ashoka Dangolla graduated in 1989 as a veterinary surgeon from the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, University of Peradeniya. Then he obtained his postgraduate diploma in epidemiology in Finland in 1992. And later, he obtained his PhD in Denmark in 1995. Now he is the professor in veterinary clinical studies at Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, University of Peradeniya since 2017. Currently, he serves as a honorary director to the Ministry of Wildlife Conservation also. He had been the proctor in university for several years and the chairman of the Physical Education Advisory Committee. And also he had been president Universities Sports Federation in Sri Lanka. He is also a member of Toastmasters International. So let's warmly welcome Professor Ashoka Dangolla for the plenary speech. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much for all kind words. I'm here to talk to you about rabies, something that we all know. You might wonder what is new there to tell you, but it is about the responsibilities and emerging challenges, as the title says, and as the keynote speaker and also the guest of honor mentioned in their respective speeches. Now, we are going to see how rabies is controlled, the control procedure in both man and in animals in Sri Lanka. Rabies is a tragic, viral, 100% fatal disease, pathetic to see how people die of it. And even for dogs, which is the culprit, main culprit, it is also 100% killing disease. And it is an old disease. It has been there for several thousands of years. After the invention of the vaccine, which has been changed now very much, it is still there. Fortunately, there is no man-to-man transmission. Now, graphs like this it makes us very enthusiastic about controlling the disease. The x-axis shows the number of doses of vaccine used on the dogs, which kept increasing from 1970s up to 2020. Now, the yellow line shows that the human disease, which was above 100 in Sri Lanka, kept dropping until about 1992-93, until the anti-rabies vaccine for humans, that is PET, post-exposure treatment, was introduced. So when that kept increasing, the PET kept increasing, the deaths in man further dropped, showing that animal is important, and it kept dropping. And now it is about 20 to 30 stagnant plateau for about 3 to 4 years. And nothing better seemed to be happening despite the use of very efficient PET. Now it is an animal disease, zoonotic disease, notifiable disease. This is how its control was evolved from 1940 up to 2018. It kept going, the control of the disease kept moving from one hand to another, one institution to another. It was there with the DAPH, Department of Animal Production and Health, for 2 years, but now it is back with the Health Ministry. But the control main focus, the main body is the Public Health Veterinary section. As the keynote speaker said, this is one of the animal diseases coming to man from animals. The administrative structure very clearly shows that it starts in the Health Ministry from the secretary downwards, and there's a Deputy Director General on Public Health Services, under whom the Director of Public Health Veterinary Services, we call it PHVS, is working. And with him, there are community physicians and mostly several vets. And there are PHIs who are actually the most important group of people at the grassroots level, and vaccinators. Now, PHVS is seen as the One Health arm of the Ministry of Health. And some say that it is the veterinary arm of the Ministry of Health. Now, a little bit about politics, not getting into deep depth of it. Many people see it as a tip of the iceberg. Tip is smaller, sharper in the iceberg, but the bottom, which is below water levels, is much broader, much deeper, dissolves very, very slowly. So the bottom is equal to the dogs or animals, and the tip is problem in the man. Now, if you see it, this is how I could visualize it easily. That is, the Ministry of Health and the DAPH is in a bit of a tug of war. I'm so sorry that I have to use this word. And PHVS, who are a part of us, is in the middle. And Ministry of Health thinks that it is their One Health arm or the veterinary arm, and DAPH thinks that it is not with them because they are physically in one place in the ministry in Colombo, but they are also mostly vets. And the local governments, if you look into the legislature of this disease, controlling the disease, is highly responsible for controlling this. The legislature is very old, but they seem to be not playing their role for various reasons. And if you look at the private vets, NGOs, kennel clubs, breeders, triforces, police, universities, about 12 universities we have, and the other research institutes who can actually certainly contribute in controlling this, they basically do nothing about it. Now, rabies have been endemic since colonial era. I must say that at least 4 districts out of 25 in the country has not reported human deaths of rabies for about 5 years. So we can theoretically report that it is not there in several districts. But we have a difficulty because the involvement of the veterinary section is very weak here. So I must reiterate that it is a challenge to our profession. And the focal point is the public health veterinary service in the disease control. And dog, we say mostly it is a problem of stray dogs. Now I like to go back, visit back the classification of the dogs. We always say stray dogs, but if you look into that, you say there are some dogs that are totally owned, confined, and some dogs are owned but not confined all the time. And also there are dogs that are 100% stray. And the legislation and policies in rabies, both in humans and animal, are also important, and they need to be revisited. If you look into the deaths of humans, it is caused by 93, now I said 20 to 30 deaths a year. 93% of the situations, it is a dog is the cause. And most of the situations, almost 100%, they are not vaccinated dogs. So there is a challenge there. Dogs have to be vaccinated. And one thing I must tell you is that we need to know the immunization status of all bite victims that are reported to the hospital, the data of which is available in the hospital, but we don't seem to use that for our benefit, trying to identify the hiccups in the program. The second thing that we need to see is that rabies is not the only reason why dogs would bite people. There are other reasons. So bite case management, the registers in the hospitals, some registers, some hospitals do it, some don't, but they are very important. Now, if you look into the dynamics, I said 30% of the overall dogs are stray. But if you think of the household dogs, most of them are confined, all right, but 30% of the household dogs, so to speak, are also at stray. Now, the idea, the goal, the target of the National Rabies Control Program of the Public Health Veterinary Section is to bring the human deaths to 0 by 2025, but the global target is to bring it down to 0 by 2030. And many people, many countries, many institutions say that we can easily do it because we are an island and the transboundary issue does not arise, as Dr. Aruna Ambagala very clearly said. But we have very good quarantine sections run, managed, manned by the DAPH in this connection. And most people with regard to this refer to SARE, Stepwise Approach for Rabies Eradication 2019 workshop that was held in Nepal. And there Sri Lanka was placed very good in terms of prevention. Now, prevention of the human disease, if you look into, prevention is discussed, talked, described in many places, but I wonder whether it's prevention or treatment, because you essentially, everywhere you talk about prevention, you talk about treatment. Now, post-exposure treatment, PET, or you call it PEP also, either immunoglobulins or vaccines for people is very effective. Sri Lanka spends a lot of money on it, and that is how human deaths have been controlled, as I showed you at the beginning. Now, PET or PEP is available in 207 hospitals, but not all these hospitals do have immunoglobulins. So in a rural hospital, if you go with a dog bite, you are transferred immediately to a larger hospital that has immunoglobulins, and there you are triaged again. And if immunoglobulin is required, you are administered with it. And then for subsequent shots of vaccine, you're sent back to the rural hospital. Now, dog population control is done. We don't use the hormones anymore. We only concentrate on sterilization, surgical spay neuter, and that is also only on females, because the male operation impact is very little. And the local governments, you will realize, that is legally empowered a lot, really a lot, seem to be handling waste garbage disposal much more efficiently than earlier. But with regard to rabies control, dog registration ordinance, their input has been very little for various reasons. They do have their own reasons. Now, the capacity building and public awareness program depends on the individuals. Now, individuals who are leading in the health sector, in the central place, and also at the provincial setups, it depends on the individual who are leading in the province and the districts. Some individuals who have a lot of PR and a lot of leadership, teamwork, capacities, they seem to be doing their districts very well, the provinces very well, but not the others. Now, rabies diagnosis, both in man and animals, if you look into, there's a national reference lab in Colombo, MRI, Medical Research Institute, who seem to be dealing with animals and humans samples. And they are equipped with all types of tests, smear, FAT, PCR, and mouse inoculation if required, but not strain identification. We must not forget that we have reported a bat lysovirus recently, so it has to be installed somewhere. Now, the other two labs, one in Peradeniya, one in Karapitia, not geographically distributed very well in the country. They are both dealing only with animal samples. They're mostly doing the smears. Peradeniya, in addition, does FAT also. If you look at the disease in humans, it is notifiable since 1971. And because it is notifiable, the case notification and the surveillance is in place and also in operation because it is notifiable. Now, in animals, it is notifiable all right from 1992, a little later, but notification and surveillance is not in place. That is the challenge for vets. We have 3 different labs, I said, but whenever a rabies case is found in a dog, the decapitation, packing it in ice and transporting it into the lab is not happening. We don't know who is responsible for it. There's no person, no individual doing it. An owner, full-time or part-time, will never do a decapitation of his own dog. And the labs, there are several problems in the labs. There's no 24/7 service in the lab. And we are thinking of introducing a hotline all over the country so that whenever a bite happens, immediately you can inform the lab. If you look into the dogs that are confirmed positive over a period of time, between 50 to 60% of the samples that were sent to the labs, all 3 labs, have been positive. Now, what about the other ones? We normally have a tendency to talk about test positives, but not the negatives. Now, is that something that we can learn from the test negatives here? Are the clinicians, vets, diagnosing it properly, or is there anything that is missing? Or is there other neurological diseases in dogs that are almost equally important, even though they don't cause death in humans? Now, attributes of humans that are people that die, if you look into that, which is essential, in addition to other things, you'll see that almost all of them are males, expectedly alcoholics, of course, some are drug addicts, and very poor people. And most of the bites, almost 100% of the bites are by the pups and not by the adult dogs. And they are not vaccinated anyway. So whenever a person dies, the Public Health Veterinary Division and also the RDHS, the Regional Health Director, does 2 independent investigations on contact tracing of the dog and also of the man. The PHVS is responsible for investigating the man, also contact tracing, and see why it was bitten and why was PET not given on time. Why did the man die? Because it is 100% preventable. And there you could see when a bite happens and is reported to the hospital, there has to be what is known as the integrated bite case management, where the vets have a huge role to play. Now, when a bite case goes to the hospital, whether it is rabies or not, the information has to very rapidly come to the grassroots level, and people have to get vaccinated, protected, education has to be there, contact tracing has to be done, and the dogs have to be monitored. There's no facility at the moment to monitor such dogs. And the personalities, that is where I said personalities are important, especially their qualities of teamwork, time and task management. And prevention of human rabies, prevention of rabies in dogs in Sri Lanka is done in 3 vaccination methods. The most important and the most significant one is the mass dog vaccination that is organized by the regional district rabies PHI, public health inspector. Now for each district, there are 25 of these individuals, and they're extremely efficient people in most places because they are senior PHIs. They have been working at the MOH divisions to start with, and when they become senior, they come into the district. And these ones annually program these points where the vaccinations are done. And I'll show you some of the pictures how it is being done. So 1 year ahead, they plan all these points and the times and the dates. And this vaccination starts from one MOH area. So the district sends this team from the district to the MOH area. And there are several MOH areas in a district. He covers several MOH areas one by one in different points. Each village sometimes have about 3 or 4 points, about 1.52 kilometers distance. And immediately afterwards, after the mass dog vaccination, depending on the resources available, now the resources are not sufficient at the district level and are also not dedicated to rabies. Now, say, for example, in a situation like this, in a pandemic, all rabies vehicles, which are anyway broken, are taken into pandemic control. And even the PHIs and the other people are mostly working on the pandemic. So immediately afterwards, depending on the resources, another team is sent to do vaccinations on the stray dogs. Now, this is where the auto plunger comes in. They will work 100% mostly on the dogs that are full-time stray, dogs that could not be brought to a point or a place for vaccination. And in case, during this process, in case if there is a dog bite case, a man is reported, the PHI in the district, rabies PHI, sends a team immediately to ring vaccination. Now, for him to do that with the limited resources, he has to pull people from here and there, and then somehow he sends it. Perhaps it is a little too late by the time he gets the information. So we need to devise a method of information flow, and the veterinary involvement here is extremely important. And if you look into the total dogs population, the entire coverage in the country is not even 50% at the moment. Now, objectives of the dog rabies control program is, of course, primarily to impose adequate, efficient, timely PET, and then to have at least 70% of the coverage of anti-rabies vaccine in the dogs. But we need to keep in mind that dogs breed twice a year, and also they live relatively short, few number of years on the streets compared to dogs that are owned by people at homes. And we need to strengthen the diagnosis and survey and surveillance. Very importantly, man, it is happening, but not in the dogs. So vets have a challenge there. And of course, we need to increase the active participation of the people who are involved, individuals who are involved, institutes who are involved, and also adopt, administer somehow responsible pet ownership, perhaps mostly through the registration ordinance, dog registration ordinance, which is in effect in some places, but not all over the country uniformly. And we need to strengthen for sure multi-sectoral collaboration. We spoke about One Health, even the keynote speaker talked about it. So that has to be made stronger, and role players have to be identified, and a good communication has to be established between these parties involved. Now, the vaccination methods of the dogs, as I said earlier, mass vaccination, which is a point, maybe in the mornings in one place in a village and in the afternoon some other place, and publicity is given 1 year ago, 1 year earlier, and also a poster is pasted. I'll show you one of those posters which has never been changed for years, so people know the moment they see the poster, they know this is about dog vaccination. This vaccination campaign continues from one MOH area to another until he finishes the entire district, which takes about a year. And there are crash programs where the autoplunger is used maybe about 2 or 3 weeks later, depending on the resources available. Some places this does not happen. And then this team goes and vaccinates all the stray dogs. Sometimes now, during the pandemic, the vehicle that provides the publicity also carries the vaccine, because gathering people is restricted. So this vehicle that has loudspeakers would keep also administering the vaccines. In the middle of all this, if a dog bite case human is reported, the district rabies PHI sends immediately a team to do what is known as the ring vaccination, to cover about a radius of about 2 kilometers to the point where the bite was reported. Now, this is a photograph of a vaccination point. Now, all this is monitored in the respective MOH divisions by the MOH, and at the district level with the RDHS, it is happening directly under the supervision of the regional epidemiologist, who is a medical consultant. And almost every RDHS is going to have a regional epidemiologist in time to come. Right now, these posts some of them are vacant in most of the districts, but the PHVS sitting on the top in the ministry, the veterinary group, is monitoring all this. Now, static point vaccination covers one MOH area to another, and district rabies team is the one that is sent through the entire district. These are photographs of some of those, one of those static point vaccinations. The poster that has not been changed for ages is here. So when people see it, they know it is about dogs. Now, this is during the pandemic. I said people are keeping 1 meter distance at least. And also the vehicle that is providing the publicity also carries some vaccines. Now, in a vaccinating point, the dogs are vaccinated. People keep 1 meter distance. These are very recent photographs. And about all sharps are collected and they are brought back in the afternoon to the MOH office for disposal. And vaccine carriers are extremely important. They have 4 cool boxes and the vaccine is kept. The cold chain, there's a lot of emphasis on the cold chain maintenance. And these are the vaccinators. And I must tell you that the Ministry of Health, PHVS, does not have dog catchers at the moment. Now, all dogs that are vaccinated, because they are brought by an individual, either they are owned completely or they are owned partially or at times, or they are owned by a community. One person has to bring it, and each dog gets a certificate for vaccination. And for stray dogs, what is happening is using the autoplunger in 2 ways, ring vaccination and also what is known as the mop-up vaccination. Population control is done through sterilization on the females mostly. Very rarely males are done on the request of the people. And when the NGOs do surgical sterilization, they consider males, but not the department. Now, Depo-Provera, the hormonal control of the breeding of dogs, is not used anymore by the Ministry of Health. And ear notching is done for all dogs, every dog that is sterilized, surgically operated. And each dog that is surgically operated is also given anti-rabies vaccine. Now, there you see a private practicing vets, and also Ministry of Health, PHVS, is having a very smooth, cordial relationship. The PHVS gives the vaccine to the private vet who is operating on the dogs, and he or she himself is administering the vaccine to dogs that are operated. Now, ear notching is done to identify, but there's no way of identifying vaccinated animals except the collar that is put in some other places are not very long lasting. So vaccinated dogs cannot be identified. So perhaps in a ring vaccination, sometimes a given dog is getting vaccinated twice. There is also a possibility that during the mass vaccination clinic, that the pups that are born, because next time that comes, the mass vaccination point comes is in a year. So there's a possibility that pups can get missed. And also local governments play a lot of role here in proper waste and garbage disposal, because that is where the dogs breed and they come for food and also for shelter. There is nothing much one can do for shelter, but certainly food waste can be controlled. And also I must mention that the local governments at these mass vaccinating points in few of the districts, few places, they also go with the PHVS team and implement their dog registration act and keep registering dogs, charging 5 rupees, 20 rupees, at times rarely 100. That can discourage people, but 20 is average. But it is happening, not everywhere. It is happening in Jaffna, it is happening in Ratnapura. It is also happening in local governments as small as village councils in Badulla district in some places. Now, these are numbers of dogs that are vaccinated. Now, the reason why I'm showing you these numbers is that this does not make a lot of sense, because it is not a proportion, it is the number. Now, for these numbers to be more meaningful, it has to be a proportion. Now, the denominator is largely an estimate that is done from 1 to 8 people to dogs. So 8 people, 1 dog. Now, when the estimate or the denominator is an estimation of the dogs, these numbers don't make much sense. So survey is essential. Survey has to be done, and also surveillance has to be done by the vets. What happens to a victim in a hospital, dog bitten? A victim goes to the hospital. If it is rural, not one of those hospitals out of the 207, he is transferred to a larger hospital for PET. Immunoglobulin is given if required. If not, it is a vaccine is given, and each one is given a slip of paper of which a piece is kept back in the clinic. Now, the rabies district PHI comes once a month, to collect this piece of paper. And then he goes back and sees where he has to send the ring vaccination team. Now, 1 month is very, very late. Now, there we have a deficit, we have a gap, we have a problem there. So quick information transfer from the hospital clinic to the PHI and to the subsequent veterinarians is very important. So we are thinking of introducing a software package for the animal, for the clinic, where PET is introduced in the hospitals. This is in trial phase now. And also a software a mobile operated software to all workers in the district level, including the vets, so that information can be transferred very fast, and the same package can be used for survey and surveillance also. And post-exposure treatment procedure, what happens when a person gets bitten? He goes to the hospital. Now the procedure is in place, but what happens to the dog is a big problem. Now the dog has to be monitored and identified, observed. There's no such facility even at the district level for public health veterinary service. So these things have to be in place. I know some of the municipalities, that is on the local government system, the largest unit, municipalities do have some of them. The others are thinking of having them, but it is not in place. What happens to the dog is a question. If it becomes positive, decapitation, storage, and transferring the head to the lab is also an issue. So when you think of the rabies control strategies, legislation, which is very old, is extremely important. Now there are several legislations that one has to look into with regard to dogs and also with regard to rabies. It is not only rabies ordinance, but Animal Diseases Act, Nuisance Ordinance, which has some things to do with dogs and rabies, Cruelty to Animal Act, dog registration is one that the local government is directly involved in, Police Ordinance. Now, there are 2 or 3 ordinances above here that gives some powers to the police department. but police department essentially works on the police ordinance and not on the other ordinances. There is a bit of a discrepancy there. And local government ordinance. Now municipalities have their own ordinances. Now municipalities can even appoint their own magistrate, which is not happening right now. But there are a lot of powers with the local government, and urban councils appear to be a bit quiet. The reason is that they are not equipped. They do not have resources. But there are places where local governments, urban councils and village councils do support this program by providing people at times, providing diesel, vehicles, all that. Now we need better PET and integrated bite case management situation. This is where we are thinking of introducing a hotline and also some software packages to inform individuals involved very fast so that rapid ring vaccination can be adopted. And survey and surveillance is certainly a challenge to vets. This is where, at least at the provincial level, I very strongly believe, and I request very kindly to all of you to help in doing surveillance, because without this, we cannot claim that we don't have rabies. Now, the vets can play a big role here, and it is mandatory. And we currently have only estimates of dogs, and most districts seem to be using 1 to 8, that is 8 people to 1 dog. And it is obvious, a little more than obvious, in a place like Polonnaruwa, there are much more dogs because it's more spacious, more food, and some other districts, it is much less. Now, when you look into dog vaccination, again, we have DAPH has a lot of responsibility here, and PHVS is doing its best. And we all must remember that they are our individuals, and we need to support this because this is a national interest. And we have both EPID unit, DAPH, and also Ministry of Health have their own epidemiology units, and they both have their public health units. These things can join hands, and then the local government will definitely play their own role. And individuals, institutions that we have already forgotten always throughout is kennel clubs, dog breeders, 3 forces, and police kennels division. Now, these things also can get involved in educating people and also conducting small pieces of research that could help the PHVS in deciding the age at which the dogs can be vaccinated, for example. Repeated boostering can be done, for example, things like that. Now, we do not have a tolerable number of stray dogs. People keep talking about it. People keep talking about ratios, but there is no acceptable number. And the dog population control is limited largely due to the limited budget. So we need to pay more attention there. It is true that dog population has to be controlled, but when, where, what time, which place has to be monitored very clearly. This is why, another reason why a software is important. Surveillance is also important. We need to have some package that has GPS locations and monitor them properly. Now, the role of farming and wild animals. I know once a month, all range veterinary surgeons send monthly reports to head office, DAPH. They all have suspected rabies cases, but not confirmed. So then none of the vets get a report back from MRI or any of the labs saying that the sample you sent is positive. It is sent to the person who brought it, and person is big question that is public. And it has to come to the vet for him to act. It is not happening. Wildlife, we are thinking of serious problems in some areas of the country. In the city, Kaduela, close to Colombo, the jackal issue. We don't know whether the wild animals have to be vaccinated. Thinking of oral bait vaccine. Sometimes vaccinia can introduce new issues. So these are questions that is to be looked into. And also once a month, there are meetings held at the regional health office, health director's office, to look into the problems of the program. Now they identify the gaps and the issues. Now these issues certainly can be brought to universities. Now we have more than 12 universities in the country, and medical, dental, vet, allied health, science, zoo faculties, zoo departments, and also in the arts faculty, commerce departments, and sociology certainly can contribute in sorting out these gaps. They can do a little bit of research. Most students are now essential for them to do research, small units. Grade 8 and 9, their syllabus, science syllabus has included dogs and rabies in some way, and the teacher education, teacher training colleges their information instructions include dogs and rabies. So PHBS will have to also think of doing some work with the teacher training as well. Now, let me finish by appealing to all of you, whether you are in private sector or department or wherever, assistance to all PHBS individuals, because it is a national goal. And I thank you all very much for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was more, as usual, it was very descriptive and informative. And now it's time for you all to have, and if you have any questions to raise to sir and ask if you want any clarifications. And at the same time, our online audience can also raise questions. Until you all raise a question, I have a question from Dr. Tikiri. Dr. Tikiri, he has asked what was the SARE score of Sri Lanka in 2019? That is stepwise approach toward rabies elimination.
This was 1.5. It is actually not good enough. We should be there. I have a feeling that the correct situation was not reported there. Now, for example, I will take one example. Integrated bite case management is one area that there we have not scored very well. Now, if you really look into the systems, if you go to hospitals and see whether it is in place or not, it is in theory, it is in place. In some places, it is actually happening. Some places it is not happening. Most places it is not happening, but it is too late. Now, the marks we have got is by saying, whoever saying that we don't have it in place. We do have it in place, but it is not efficient and it is not happening very fast. So something, so in the SARE, you call it SARE score, that has to be, I think we would have got better marks if somebody who knew this, I don't know who went there, but I have nothing against them either, yes. But we would have scored better. Our chances are much better, but the contribution by the veterinary section, public health veterinary section has to be much more, and the real story has to be quantified. Now, we do have qualitative information and a lot of estimations, but we need good numbers.
And Dr. Tikiri has raised a few more questions as well. Since it is more time taking, would you like to raise the question directly, Dr. Tikiri? Are you online? If you Dr. Tikiri,
yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, right. Okay, yeah, actually my question was throughout we have observed that the vaccination coverage in dogs are less than 70%. It's around 40 to 50%. And also we have seen, according to the MRI reports, for last 10 to 12 years, the number of animal positive cases were not going down. So that is because we don't have adequate vaccination coverage. In that context, how Ministry of Health is planning to reach zero human deaths in 2025? Is it through PET or through quick jump of vaccination or not reporting?
Yes, it's a very relevant question. As I said in the presentation, what is happening right now is the success. 20 to 30 human deaths a year is being attributable to very efficient PET, post-exposure treatment, on which the government spends a lot of money. Now, the focus has to be on the dog, essentially. So your answer to the question is that the human deaths have to be brought down to zero, not only by doing PET, but by focusing on increasing the vaccine coverage on the dogs. That is where the challenge for us is.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with your answer, but I just want to know how to increase the vaccination, because for last 60 years, we were not able to increase. What is the strategy to increase vaccination? Over.
Now, that is why What is happening right now is the mass point vaccination, and whenever, wherever possible, resourceful, mop-up vaccination with the autoplunger, and also the ring vaccination. Now, these things have to be, now the district teams are not resourceful even to do these things, these three things efficiently. So first of all, I think these three has to happen in the right way as the books describe. Now that would help at least to bring it up to from 48 up to about 60, I should say. But without the help of, say, for example, people like DAPH vets, I don't think it is possible. So at least at the provincial level, the vets have to take up their role directly or indirectly. Now, these are individuals that we have always been talking about. Now, say, even if you take the NGOs, whose effort is ad hoc, not programmed, not planned, and not appropriate, PHVS can coordinate all that and then focus their effort on the right direction. That is one. And there are also individuals about whom we have never been talking about. Like, for example, private veterinary practitioners. Now, take, for example, like Colombo in a big city, where most dogs are privately owned and they don't go on the road and they never have seen a PHI for them to get vaccinated. They're all managed by the private vets. Then the private veterinarians are now, there's so many, and they are doing excellent work. And their contribution has to be there. Now in the human field, if it is a zoonotic or a communicable disease, even if you are a private practitioner, you have to, it is a must that you report if it is notifiable. But in the veterinary section, it is not happening. But I'm so happy to say that the DAPH has taken initiative to register all the private practices. And this will help in big way, I think, in time to come within these 5 years. If the private practitioners can support, in addition to DAPH, I think at least in the cities, it can be brought under control, because most of the human deaths are actually from districts that are very popular, big districts, not from the poor districts.
Yes. It seems very hot now because so many questions are flooding at the moment. So we don't have much time, sir. So definitely we have to answer those questions. We'll hand over this to you and we can answer this through the chat box. At the same time, we have a question from the audience. Dr. Jas is ready to answer. This is the last question we're going to ask. Yes, Doctor.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Actually, Professor Dangol, very much informative presentation. Congratulations. And it's not a question at all. It's the opinion. Actually, what is happening in this country is we are straying everywhere. So we don't focus what is the problem. This actually, the rabies control is a management failure. It's not a technical failure, it's a management failure. So for an example, that as you mentioned, the legislation is there and the DAPH is there, PHVS is there. So for an example, DAPH is well equipped to do the surveillance of the dog rabies, but which are not utilized. So what is happening in this country is, actually it's pathetic. So many are at tug of war, safeguarding their roles as well as the positions and not working on the objectives. So still, we are not in a very good position to come into a correct policy. That is my opinion, but we need to talk about it. We have to be honest about it.
Yes.
And that's the most important part. We are not honest. So to be honest, as a third party, actually, in your presentation in one slide, you have mentioned local authority guy is laughing at others. Obviously. It's me.
Isn't that true?
Yes, it's me. I have to be honest.
You have a lot of power, a lot of authority.
And local government guys have the authority, and the health ministry has very little authority. Now they are the key player. So we have to be honest about it, and we have to look this problem from a management perspective.
Yes.
Actually, the rabies control program is one of the model One Health approach. Before all these One Health definitions all came into, in the field,
So people without knowing, they applied the One Health in rabies control program. But it's very pathetic that we are still not in one focus, and still we have to discuss about it. Thank you.
Thank you for the compliment at the beginning. And I'm glad you picked up the slide that it is a tug of war and the local governments are laughing at everybody else while they have the most powers vested on them by legislature.
Okay, then with that question and answer, we're going to wind up this
Thank you very
plenary
much.
session. And we are very much thankful to you, sir, for your great presentation and being present here today. Thank you. So now we are moving into the presentations. So we have, as I said before, we have 5 presentations coming onto this session, animal health session. So the presenters will be given 10 minutes for their presentation. And after that, there will be 5-minute discussion session. And your presentation will be evaluated by the this panel of judges. And there will be a award for this presentation, which will be awarded at the forthcoming AGM, which is scheduled in December. So going through this list of abstracts, the first presentation is going to be pentosan polysulfate regulates hepcidin-1 facilitated formation and function of osteoclast derived from canine bone marrow. The authors are S. Vijayakorn, T. Sunaga, Y. Wang, C. Male, S. Kim, and M. Okumura. The presenting author is Dr. S. Vijayakorn.
Today, I'm going to introduce a novel therapeutic compound to the veterinary field in Sri Lanka. So perhaps you have heard about this before. Before move forward, I want to mention that this is a collaborative and combining research study which was carried out at the Graduate School of Veterinary Medicine, Hokkaido University at this earliest year. It's the collaborative project among University of Peradeniya and Hokkaido University. So I must thank all my colleagues and my professor and all the facilities they have given at the hospital and as well as a lab base. Okay, so the pentosan polysulfate regulates hepcidin-1 facilitated formation and function of osteoclast derived from canine bone marrow. So just forget about this topic because there are a lot of complicated words there. Just remember that 3 words here I will highlight it, and I will simply bring you there and smoothly and give you a bright picture at the end of the presentation. So just remember about the pentosan polysulfate, hepcidin, and just the osteoclast. So let's move forward. Arthritis is a very common term used in veterinary practice, and we encounter in several forms of arthritis and addressing in a several ways. Arthritis is a swelling and tenderness of the one or more joint. The main symptoms of arthritis are joint pain, stiffness, with typically worsen with age. The most common type of arthritis are, what are those? Osteoarthritis and rheumatoid arthritis. 1 out of 5 human beings get affected, and also it's very common in children as well. 1 out of 250 children get affected in US, and it's very common even in an animal in the same pattern. 1 out of 5 dogs gets arthritis. So we basically try to identify the specific type of arthritis among our patients at their first visit at the clinics. And the treatment protocols are different to each other, and we will find a suitable one, depends on the type of arthritis. Okay, so this is a major key topic, key word in this presentation, pentosan polysulfate. So hereafter I will use PPS for this compound as a short form. This is sulfated polysaccharide derived from beechwood. So this is a natural product and plant-derived chemical. Come under the disease modifying osteoarthritis drug because they're having the character of promoting a fibrolysis, reducing joint inflammation, and stimulate the hyaluron synthesis by synovial fibroblasts. And it stimulated proteoglycan synthesis in the chondrocytes. And it's a very, very common and very famous drug to treat osteoarthritis in both veterinary and human aspect in US, Japan, and Australia. So this is a very novel compound to Sri Lanka, but I will explain why it is very important to treat osteoarthritis and what are their properties with the presentation, towards the presentation. Okay, this is the third word I'm going to highlight today, that is osteoclast. You may have heard about this at your anatomy physiology classes, but maybe you forgot the morphology of the cells. This is a very fascinating cell type because it's a multinucleated cells which having a rough border, which is usually attached into the bone, and thereby they start the bone erosion by producing a lot of enzymes and chemicals into the bone. A well-balanced activity of osteoclasts at the healthy joint is deregulated with excessive activation of immune mediators. I just show you a small video to understand this action of the osteoclast. So usually the bone formation is tightly regulated by osteoclast with the presence of osteoblast. That is a very nice physiology at the bone. But in the presence of high number of TNF-alpha at the inflammatory conditions, so they get upper hand, they stimulate the monocytes in the bone marrow and form a lot of osteoclasts with the presence of precursor cells of the osteoclast, and they get activated with the presence of these cytokines, especially the TNF-alpha. Then they start the bone erosion in a high grade, so not in just like a normal level, but in a high grade. So that is a major function of osteoclasts and how they behave in the inflammatory conditions. So this was already we found in our research team. We understand that pentosan can inhibit the osteoclast formation by using cell culture works and also animal model. And this is very common phenomena, and it's very clearly understand. And we already published this work in a different articles. Journals, and this is a special osteoclast formation in a cell culture. So we stain it with the trap staining. We identify how they stop the promotion of osteoclasts in a cell culture level, and also we use a particular animal model. We induce their arthritis by specific chemicals, so you could see that how they move with the arthritis, and then we treated with the pentosan, and we identify this is very effectively reduce the lot of changes and the inflammatory signs and all the symptoms in arthritic patients. So this is also already established phenomenon. Okay, so this is a fourth topic I'm going to talk about here. That is the hepcidin. That's a very crucial regulator of iron homeostasis. It's regulate the cellular iron export into the plasma because hepcidin increase at the presence of inflammatory conditions. And for example, if there is arthritis, definitely hepcidin level get increased, and that affect the iron homeostasis in our body. When hepcidin concentration are very low, ferroprotein molecules are displayed on the plasma membrane and export iron. So no problem with that. But when the hepcidin concentration get increased at the time of inflammation or any sort of inflammatory related conditions, the hepcidin binds to the ferroprotein molecules and they induce their internalization and degradation. Thereby, they reduce the iron release into the plasma. So what happens when the hepcidin get increased? The availability of iron in our body get reduced, and it causes a lot of problems in our oxygen transport system in the body. So that's a problematic point. So very important to identify therapeutic compound against the hepcidin when it get increased. That is a major target of this research. So previous research have identified the hepcidin activity on promoting osteoclast with the presence of inflammation. Of course, the inflammation upregulate the osteoclast formation and increase the hepcidin, and they facilitate each other. Okay, so the question of this research is we hypothesize that PPS, which carry the different effect by improving the symptoms of OA and RA, would be more likely to have an inhibitory effect on hepcidin. So that's what we are going to analyze here. Basically, we have identified these osteoclasts and differentiate the osteoclasts getting from the bone marrow cells So if somebody interesting, I can explain at the end how to do this one in a specific manner. So what we have basically done was culture the osteoclast cells, and we treated with the hepcidin and PPS, and treat and count the cell number and see how they resorb the bone, and did some immunofluorescence work to identify their internal molecules. So these are the results. Of course, that hepcidin can facilitate osteoclast formation towards the high concentration in a specific, significant manner. Towards a high concentration, they get increased. This was already identified. The PPS can inhibit osteoclast formation with the presence of high concentration of PPS, and it also significantly downregulated with the high concentrations. And then what we have done is we combined the hepcidin and PPS and treated the osteoclast cells and see the effect. Obviously, the hepcidin increased osteoclast, but also PPS can reduce that hepcidin facilitated osteoclast formation towards a higher concentration of PPS. Then what we have done, we culture the osteoclasts on the artificial bone and see how their functions are affected by the PPS with the presence of hepcidin as well. So there is no difference between that. The hepcidin treated osteoclast also get inhibited by the presence of PPS and reduce the bone erosion towards the higher concentrations. And I have done some morphological and genomic assays. So if somebody interesting, I can explain at the end. And then we have done some immunofluorescence assay to identify internal how the ferroprotein, the iron transporting molecule, get affected. So when there is a high concentration of hepcidin, they degrade the ferroprotein. You could see that the fluorescence intensity getting low towards a higher concentration of hepcidin. When it combined with the PPS, that degradation we can't see anymore. So that means it's stopped the degradation of ferroprotein with the presence of high concentration of PPS. And then we see how the internal iron concentration get lost and remaining with the presence of PPS. That means when the high fluorescence intensity in untreated cells having a low intracellular iron, that means in a image C, you can see some intensity there. That means having a low iron in the cells. That means they have removed all the iron to the plasma or the outside of the cells, and it facilitates with the presence of PPS. So that means it increased the iron availability in the outside of the cell. So that is a good finding with the PPS, and it facilitates promoting the iron availability. Okay, so these are the highlights. I want to specifically say that at the end of the presentation, just to get some take-home message and some wrap up the whole section. So hepcidin basically facilitated osteoclastogenesis, and PPS inhibit canine bone marrow derived osteoclast formation. So we know that one. PPS deters hepcidin facilitated osteoclast formation and function in dose-dependent manner. And also PPS impedes hepcidin-induced ferroprotein degradation and cellular iron storing ability. So that's all for us today. Thank you very much. Questions are welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Suranji. Since you are attending this session physically here, can you please come forward to the podium, and or else you can get the microphone and answer the questions. Now the paper is open for discussion. We have 5 minutes only. Since we are running short of time and already behind the schedule, we will strictly adhere to the time, and there will be only 5 minutes for this discussion. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Suranji. So, first of all, can I know where was this study conducted, in Hokkaido University or here in Sri Lanka?
This was done at the Graduate School of Veterinary Medicine, Hokkaido University, Japan, as a collaborative project in this early year.
You have mentioned that this is the first time that this PPS was identified as a novel inhibitor of hepcidin facilitated osteoclast formation.
Yep.
So, is it for only canine species, or has it been this property been identified previously for other species?
Basically, it was done for human aspect as well. Especially in US, they have done a lot of trial works using human patients, especially more post-menopausal women and all age men. And they were trying with this, giving pills, PPS pills and injectables, and they identified the effect of PPS over the human trials. And also they have done some experiment on horse models, and also some canine. So we were trying to establish drug in Japan, and basically we will bring it to here and give to our patient as well.
So, in other words, you have found that it is effective against canine species as well.
Yeah, exactly. So we have already identified the effectiveness of PPS over the canine models.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any more questions? Yes, Dr. Abel is having a question. Please, your mic.
Thank you, Suranji. So you said something about PPS inhibiting ion uptake, right? What's the clinical application of that?
Not actually uptake. It's inhibit when high concentration of hepcidin in a serum level inhibit the degradation of FPN ion transport molecules, and it reduces the ion releasing into the serum. So that's the main thing. So usually hepcidin increase chronic inflammation and immune-mediated conditions like osteoarthritis or rheumatoid arthritis type conditions.
Okay, so that's a therapeutic application, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Any more questions from the online audience? Are there any raised hands? I don't see any questions through the chat box. If there are any, if you want to ask any question, you can unmute your mic and raise the question. We have two more minutes.
So that's
Yes.
Yes, sir, and thank you very much for your nice presentation. Actually, I have some, this clinical level question that this PPS, up to your knowledge and this the findings of based on these findings of your research, can we administer for these osteoarthritic patients? I mean, orally or for these osteoporosis patients, like?
Yeah, exactly. For example, in some countries they are using this postmenopausal women's, and also the men's are using this as a pills. But in the veterinary professions of veterinary field, we still have the injectables. In future, maybe they will produce some pills, but in human practices, we use pills, tablets.
The injectables is available in the country? I mean, in Sri Lanka here?
In Sri Lanka, no, not yet.
Oh.
Already done against these models. So especially in our lab, we have done a lot of research on the PPS, and we identify the effectiveness against using a cell culture models and also animal models. And also we were trialing for some canine models as well. Probably we will, so we were contacted already by the Indian company, and we were going to start some research or clinical trial in veterinary teaching hospital as well. So using this model. So thereby we can introduce this into Sri Lanka.
All right, okay. I think that's all the questions we have. Thank you, Dr. Suranji, for your wonderful research and presentation. Thank you very much. And now we are moving to the second presentation of the animal health session. The title is Measurement of Serum 5-alpha pregnan 3 20-dione 5-alpha DHP and progesterone in female Asian elephants. The authors are T.D. Silva, I. Patirana, B. Bandara, L. Fonseca, HPRNS Karunaratne, K.K. Sumanasekara, and N. Kawate. The presenting author is Dr. I. Patirana.
Good morning, all of you. Our topic today is measurement of serum 5-alpha dihydroprogesterone and progesterone in female Asian elephants. This is one of the undergraduate research projects carried out in our laboratory, and I'm going to present it today. Progesterone is considered as the hormone of pregnancy. So that is well known. But unlike in other mammalians, progesterone is of relatively limited importance in elephants. The most abundant progestogens are 5-alpha reduced metabolites, namely 5-alpha dihydroprogesterone and allopregnanolone and 17-alpha hydroxyprogesterone. Out of all these, actually 5-alpha reduced progestogens, 5-alpha DHP predominates. Only a very few studies have attempted measuring 5-alpha DHP in Asian elephants. The measurement of 5-alpha DHP and progesterone concentrations in the same animal may provide an added benefit in understanding progesterone dynamics in female Asian elephants. Concentrations of circulating 5-alpha DHP and progesterone and also their relationship are yet to be reported in Asian elephants. Therefore, our objectives were to measure both circulating 5-alpha DHP and progesterone concentrations in the same individual female Asian elephant, and also to examine the correlation between these two hormones in Asian elephants. When we come to methodology, we used 5 Asian elephant cows. Their ages were ranging from 23 years to 37 years and was selected from Pinnavara Elephant Orphanage. And serial blood samples, actually 14 to 21 samples per elephant cow were collected. And also when we consider the total number of samples, it was 90. And we collected those samples from October 2019 to September 2020. And this sampling was started within 1 to 3 weeks of 1 to 3 weeks from the date of mating. We consider that date as day 0. And samples were collected in 1 to 3 weeks intervals. At the time of sampling, none of these samples, none of these animals showed signs of pregnancy. And we carried out an extraction procedure for steroids before enzyme immunoassay. There we use 10 times the volume of serum, that is diethyl ether, as the organic solvent. And at the end of the cascade procedure, we reconstituted the remaining amount in assay buffer and used for enzyme immunoassay. When we come to enzyme immunoassays, actually we establish or optimize this 5-alpha DHP ELISA based on our previously reported testosterone ELISA. And we use a commercially available anti-5-alpha DHP polyclonal antibody, and cross-reactivities of this antibody was 100% for 5-alpha DHP, and it was around 16% for progesterone. And regarding progesterone EIA, actually, this was exactly as previously described, and we have published this previously several times. And when we briefly outline this ELISA procedure, we started with coating and blocking in our laboratory, and we use sample source standards with 5-alpha DHP tagged HRP and anti-5-alpha DHP antibody I already described previously. And after 2 hours incubation, we carried out 3 washing steps and added the substrate solution and kept for 30 minutes. After that, stopped the reaction and measured the absorbance. I don't want to describe this progesterone EIA because this was previously described and published at several reports. And regarding the analysis of data, progesterone concentrations of serial samples of each elephant cow were plotted against the date to understand the dynamics. And differences in mean progesterone concentrations were compared among elephants by using pairwise comparisons of generalized linear models using SPSS version 20 and taking LSD as the post-hoc test. Then Spearman correlation coefficient was used to study the relationship between progesterone and 5-alpha DHP. When we come to results, so this is a calibration curve of 5-alpha DHP EIA. Actually, we used 2 consecutive curves to plot this, and the detection range of this assay was around 0.4 to 400 nanograms per milliliter, and intra-assay and inter-assay coefficient of variations were 14.9 and 19.3 respectively. And recovery rate of 5-alpha DHP by diethyl ether was around 93%. And when we discuss about circulating 5-alpha DHP and progesterone concentrations in these elephant cows, those were range from 0.15 to 20.04 for 5-alpha DHP and 0.18 to 7.17 nanograms per milliliter for progesterone. And there were individual variations among animals for both of these hormones. When we discuss about these individual dynamics, so first I would like to take this elephant cow, Regina, who was 37 years of age. Very clearly, 5-alpha DHP concentrations were higher at all points compared with that of progesterone. So then Xiaomi, who was 31 years of age, again, 5-alpha DHP concentrations were higher than progesterone concentrations, except very few points. Then the third animal is Meena, 23 years of age. And again, 5-alpha, you can see that 5-alpha DHP concentrations were higher than progesterone concentrations, except a very few points. Then when we come to Surangi, who was 23 years of age again, here you can see that most of these concentrations are overlapping at many points. So this is something, somewhat different from previous 3 animals. And this is again a bit different. When we discuss about the 5th animal, that is Punchi, 31 years of age. And there were many overlapping points when we consider 5-alpha DHP concentrations and progesterone concentrations. When we consider the mean of these 2 hormones, here you can clearly see that 5-alpha DHP concentrations were extremely higher in these 3 animals, Meena, Regina, and Xiaomi. and the folding piece was nearly 3 to 4 times. But in case of Surangi and Punchi, those are, although it was higher, but not folding piece was not so high compared to the previous 3 animals. And we observed a significant correlation between 5-alpha-DHP and progesterone concentrations of these 90 samples. In conclusion, so these 5-alpha-DHP concentration and progesterone concentration were positively correlated, but the mean 5-alpha-DHP concentrations were always higher. In most of the cases, it was statistically significantly higher compared to that of progesterone. We believe that, we conduct further studies to investigate the potential of using 5-alpha-DHP in pregnancy diagnosis in elephant cows. And here we would like to acknowledge the support given by PEO staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Indranil. So now it is time for the discussion. We have 5 minutes for the Q&A.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Indranil Patirana, for very interesting and very timely establishing an assay for maintaining monitoring ovarian activity of elephants, which is really required if you are going to do breeding, any breeding of elephants. And I have a few questions. One is that your intra-assay and inter-assay variations are quite high, like 15% and 20%. So is it acceptable, or is it, why is so much of variation between an inter-assays?
Yeah, actually, nice to join you all online. And yes, CV value of maybe around 15, 18, that is not very high. If it is below 20%, that would be acceptable. And this is just, exactly speaking, maybe 2-3 runs of ELISA. If you, consider a few more runs, definitely, statistically, it would be less than maybe around 15, maybe it would be around 10%, I guess. Definitely, it would be acceptable if it is less than 20%.
Okay. Okay, right. So, that is sort of you optimize in that, say you can bring it down. Yes, sure. So all these samples you run after extraction, or is it just a neat serum, or you want to extract them?
Yeah, we have to extract. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
You extracted all sample in
yes.
ether, isn't it?
Yes, by using diethyl ether. Yeah.
Right, and then you reconstitute and then use.
Exactly.
So this, so you use the same antibody to differentiate the 5-alpha and progesterone?
No, sir. Definitely not. We use separate antibodies. Different antibodies. One is for 5-alpha-DHP, and the other one is for progesterone. And definitely 2 antibodies. Otherwise, we cannot analyze those separately. And it's, to tell you, it's quite interesting that at the time of sampling, we didn't know that there were 2 pregnant elephant cows in this analysis. And now we all know that this Surangi and Regina have given birth to 2 elephants. And now at the moment, we are collecting quite interesting and promising, information. And it's really interesting. And then, hopefully we can kind of design, at least to, diagnose or at least to predict the pregnancy at a certain point. Definitely we are quite sure that we would come up with a kind of good finding very soon. Probably maybe the next SLVA, probably.
Okay, last question. So what about this 5-alpha in Asian and African elephant? Are there any sort of a difference? the levels?
Actually, sir, I mean, at the moment, we have only very few studies. Only one study in African elephants. Yeah, it's a quite detailed study, maybe nearly 25 years ago. But again, I mean, they have even studied the ovarian tissue level. So they have taken corpus luteum, and even at the tissue level, again, results are quite similar. But only point is that they have not observed any kind of significant relationship between progesterone and this 5-alpha DHP. But in our case, this is the only study we have, studied the correlation between this progesterone, the well-known progesterone, and also 5-alpha DHP. And we found that that is significantly correlated. I mean, the sample number is also quite enough. I mean, we tried 90 samples at the moment, and we have many to analyze. And that is the only difference we found. And again, this 2 to 3 times kind of increment in 5-alpha DHP, they even noted in African elephants. So we have only another study regarding Asian elephants. I mean, only question is and problem is that we have very limited studies. So I mean, from our side, we are quite sure that we can come up with the kind of good outcome very soon.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Dr. Badrina. Thank you, Professor Badrina. Sorry.
Thank you, Professor Badrina. And the time 5 minutes is over now, but still, if you have a question, I can give 1 minute. If anybody online wants to raise a question, you can unmute your mic and ask the question. So since there are no any questions and time is over, so thank you very much, Dr. Patirana, for your wonderful research work, and it's a new area you are exploring at, and congratulations. And now we are moving into the third presentation, which is occurrence and antimicrobial resistance of multi-drug resistant extraintestinal pathogenic Escherichia coli ST131 clone in companion animals in Sri Lanka. The authors are W.A.M.P. Devasmika and D.R.A. Disanayake. The presenting author is Dr. W.A.P.M. Devasmika.
I'm W.A.P.M. Devasmika from Department of Veterinary Clinical Sciences, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, University of Peradeniya. The title of the study is Occurrence and Antimicrobial Resistance of Multi-Drug Resistant Extraintestinal Pathogenic Escherichia coli ST131 clone in Companion Animals in Sri Lanka. Let me briefly introduce you about E. coli. E. coli is usually considered as a harmless common cell bacteria. There are 2 pathogenic strains which can cause intestinal infections and extraintestinal infections. Extraintestinal pathogenic E. coli, simply expect, can cause urinary tract infections, soft tissue infections, septicemia, and infections in central nervous system. Hundreds of millions of people and a significant number of animals throughout the world are affected by these infections annually. Management of these infections has become challenging due to the increased prevalence of antimicrobial resistance. The other important thing is experts have developed resistance to every class of antimicrobial used to treat human and animal infections. Also, expect has shown increased resistance to first-line antimicrobials such as trimethoprim sulfa, amoxicillin, and amoxicillin clavonic acid. Also, antimicrobials used to treat hospitalized patients and complicated cases such as fluoroquinolones and extended spectrum cephalosporin, ESC. Because of the development of resistance to fluoroquinolones and ESC, it can lead to the dissemination of a specific multi-drug resistant E. coli clone called ST131. Let me introduce you the ST131 clone. ST131 clone of E. coli has emerged around the world in 2008. Currently, this multi-drug resistant clone is successfully established and globally disseminated due to acquisition of genes such as encoding extended spectrum beta-lactamases, ESBLs, carbapenemases, cephamycinases, and quinolone modifying enzymes, QNR. This E. coli ST131 has been widely studied throughout the world. However, the knowledge of the prevalence of E. coli ST131 in Sri Lanka is lacking. Therefore, the objective of this study was to determine the occurrence and antimicrobial resistance profile of E. coli ST131 among dogs and cats in Sri Lanka. In materials and methods, in sample collection, ethical approval was obtained from ethical approval committee of the faculty, and then the study cohort was dogs and cats presented to veterinary teaching hospital with extraintestinal infections. Then samples were urine, pus, or swabs from endometritis or soft tissue infections. The duration of the study was from January 2020 to January 2021. E. coli were confirmed from the samples by culturing the samples on E. coli chromogenic medium and by biochemical testing. Then DNA were extracted using a commercial DNA extraction kit. Also, antimicrobial susceptibility testing was performed for 15 antimicrobials by this diffusion method according to UCAS guidelines. The antimicrobial agents have been mentioned here. Then in molecular identification, for PCR of phylogrouping, the quadruplex PCR described by Clement et al. 2013 was used for 4 primers mentioned here. Then for ST131 specific PCR, a simplex PCR was performed as described by Dormuth et al. 2015. In the results, out of 37 XPEC isolates screened, 30, it means 81% belong to phylogroup B2. The other isolates belong to phylogroup A, E, and B1. Out of 30 B2 isolates, 25, it means 83% were ST131. This image is a gel image of a quadruplex PCR used to identify E. coli phylogroup. Then the image in the right side is a gel image of simplex PCR to detect E. coli ST131. The band size is 310 base pairs. Over 72% of E. coli ST131 strains were multi-drug resistant. When it comes to the resistance to first-line antimicrobial drugs, the resistance percentages were ampicillin 92%, trimethoprim sulfonamide 64%, amoxicillin clavulanate 40%. The resistance to the antimicrobial drugs commonly used for hospitalized patients and complicated cases, quinolone resistance was 56%, third and fourth generation cephalosporins were 64%. Also, the last resort antimicrobial drug, carbapenem, resistance was 12%. All ST131 isolates were sensitive to amikacin. In these two bar charts, the left side bar chart is the pattern of antimicrobial resistance of XPEC isolates from dogs and cats for all 15 antimicrobial agents. The right side bar chart is bar chart describes the antimicrobial resistance of E. coli ST131 isolated from dogs and cats for different classes of antimicrobials. E. coli ST131 clonal group has been found in companion animals around the world, first reported in Portugal, then in other countries like UK, USA, Japan, etc. In this study, we can come to a conclusion that the pandemic multi-drug-resistant E. coli clonal group ST131 is present in companion animals in and around Kandy, Sri Lanka. In addition to first-line antimicrobial drugs, this clone is resistant to ESC and quinolones. Therefore, third and fourth generation cephalosporin, ciprofloxacin, enrofloxacin might not be effective in treating expect infections, particularly chronic UTIs. Also, cefuroxime quinolones are commonly used to treat infections in dogs and cats, and extensive use will cause further dissemination and establishment of the clone ST131. Other important thing is development of resistance to last resort antimicrobials such as carbapenems is an alarming fact. Finally, we can conclude that prudent use of antimicrobials in companion animals can minimize the emergence of multi-drug resistance and multi-drug resistant expect clones such as ST131. These are the references for the study, and this study was funded by National Research Council grant. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Devasmita. I think you are online now, so we have 5 minutes for the discussion of the paper. So now you can raise questions. If anybody online wants to raise questions, you can select the raise hand option. Then our technical team will switch on your mics, so then you can ask the question. Right.
Can I ask a question? Okay. So yeah, it's a really good study. So I have a couple of questions. So in your distribution, I saw that you have used imipenem and also meropenem and ertapenem. So any reasons to use such three kind of carbapenem in your distribution test?
Dr. Devasmita?
Yes, sir. As carbapenem drugs, we have only used 3 drugs. They are imipenem, meropenem, and ertapenem. There was no any specific reason for choosing those 3 drugs. As carbapenem, as drugs belonging to carbapenem category, we chose those 3 drugs.
Yes. Have you? I mean, did you see any differences in phenotypic resistance using meropenem, imipenem, and ertapenem, or did you get the all the similar results? Or any differences of this?
Yes, we have found that there were high resistance, comparatively high resistance to ertapenem and meropenem. There were no resistant isolates for imipenem.
So my next question, actually, any reasons, because yeah, you are right, because it's a very pandemic prone. So other than presence of antimicrobial resistant genes, any other reasons to be a pandemic prone in small animal? I'm talking about ST131. Yes.
Can you repeat the question again?
I mean, yeah, ST131 is a pandemic prone, as you said. So
Yes.
any special characteristics of this clone to be a pandemic or epidemic clone? So other than antimicrobial resistant genes, there are other special characteristics of this clone. Have you seen or have you read somewhere?
Yes, we have read in literature there are a lot of virulent genes that belong to this ST131 group.
Yes, yes, yeah. Actually, this is we call virulence associated pathogenic group. That is why ST131 is very common in small animal and as pandemic. And the other reason, actually, any reasons, because you use amoxicillin chloronic, you got the 40% of resistance, but the amoxicillin itself only 92%. So any differences, can you justify the differences you observed in your distribution results?
In amoxicillin, after using chloronic acid is it's an ESBL inhibitor. So because it might be the reason because of the reduced percentage of amoxicillin chloronic acid, 40%. But ampicillin, it has high resistance.
Okay. And usually, as you know, ST131, which is commonly resistant for quinolone. So, but in your study, you have seen 56% of your isolation resistant. So, any reasons why? I mean, you have any idea about the such high level of resistance in ST131? Yeah, mostly because quinolone.
There are resistant in
I mean, yeah,
genes are
mostly
there.
plasmid mediated resistance are there in
Yes.
this kind of a clone. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? We have 1 minute. Any questions from the online audience? Technical team, do you see any question? No. No questions in the chat box. So, is there? There is a question in the chat box. So, what is the positive control that you have used for your assay? Dr. Devasmita, I think you can see.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
For
Can you
the
answer?
culture, for quality control, we use E. coli ATCC culture 25922. Then for PCR assay, we optimize the PCR for phylogrouping, and then we use the positive samples from that PCR for the other forward PCR as positive control in the phylogrouping PCR.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Tusita has asked that question. And now the time is over. So, thank you, Dr. Devasmita, for your nice research work and the presentation today. And we wish you all the best. Okay, right now, then moving into the fourth presentation. The topic is microbiological quality assessment of broiler feed along the feed distribution chain. The authors are H.C. Galage, L.A.D.E. Veerasinghe, S. Samitha, R.S. Kalupahana, H.M.T.K. Karunaratne, and K.S.A. Kottavatta. The presenting author is K.S.A. Kottavatta. Doctor?
I'm going to present my study on microbiological quality assessment of broiler feed along the feed distribution chain. Feed is an important aspect of the poultry industry. More than 70% of total expenditure in broiler farming is set for feeding. Different categories of feeds in many brands are available in the market based on the nutritional and growth requirements of the birds. The main broiler feed types are starter and finisher. As the nutritional value of feed is high, if contaminated, this feed can be a source of pathogens. So, this feed can be served as carriers for pathogenic microorganisms. So, the quality of feed affect to the quality of animal and also the wholesomeness of meat. Therefore, foodborne illnesses in humans can be caused through animal feed mediated contamination of poultry production chain. Therefore, the microbiological quality of the poultry feed is an important. The microbiological quality of poultry feed can be tested according to EU standards. According to the EU standards, the test should be done for testing for Enterobacteriaceae and for the presence of Salmonella. As per the EU standards, the product should have less than 300 CFU per gram of Enterobacteriaceae and should free from Salmonella. So, the objective of this study was to investigate and compare microbiological quality of commercial broiler feed at different stages of feed distribution chain. We selected distributor stage and farm stage. So, we selected one broiler feed brand, and then we selected 3 feed distributors who sell that feed brand. And then we selected 6 farmers from each distributor who buy the feed from each particular distributor. So collectively, we selected 3 distributors and 18 farmers. And from each farmer, we collected start and finisher feeds in triplicates. And from the distributors also, we collected start and finisher feeds in triplicates. So totally, we could collected 9 starter feed samples from distributors and 9 finisher feed samples from distributors, and totally 54 starter feed samples and totally 54 finisher feed samples from farm level. All the collected samples were processed for detection and enumeration of Enterobacteriaceae, and then the isolation and identification of Salmonella, and finally the process for total viable plate count. And this is the method we followed for enumeration of Enterobacteriaceae. We followed the ISO guidelines. First, the feed samples were enriched in buffered peptone water, and then the surface inoculation was done on violet red bile glucose agar, the selective agar media for Enterobacteriaceae, and then the presumptive colonies on VRBGA, then selected for the confirmation of Enterobacteriaceae. The confirmation done through oxidase reaction and fermentation test in glucose 5 medium. Finally, the enumeration of Enterobacteriaceae was done. And this is the isolation and identification method followed for Salmonella. We followed ISO and CLS guidelines. First, the samples were pre-enriched in buffered peptone water, followed by enrichment in Trabaport Vasiliadis broth. And then the selective plating done on XLD agar medium. Then the presumptive colonies on XLD agar medium were cultured on nutrient agar medium for confirmation. The confirmation was done through biochemical tests, including indole, citrate, urease, and TSI test. And this is the method followed for total viable plate count. We followed SLS guidelines. We prepared serial dilution of the bacterial suspension, and co-plate method was done for 2 sets of dilution series, and then incubated for 3 days in 30 degrees Celsius. And in results, apart from one farm level starter feed sample, other feed samples were at safety level of Enterobacteriaceae and Salmonella. There was no significant difference of total viable count of bacteria of feed among 3 distributors. The mean total viable counts of starter feed at distributor level was 3.7 into 10 to the power 4 coliform units per gram, and that of farm level was 5.1 into 10 to the power 4 CFU per mg. And the mean TVC of finisher feed at distributor level was 1.3 into 10 to the power 4 CFU per mg, and that of farm level was 5.9 into 10 to the power 4 CFU per mg. And analysis of TVC data between distributor and farmer level shows that TVC counts were significantly different in two startup distribution lines and a farmer line. So in discussion and conclusion, we see that the increase of TVC and exceeded ENT of feed can suggest the possible feed contamination and farm level. So a source attribution study to investigate the above contamination will be helpful for safe meat production. And I would like to thank Dr. Kontavatta, Dr. Karunaratta, and Professor Kalapana from Department of Veterinary Public Health and Pharmacology of Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, University of Peradeniya, and Professor Sanwitha from Crop Science Department, Faculty of Agriculture, and Dr. Ishan Veerasinghe from Hades Agriculture for supporting this study. And thank you for joining with my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry for my mistake done at the beginning. The presenting author was Dr. H.C. Galage. So Dr. H.C. Galage is online now. So the paper is open for the discussion. We'll have 5 minutes for discussion. Yes.
Dr. Galage, thank you for your findings. It is good that you have found that the levels of Enterobacteriaceae and Salmonella within safety level. And I have just one question. How did you collect the sample from distributors? Did you open the bags and got the samples, or using some scoop or something like that?
Dr. Galage?
Are you there?
If you are online, you can raise hand, and you are unmuted. You have to unmute your mic.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
I think there's an error going on because I am Sanda, Kese Kottavatta. You have requested me to unmute, but H.C. Galage was presenting.
Okay, right. H.C. Galage, can you hear us? Then you can unmute your mic.
Sorry. Actually, if you want, I can answer, but yeah.
I can hear you, sir.
She's available, right? Okay. Yes, there's a question from the judge panel. Yes, Dr. Nimal.
Yeah. You are there, no? Okay. I'm asking, how did you collect the sample at distributor level?
So we at the distributor level, we opened the bag at the distributor's point, and with the sterilized UV sterilized bag, we collected those feed straight to the bags. UV sterilized bag, straight to the UV sterilized bag.
Okay, thank you.
Shall I ask a question? What was your objective? I mean, because you have checked the Enterobacteriaceae family. So, were you planning to check the cross contamination from fecal contaminations or handlers contamination, or maybe environmental contamination? So, what was the main objective of this? Because the source of the feed was okay, but I think you were looking for the contamination.
At this point, we are not aiming at contamination, we are aiming at to detect the level of contamination.
Okay. So have you have you got any information about litter quality and maybe stocking density or other associated data during the study?
Stocking density means at the farm level, we are collecting at the farm level, we are collecting from their ongoing feed stocks. So they don't at the sampling, we don't see that they having a large number of stocking density at the sampling point.
Okay, I think other confounding factors like stocking density and litter quality may have contributed a lot the high colony forming unit, but I haven't seen any differences log differences in colony forming unit. Yeah, thank you.
Right, okay. Are there any questions? We have 1 minute or less. If there are any questions online. I don't see any questions in the chat box as well. There's a question from Dr. Tilini Anupama. How do you think the food is contaminated at the farm level?
I think it should be feed, sir.
Sorry?
Can you repeat the question,
Yes,
sir?
the question is, how do you think the food is contaminated at the farm level?
Farm level, as I found, sir, as I saw at the farm level, merely the feedbacks are opened and they don't, I saw that they don't adhere to strict hygienic conditions, that I saw a lot of pests and birds are, the feedbacks are really exposed to pests and birds. So that can be one reason.
Right, okay. I think now the time is over. So we thank you, Dr. H.C. Galage and the team for your research work, and we wish you all the best. And with that, now we are moving to the 5th presentation, which is the last presentation in this session. The title is Identification of Serotypes Involved in Fowl Adenovirus Infections in Sri Lanka during 2018-2020. The authors are N. D. Silva, M. Paniago, I. Kiss, K. Vijayasundara, and A. Palkumbura. The presenting author is Dr. N. D. Silva.
Hello, everyone. My research focus is about identification of serotypes involved in fowl adenoviral infections in Sri Lanka during 2018 to 2020. Fowl adenoviral infections in Sri Lanka have been recently emerged, now have widely spread, causing huge economic losses to the broiler industry in Sri Lanka. Let's look at the details about the virus. Fowl adenovirus are non-enveloped, double-stranded DNA viruses which belong to family Adenoviridae and comes under genus Aviadenovirus. Fowl adenoviruses have been further classified into 5 species named as A to E based on their molecular characteristics and 12 serotypes based on cross-neutralization assays. Fowl adenoviruses are ubiquitous in poultry, and broilers are more susceptible to the clinical infections. Transmission can happen horizontally or vertically. It has been found that there are different clinical manifestations caused by fowl adenovirus depending on depending on different serotypes involved. Primarily, there are 3 different clinical manifestations identified in broilers. First one, inclusion body hepatitis, commonly referred to as IBH, is mainly caused by FADV serotype 2, 7, 8, and 11. And the second, hydropericardium syndrome, is mainly caused by fowl adenovirus serotype 4 viruses. And the third, avian gizzard erosions, mainly caused by serotype 1 fowl adenoviruses. In year 2018, it is started to see more and more cases of fowl adenoviral infections, especially referred to as IBH, as well as gizzard erosions and hydropericardium syndrome was seen. So, objective of this study is to identify different serotypes involved in FADV-induced diseases of broilers in Sri Lanka, and to discuss the control measures that can be applied to control the condition. For this study, about 45 case investigations were done from 23 broiler farm locations from 2018 to 2020. These farms belong to major poultry producing areas, including the Northwestern Province, Western Province, as well as North Central Province. Investigation included primary identification of problem by clinical signs and postmortems, and then histopathology of suspicious liver samples showing characteristic symptoms. Also, we went for molecular diagnosis on FDA cards from a research laboratory in Hungary. Let's look at the clinical picture of these cases. Usually, it is observed 2 spikes of mortalities during the lifespan of broilers. First spike happens at around 12 to 18 days of age, but occasionally in some cases, some per acute cases, first spike happened as early as 9 days of age. Birds were showing inability to move or food and water, which later developed to marked shivering in head, prostration and death by extending legs backward. In the first spike, mortality subsided within 2 to 3 days without increasing to very high levels. But the second spike starts usually after 27 days, where birds are started to face heavy stress due to lower space availability, increased growth rates, and limited environmental control capacities. The mortalities were quite high in the second spike, and the total mortality varied around 5 to 20% depending on cases. In postmortems, initial congestion of livers were observed in birds died during first spike of mortality, and varying degree of hepatitis observed in all ages, showing characteristic IBH livers ultimately ended up in fibrosis. However, we observed per-acute severe hepatitis development in 9 days old broiler chicks. Subsequent diagnosis gave positive for FADV2. Gizzard erosions were seen as early as 9 days of age, and more severe lesions observed towards 3 to 5 weeks of age. Hydropericardium syndrome is one of the symptoms related to fowl adenoviral infections. These symptoms have been observed in those cases we observed, usually in broilers above 31 days of age. There were several miscellaneous symptoms we found, which usually can be due to immunosuppression caused by fowl adenoviral infection. Histopathology revealed varying degree of multifocal necrotizing hepatitis associated with infiltration of macrophages, lymphocytes, and neutrophils. Also, intranuclear inclusion bodies were seen in all samples. Molecular techniques confirmed the causative agent as fowl adenoviral virus, and serotype 2 and serotype 8 were identified by molecular sequencing. Out of 46 samples, 19 samples were positive for fowl adenovirus, serotype 2 identified in 2 different farm locations, and serotype 8 was identified from 3 farm locations. Let's move to discussion. There are recent reports about fowl adenoviral infections and outbreaks in other countries, such as Australia, USA, Malaysia, and other Southeast Asian countries, as well as from South Asia. Therefore, it has a worldwide occurrence with significant economic importance. In the past, it is believed that presence of immunosuppressive diseases like chicken anemia, infectious bursal disease are involved in facilitating outbreaks of fowl adenovirus. But in recent studies, studies have shown fowl adenovirus can cause primary diseases in poultry, even in the absence of immunosuppressive diseases. The cases we investigated had quite high mortality, but all these mortalities cannot be accounted for FADB infection, because we observed that these birds are suffering from other concurrent diseases, which indicates the level of immunosuppression caused by FADB infection. Based on all the information we gathered, clinical science, histopathological findings, and molecular diagnostic results, fowl adenovirus serotype 2 and 8 have been identified in Sri Lanka, causing the disease IBH. The cases we investigated were showing clear symptoms of hydropericardium syndrome as well as gizzard erosions, but we were unable to identify fowl adenovirus serotype 4 and fowl adenovirus serotype 1, which are relevant to these symptoms. Anyhow, etiology of gizzard erosions have wide etiologies, so it must be investigated further. It is observed that in the field situation, stress, quality of feed, and severity of other disease complications plays a major role in aggravating the mortality in these cases. In the current context, without promising tools to manage these kind of infections, disease management system and environment management plays a key role in controlling mortalities associated with FADB infections. There are examples from other countries that they have implemented vaccination of parent stocks against endemic FADB serotypes as a key to prevent the disease. It is possible to use inactivated fowl adenoviral vaccines or autogenous vaccines, which contains either single or multiple serotypes to vaccinate parent stocks. Implementing such control procedures needs better understanding about the disease, the dominant serotypes, the other dominant serotypes present locally, and the level of cross protection exists between the serotypes, so that we may be able to produce an autogenous vaccine to get the full control of the disease. These are my references. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Nalin De Silva. And now the paper is open for discussion. We have 5 minutes. Yes, from the audience, there's a question. Dr. Dilan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Nalin, for your very timely needed presentation. And it's one of the, I think, very needed research that we have to conduct in Sri Lanka due to the prevailing situation of this IBH. My question is actually, you know that this fowl adenovirus is not very new to us. It was there like before 2015 also. In the breeders, when we checked the serology, that ELISA titers were high, and also they have not shown in the breeders any clinical symptoms. And now also we see that very high titers in the breeders, and we see some gizzard erosions and also certain clinical symptoms in the broilers. And we conclude most of the time it as IBH when we can't rule out when we rule out other diseases, we ended up with IBH because we don't have a mechanism to confirm it. Now, with this serotyping, I think we have gone one step ahead, And we know the 2 serotypes present in Sri Lanka during that period. So my question is actually before 2015, it was not very prominent, and we don't see much clinical cases related to IPH. So what are the predisposing factors that can happen recently that this IPH come as a major problem in the broiler industry? What do you think? When it comes to the feed, there can be mycotoxins and all. It was there earlier also. The immunosuppression can happen. What can be the other management and disease problems that can associate with this IBH incidents in the country?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Dr. Ilan. Actually, there are some concepts about concentrating breed operations in the country. It can, as you said, the parents are having a certain amount of titers indicating that they have the infection. But there are two concepts. One is concentrating breed operations could cause transmission of infection to the grower farms, causing ovarian transmission of the infection to the chicks. This is one concept. And the other one is the latent infection in the breeder farms. So if the breeders are suffering from high stress, that could cause come up the latent infection persist in their bodies and transmit the virus to the farms. And in broiler case, multi-age farming is one of the main factor we identified in transmitting the disease within the farm. Also, as you said, we see from 2018 we see more and more cases. As I said, in such situation, what we have observed is usually when mycotoxins levels are high in feed, the infections mortality caused by infections are coming high. This is one reason. Also, I think environment control and more densities inside the houses also have some impact towards coming up the disease. Actually, this subject is not widely studied. The reason behind why this has emerged suddenly, but actually in 2018 with the Easter attack, we started to see more and more cases because farmers couldn't sell their birds. So the density inside the house and the stress causing them may have caused the infection to come up. This is the first occasion we see in the field.
Okay, Dr. Glan, did he answer your question? Right, okay. Any more questions from audience, online audience?
Shall I answer question?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So thanks for the study. Of course, is a timely needed one. And in your results, out of 46 samples, 19 samples were, you have been done PCR, but 13 were positive for histopathology. So how many samples were positive for both histopathology and PCR?
Actually, this is actually we had limited resources to test. So we selected samples for histopathology. That is why only 13 samples. Actually, all 13 samples were positive. Also gave positive for PCR.
Okay, thanks.
Dr. Nalsila, thank you for the actually timely study. And though you have found lesions like discharge erosions and hydropericardium, you have not identified serotypes 4 and 1. I saw your last statement that you are a bit suspicious that you have lost the virus during the transport in FTA cards. Is that some assumption, or you are
So actually, it's a known thing that FTA card have some sensitivity problems because the sampling and we have to keep in storage and we have to send through courier. So all these have some impact towards the sensitivity of the results.
Okay, and how do you rate the effectiveness of the efficiency of the vaccination you are recommending at the moment? Because at the moment only one vaccine is registered.
Yeah.
And there are 1 or 2 other vaccines are imported through user permits.
Yes.
So how do you rate the?
Actually, I cannot comment about the efficacy, but currently we have only serotype 4 vaccines. The vaccines contains only serotype 4. Literature says that serotype 4 can protect a wide range of other serotypes, but also there are strong literature available about including available endemic serotypes in the same vaccine, multivalent vaccine. So this approach was successful in other countries. Other countries are producing in Malaysia, as an example, Malaysia is producing autogenous vaccines for to get the control of this disease. So I think it's better to find out the other serotypes involved. Even there may be some serotypes involved in gizzard erosions and hydropericarditis syndrome. So we can, if we can find a vaccine or manufacture a vaccine including all the serotypes, that would be the approach, best approach.
Yeah, so it's clear that we have not identified serotype 4, but we are importing vaccines with serotype 4. So, but still we are seeing that the lesions of serotype 4.
Yeah.
That is why I'm asking.
Yes.
So have you got?
But in the field, generally in the field, we don't see much improvement with the mortalities and the losses. Still, we see the symptoms. Even the vaccinated crop, if we trace down to the hatchery where they are doing vaccination, in commercial level, we don't see much improvements with serotype.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. And one last question from the online audience. I think if I can see the question, what Dr. Dylan, sorry, Dr. Nalin, can you see the?
Yeah, I can see. Actually, the serotyping was done in Hungary, Siva Pilaxia Scientific Support and Investigation Unit. They have described this method of sequencing. They have described the method was developed by themselves. So actually, I am not aware about the gene that they have used.
Okay, Dr. Nalin, since the time is over now, so we finished the Q&A session. And thank you very much, Dr. Nalin, for your timely research. And we wish you all the best for your research studies and congratulate for your future works.
Yeah, I would like to thank you to Siva Scientific Support and Investigation Unit and my company, FarmTeam Private Limited, as well as Department of Pathobiology, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Science for supporting this study. Thank you.
Right. With that, we are going to conclude the session of animal health. And it is my duty to thank the judges, Professor Anil Pushkumar, Dr. Nimal Jayavira, and Dr. Roshan Priyantha, those who are spending their valuable time and being here with us as judges. And we highly appreciate your service, sir. And I thank all the presenters, those who presented their papers today, and the authors, and the audience here gathered in the Okre Candy, and as well as the online audience, those who were present during this animal health session. And I thank the support given by all the technical team for making this session a success. And at the same time, I request the judges to hand over the evaluation forms to the session coordinator. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, the session chair, as well as the panel of judges for having an amazing session. as the first session of the scientific sessions, which was on animal health. Well, for the second session, it will be the poster presentations, but we'll be breaking we'll be breaking for a 10 minutes break before. And I would kindly like to remind all the participants, especially the presenting authors, to appear, to switch on their camera videos and appear visually, even though they are joining online, because it'd be better when question and answer session is being conducted. And also a kind reminder from the executive committee, when you are logging in from the Zoom platform, make sure that you rename yourself in such a way where you have the number of the page number of the abstract and then the name of the presenting author. So it will be easier for the judges as well as for the rest of the participants to engage with your presentation more actively. Therefore, with that reminder, we'll be meeting you once again with the poster presentation right after 10 minutes. Hope to see you soon.
U.S. soybean farmers are proud, resilient. Some even call us, yep, we admit it, stubborn. We keep our promises to our families, our community, and to the earth. Sustainability isn't just a label, it's our livelihood. Our grandfathers remember when drought and over-farming in the 1930s turned our land to dust. That was about 75 years ago when our country put into place some of the world's most stringent resource protection laws. Today, U.S. soybean farmers are partners in trust to protect the land. We approach our mission as if the world depends on us, because in many ways, it does. More soybeans are grown here than anywhere in the world. Roughly 80 million metric tons a year are raised on over 30 million hectares of land. As a result of sound science and continued research over the past 30 years, we have increased soybean yields by 55% on roughly the same amount of land. U.S. soybean farmers have reduced carbon emissions, energy use, greenhouse gas, and soil erosion. We're licensed to use pesticides, insured to protect workers' rights and safety, and our assurance programs are verified. We're meeting U.S. laws and international sustainability standards. And to validate our compliance, a team of 3,000 career conservation agents throughout the country and continual verification through surveys, interviews, field observations, and electronic data that we're operating our farms in compliance with stringent environmental laws. Our commitment is more than just a neighborly agreement. Independent peer-reviewed research verifies U.S. soy is sustainably produced, with comprehensive data demonstrating that U.S. producers are compliant with the vast majority of our hectares already subject to annual audit by the USDA. And because we are driven by a commitment to continuous improvement, we're incorporating soil testing, plant tissue analysis, satellite positioning that precisely adjusts crop inputs, and much more. Why? To ensure that every link in soybean production is sustainable and to live up to our commitment as stewards of the land. If a U.S. soybean farm could tell its own story, it would be a legend, complete with dedication, resilience, compassion, and above all, successful, sustainable perseverance that lives to tell the story all over again. United States soy, verified sustainable. Learn more about our U.S. Soy Sustainability Pledge at ussec.org.
In the United States, there are about 2.2 million farms. We stand together and ready to continue to grow and produce the food that fuels the world.
U.S. soybean farmers are proud, resilient. Some even call us, yep, we admit it, stubborn. We keep our promises to our families, our community, and to the earth. Sustainability isn't just a label, it's our livelihood. Our grandfathers remember when drought and over-farming in the 1930s turned our land to dust. That was about 75 years ago when our country put into place some of the world's most stringent resource protection laws. Today, U.S. soybean farmers are partners in trust to protect the land. We approach our mission as if the world depends on us, because in many ways, it does. More soybeans are grown here than anywhere in the world. Roughly 80 million metric tons a year are raised on over 30 million hectares of land. As a result of sound science and continued research over the past 30 years, we have increased soybean yields by 55% on roughly the same amount of land. U.S. soybean farmers have reduced carbon emissions, energy use, greenhouse gas, and soil erosion. We're licensed to use pesticides, insured to protect workers' rights and safety, and our assurance programs are verified. We're meeting U.S. laws and international sustainability standards. And to validate our compliance, a team of 3,000 career conservation agents throughout the country and continual verification through surveys, interviews, field observations, and electronic data that we're operating our farms in compliance with stringent environmental laws. Our commitment is more than just a neighborly agreement. Independent peer-reviewed research verifies U.S. soy is sustainably produced with comprehensive data demonstrating that U.S. producers are compliant with the vast majority of our hectares already subject to annual audit by the USDA. And because we are driven by a commitment to continuous improvement, we're incorporating soil testing, plant tissue analysis, satellite positioning that precisely adjusts crop inputs, and much more. Why? To ensure that every link in soybean production is sustainable and to live up to our commitment as stewards of the land. If a U.S. soybean farm could tell its own story, it would be a legend, complete with dedication, resilience, compassion, and above all, successful, sustainable perseverance that lives to tell the story all over again. United States Soy, verified sustainable. Learn more about our U.S. Soy Sustainability Pledge at ussec.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the scientific sessions, the 73rd scientific sessions of the Sri Lanka British Association. Well, we'll be now moving to the poster presentations. And let me most cordially invite the session chair, Dr. C.H. Wickramasinghe, together with the panel of judges, Professor P. Abhinayaka, Professor M.D. M.L.D. K. Yatavara, and Dr. L.J. P.A.P. Jayasuriya. Well, before we start off the poster presentations, a kind reminder once again, all presenting authors are kindly requested to switch on their cameras when the question and answer session is being conducted. Also, make sure that all the presenting authors have renamed themselves in the Zoom platform in such a way where the page number of their abstract comes first, followed by their name. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Wickramasinghe. The screen is yours.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Chandridu. Hello and welcome everybody. Welcome to the poster session of the 73rd Scientific. Yeah, thanks, Dr. Chandridu. Yes, hello and welcome to the 73rd Scientific Session poster session. And this time we have 11 posters for the session. The structure of the session would be, now there will be 7-minute allocation per poster, and initially we'll be displaying the slides, 4 slides summarizing the poster within the first few minutes. The slides will be rotated for a while and then followed by the Q&A session. And I want to introduce the judge panel today. We have Professor Emeritus Prinya Benayaka. She doesn't need any introduction, our beloved teacher. And then Professor Lalani Yatavara from Faculty of Allied Sciences, University of Peradeniya. And Dr. Anura Jayasuriya, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science. And also now, out of these 11 poster presentations, the best presentations will have an award, and that award will be presented during the AGM, which is scheduled to be in December. So with that introduction, we'll go to the poster session. And also, as Dr. Chandru mentioned, we request all the authors to rename their device with their name and the abstract page number so that it will be easy for the judges to make their presence. So the first poster presentation, the title is use of Migley's technique for the separation of serum with high mortality in chicken, Gallus domesticus, by Doctors C. Priyadarshana, A. Tajima, and A. Asano. So the poster presentation on use of Migley's technique is now open for questions and discussions.
Is this equipment, piece of equipment is commercially available?
Yes, sir. This is actually commercially available now from
Because it is a
2020.
newly developed device. So if it is commercially available, what would be the cost?
Actually, that we got this from the company when I was in Japan. I have no idea, but if you're really interested, like I can get a quote and let you know.
Any other questions from the audience or the virtual audience?
One question. Dr. Pereira.
Yes, Dr. Damika.
Thank you very much for your poster. Then I have one question. When you use this technology, I think sperm may, at that separation method, sperm has to actually waste considerable amount of energy, its energy, to separate from the middle chamber. So would you recommend that technique for freezing?
You mean after the separation sperm freezing?
Yeah, directly we can use that for fresh semen transfer.
Yes.
But can we use this technology for the embryo semen freezing?
Actually, sir, there are no data available on that. In humans, this is actually only being used in humans yet. And in humans, they just use fresh sperm and no data available on freezing and like cryopreservation yet. But we, in our laboratory, actually, we are doing on that, but not for like human, but for like chicken sperm. So with the data, we might be able to comment on that, but at the moment, we cannot like say anything about freezing or cryopreservation.
It means that side is still open for the research.
Yes, research, yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Damika. So the second poster presentation is on management of an unusual case of partial uterine prolapse in a Rhodesian Ridgeback by Drs. RMS Navanshika, KARK Pereira, HMS Vijayakon, and DDN De Silva.
Podi nede. Podi godani. Neng nade aan pula. Nike kiyevirede. Now I have podi ini presentation.
Thank you. So the poster presentation on partial uterine prolapse is now open for questions. Yeah, Professor Preeni Abenayaka.
It's a massive mass. Without doing the scanning, what made you to proceed further?
Actually, Doctor owner strongly agreed that dog hasn't mated. So as it was an emergency condition, we didn't go for the scanning. So we directly took her to the surgery.
We can't sort of accept the fact that just the history by the owner, but we have to make a clinical judgment at the point of observing, I believe. Am I correct? It's okay.
Any other questions from the judges or the audience? And any comments from the part of the authors? Okay, thank you very much. The next poster presentation is on morphological identification of fungi isolated from poultry feed in the northwestern province of Sri Lanka by Doctors D.P.H. Wijayasekara, W.D.M. Pereira, G.D.R.K. Pereira, S.S.S.D. S. Jagoda, and A.W. Kalupahana. Is the author online, please? Dr. DPH Vijayasekara. Or any other authors can answer that question actually. If one of the other authors are online. Yeah, if those authors are there, you can use the raise hand option, then we will enable your microphones. If one of the authors are online, please use the raise hand option, then we'll enable your microphones.
So my question was, you have got only one sample from each feedstock. So you have mentioned that it's a representative sample. So we just want to know how the representative sample was collected. Was it taken in different locations and was it pooled then?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question because I was in the middle of
Yeah,
finding
okay.
the way to
So
connect.
in your poster, you have mentioned that you got a representative sample from each feedstock, right?
Yeah.
So I just want to know, how did you collect that representative sample? That means that it should be a huge feedstock. So you got samples from different locations of the feedstock and then pooled it, or just
Actually,
you got-
it's like this. I visited the self-mixing farms, and if there were like separate feeds for layers and for starters and finishes,
Mhm.
I just pulled it there and took a sample from about 100 to 500 grams in between.
The other question is, what would be the main reason for the development of these fungi in these feed sample? Is the moisture level is very high in these ingredients?
Well, so I think I can't comment much because as far as I noticed, I saw that the storage conditions there were not so good because those feed were on the floor and it was exposed to outside and people were walking on in most of the farms. I could see people were walking with their these shoes and all. They don't take it off before entering the feed storage. And so there were many things I could see that contamination could happen, and the storage facility was not good enough, I would say. Even though almost all the farms, they mix the feed only for 2 to 3 days. I mean, they did frequently self-mixing and they did use those feed inside their farm. But as I showed in the poster, we could see about 77% of fungal contamination. I think the main reason is the poor storage, I would say. Hello?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Professor Praini.
Just to continue from there, if you know the cause, then only we can make a use of the finding, right? To prevent it further happening. That should be the outcome of the research. What attempt are you taking?
Well, madam, at the moment, I cannot comment much about preventive measures to be taken because this is just a preliminary study, I would say, because these results shows just morphological identification results, but I have to confirm those with the molecular level. I'm doing this at this moment. It's going on, and also I cannot comment just by presence of a fungi that because feed it's it's prone to contaminate. We cannot avoid, but at the moment I'm also doing checking the mycotoxin level of those feed. So if I get mycotoxin level higher level rather than beyond the love limit, I would take, I'm planning to have a visit and advise them on the results.
If there are any other questions from the judges, we can entertain, because we are out of the schedule. Yeah, I think we can entertain one question from Professor Madhura. Sorry, doctor, you can go ahead.
May I ask the question?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, I just want to know whether you check the appearance of feed ingredients that the self mixtures used to produce the feed, and I want to know whether the feed is stored for a long period or just the samples from just after mixing.
Hello, I couldn't hear the latter part of the question anyway.
The first one is, have you observed the feed ingredients? Because the self mixtures, they have separate stores for the feed ingredients. So how about the condition of feed ingredients? What are the possible contaminant ingredients, and what are the samples taken just after feed mixing or for a long period storage?
Well, I saw the feed ingredients. Those actually, majority of farms, they had the feed ingredients there in the same room, I would say. And the sample was actually taken, I cannot say just after feed mixing, because when I visited there, if the feed was just mixed, that was I took. I mean, even in some farms, the samples were bit late. I mean, bit old after mixing. Maybe probably one day old or one day gone beyond after mixing.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. So the next poster presentation is determinants of waste disposal mechanisms at household level in Colombo Municipal Council area by Doctors EMU Disanayaka and RC Gamage. Thank you. And the poster presentation is now open for any questions. Yes, Professor Atavara.
Thank you for your presentation. And I would like to ask, because you have been using a questionnaire based on this your study, mainly the instrument used was the questionnaire. So what were the questions mainly you have been using a theme-based questionnaire. So what were the question mainly based on, like, since your objective is broad and you wanted to check the factors influencing the disposal of household, and then you wanted to check about the application of 3R policy and 7-step of waste management. So were your questionnaire targeted on these aspects?
Is Dr. EMU Disanayaka or Dr. RC Gamage online? If so, you can use the raise hand option so that we can enable your microphones, please. Dr. EMU Disanayaka or Dr. RC Gamage. So final notice to either Dr. EMU Disanayaka or Dr. RC Gamage, please use the raise hand option so that we can enable your microphones to answer the judge's question. Okay, I think we'll move to the next poster presentation. So it's on a case report on paralytic ileus in a dog presented to veterinary teaching hospital by doctors SACH Rodrigo, SUG Amarasena, TMSK Piyadasa, DRA Disanayaka, and DDN De Silva. Thank you. And the poster presentation is open for any questions. Yes, Dr. Jasuri.
Yeah. So it seems that this condition is mainly due to the cessation of normal so physiological movements of the intestinal parts. So did you find any predisposing factors in your history taking of this case? Did you notice any predisposing factors for this condition in the clinical history of this case?
Hello, am I audible?
So what are the predisposing factors to occur this kind of case condition?
We actually did not, during the history taking, we did not actually get that kind of information with regard to this particular case.
Any other questions from the judges or the audience? Yeah, thank you very much. So we move on to the next poster presentation, which is on application of risk analysis for the control of megalocity virus in ornamental fish in Sri Lanka by Doctors P. Semba Peruma and A. Ponnusamy. Thank you. And the presentation is open for questions. And the authors are requested to use the raise hand option so that we can enable your microphone to answer the questions. Dr. Semba Peruma and Dr. Ponusami, please use the raise hand option. In the meantime, the audience can ask questions, or the judges, please.
It seems the ornamental fish industry is the mostly affected by this virus. Can you just mention a specific species or variety of fish that are affected by this virus? Then we can identify very easily.
The authors are actually still not online. Dr. P. Semba Peruma and Dr. A. Ponusami. If you are online, please use the raise hand option so that we can enable your microphone.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Actually, that most of the field surveys we have done, we have found mostly the megalocytovirus in guppies. Other than that, mollies and guramis also we found megalocytovirus.
Yeah, Professor Yatavara.
So you have mentioned in your abstract that the continuous reassessment of this must be undertaken. So what would be the time duration that you suggested for the reassessment of the field level?
Actually, it is biannual. We have to do is 2 times annually. That is the recommendation given by the Australian government mainly.
Okay, so do you think that it has been done biannually?
Yes, madam. I am participating in the Animal Quarantine Division of Colombo. We are doing it biannually.
Okay, so what are the recommendations that you can give out of this, what you have mentioned in the abstract? So what are the recommendations that you can give based on your all the studies? Like
mainly we have to do the farmer awareness, madam, and along with that we have to regulate our import regulations while importing the ornamental fish to the country, because that the megalocytovirus is only the red sea bream iridovirus is only mentioned as a notifiable disease in OIE guidelines, OIE texts. But apart from that red sea bream iridovirus, there are other 2 genera found. So that we are only asking for the importers to produce the test reports for red sea bream iridovirus.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
I have a question for Dr. Sadisha. Can you hear me?
Actually, I am not Dr. Sadisha. I am Dr. Pramodvi.
Sorry. Yeah, actually, my laboratory where I worked for my PhD was the OI reference laboratory for iridoviruses at the University of Sydney. So time to time, we receive samples from Sri Lanka, which were positive for megalocytoviruses and iridoviruses. So I'm curious in knowing what surveillance studies, I mean, the diagnostic tests that you do biannually to make sure these stocks are
the only available laboratory for the megalocytovirus testing is located in Peradeniya near VRI, the Central Veterinary Investigation Laboratory. They are doing PCR.
Yeah, so what is your sampling frequency, and do you test specific locations, or what sort of surveillance?
We mainly take samples from for the Australian based on Australian shipment exporters requests. So we are taking according to according to the guidelines which was issued by the Australian government. So only that for the time being we are taking 30 samples from each fish variety. That actually the guidelines are a little bit
Yes, now the thing is now we sometimes I have seen that there are positive samples from the fish exports from Sri Lanka while I was there. So I know that it's possible when they are tested here they are negative, but after a stress episode they can become positive. But what measures can you do to improve this testing procedure so that we will not export positive fish stocks?
Actually that I am suggesting to the still there is no vaccination is available to destroy the megalocyte virus among ornamental fish. I am suggesting to destroy the positive fishes who detected by the testings, and that testings should be done more frequently. The problem is that the amount which has to pay by the exporter is little bit high, that it's not affordable in the Sri Lankan context.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So the next poster presentation is on effects of climatic variations on semen volume and concentration of cattle and buffaloes in Sri Lanka, a retrospective study by Dr. C.M. Kirthiratna and UGVSS Kumara. Thank you. And the poster presentation is open for questions.
Yeah, it seems all these semen donor bulls are originated from tropical countries. Is it right?
Yes.
So can you verify the origin of Girolanda?
Girolanda means a collection of genes of Gir breed and Frisian breed. The 3:5 ratio. There's a tropical breed called Gir.
You have any idea of the origin, the country?
Gir. Pakistan breed, I think. Pakistan, Indian breed, sorry.
Any other clarification from the judges? Or the two audiences? We have another question in chat box, it seems. Till we get that question, any other member from the audience is welcome to ask for any clarifications. Yes, Dr. Malavarchi.
Can you hear me? Dr. Geeti, I just want to know what is the purpose of doing this, what you call, research or retrospective analysis?
Yes, the main objective of this study is to identify whether there is any relationship, any effect of climatic factors on semen concentration and volume. That's the main objective.
It is clear. I mean that with some what you call predicted expectation, or you wanted to know whether there's a breed difference or the only climatic difference.
No, I want to know only the climatic difference. Climatic factors affect how affect climatic factors on semen volume and concentration.
So is this the first study which has been carried out in Sri Lanka? Are there any literature available?
Yes, this is first study in Sri Lanka, but some studies done in India and other countries also.
So your study indicated, so the number 1,616 samples, no? Total of the sample size?
Yes, that's for Girolanda, three bulls, and other Mura and Sahiwal. They also have 288 sample and 208 samples.
Okay, so your study concluded that there is no effect on the geographical or whatever the effect of temperature in tropical countries like in Sri Lanka for the concentration of semen quality. So that was
Yes.
Similar with the previous findings. Similar?
No, it's some kind of deviation here. I find that as the result, there is no effect on climatic factor on semen volume and concentration. Semen volume concentration not change according to the climatic changes.
Thank you.
Yeah, one final question from the audience. I think you have already answered that question. Were there any effects of temperature on the semen mobility and forward motion?
Yes, that's a good question. Here I did the retrospective study. Only the data available on semen volume and concentration. Motility data is not available here because it's very subjective matter. It's better to do a case control study on motility and other morphological features of sperm.
Right, thank you very much. So the next poster presentation is on total aflatoxin occurrence in suspected animal feed samples by doctors SSK Daluwatta, HK Navaratna, RAT Chandima, DMDP Dasanayaka, DL Ranatunga, RAIM Ranasingha, KWGSM Kularatna, and MWCD Palyaguru. Thank you. And the poster presentation is now open for questions. Yes, Dr. Jasuri.
Yeah, according to your results, it is alarming that in both compound feed as well as feed ingredients contain aflatoxin. So I just want to know, have you found any information at what temperature those aflatoxins are destroyed?
No, so actually this was a retrospective study. The samples are already received at the VRI.
Because sometimes the feed, the feed ingredients are subjected to high temperature during the feed processing, such as extrusion technology and all. I found some aflatoxins are destroyed at very high temperature. So do you have any information on that?
Not yet, sir. I think.
Any other questions? We can entertain one more question. Okay, thank you very much. So the next poster presentation is on dairy cattle importation project of Sri Lanka, 8 recommendations to avoid falling into the same hole again, by Doctors R.A.C. Rabel, S.P. Gunaratna, M. Hanifa, K.S.U. Jayatissa, R. Mahendra, B.P.A. Jayavira, W.A.D.V. Veeratilaka, and D.M.S. Munasinghe. Thank you very much. So the session is open for questions. Yes, Professor Prenia Benai.
Isabel, it's a very good thing that you have done with international economy, and I think this has to go to the mass media as a newsletter or something. This is through ignorance. Why do we always import pregnant animals? Why not pregnant, non-pregnant animals?
Why are they not importing non-pregnant animals?
Yeah.
Madam, so in a way, by importing pregnant animals, you know that there are no congenital issues, right? So that is one advantage, right? But of course, as you say, if we bring in young heifers, right, then of course, the cost will be lesser. There's time for adaptation, right? So when you bring in pregnant heifers, of course, those all the chances of losing pregnancy, etc., those are higher.
You said there's no congenital. How do we confirm? Are we
No. So if they're already pregnant, if they're already pregnant, then there are no issues.
But then again, we have.
Then usually they before shipping they confirm pregnancy. But sometimes on the way or after they were brought to Sri Lanka, there were reports of abortions and calf mortality.
Yeah, that's my concern.
Yes, you can avoid that by bringing in heifers, as you say.
Yeah.
And there are certain advantages as well. But usual practice is to bring in pregnant animals.
If you get to a policy making level, is it possible to change this?
Maybe, madam, but maybe if Dr. Disnaka is here, maybe he's able to give a better answer actually. Having been involved in policy from the beginning. Yes.
So since you have since you have just mentioned about the high genetic potential, so what are the tests that they are going to do before they importing the animals?
Right. So there was a slide. It's not on the abstract because there wasn't enough room. So basically, there are Australian indices and US indices. Right. So it is possible to look at the genomic testing, and so there is a quantitative value, and they do a population. Right. So if we can at least get above average, or maybe at least above 40% of the population, above 2 Z scores, then we are assured that we are getting good genetics. So as far as I'm aware, we have only been concerned about health concerns, BVD negative and all that. All the noise has been around that. But no, that's not the only thing. Of course, that we need to look at, but we also need to look at the genetics because they are available. In the past, there was only phenotypic records, but nowadays there are genomic records. So why not make use of them?
Yeah. So now, since you mentioned about the pregnant heifers, like, and even you mentioned about the congenital malformation, so it's always related with the genetic. So the
Right, but the congenital one, of course, very small percentage. I'm assuming 0.001%. So that's a chance you have to take anyway, because you are bringing in thousands of animals. There is no guarantee that all of them will be 100% normal.
Yeah. So do you suggest a genetic testing done in Sri Lanka after they go? Because you can't rely on
No. So this genomic testing, it's very complicated. We are not able to do that. But there are certain breeders that have the information already at the time of selling them, because it also comes from the parental figures. Not a simple test that we can do in Sri Lanka. It depends on all the parental lineages and all that.
The pedigree.
Pedigree, yes. Looking at the phenotypic records of the parents.
Yes, Dr. Jasuri.
I also have a question from you.
Yes, sir.
So regarding the issues, you have identified heat stress and the TMR, not feeding TMR, other some of the issues related to the unsuccessful.
Two of them, yes.
Yeah. But as I have seen in Australia, they are not feeding TMR. They just allow animals to graze. They are not actually even don't provide shelter also.
No, so that's in New Zealand, no? In
Australia, yeah, I have seen.
I'm sure there are different systems of management.
And the other thing is, you know, we have lush grasses here that we can, I mean, in fact, we can provide enough.
Yes, sir, of
nutrients.
course. Now in Ambevala farm, they only feed concentrate, you know, if the milk yield is greater than 18.
The other thing,
18 liters.
yeah,
So,
other thing is they are subjected to very high heat during the summer. I think temperature is around 40 centigrades. The humidity also very high. Still, they get good yield, milk yield. I don't know why we
so
can't.
that's why I said there's a genetic component as well, you know, as we know, phenotype equals genotype plus environment, right? So, however, sir, I mean, I have also worked in Australian farms, you know, the largest farms. They are not grazing systems, the one that I was exposed to. They are, you know, similar intensive farming as in Sri Lanka.
Yeah,
In New Zealand, it's of course grazing, you know, almost 100%.
In
I believe.
Australia, in the Melbourne University, they have a huge farm.
Okay, I see.
They don't have any shelter or no. They just feed the silage. Okay.
Right.
But mostly they are.
The silage and TMR, you know, I didn't make the distinction, but as long as it's a complete ration, you know, silage, it's not just pasture, not just grass, you know. So it's inside and it's a complete ration compared to, but some of those TMRs are, they mix concentrates with the silage to make TMR.
Because I have seen usually they come to the shelter only for the milking.
True. Yes. Okay.
And there's one final question from the audience. Are we using the maximum capacity of maximum capacity of crossbred cattle in Sri Lanka for milk production?
Maximum capacity of crossbred, are you in the potential? Of course not. Of course not. So I presume the question is, are we utilizing the maximum genetic potential, right? Of course not. There is room for improvement. So maybe, you know, right now, maybe the national average is something like 2.5 liters per cow per day. Most of these animals have the potential to give more milk than that, given that the management falls in line, nutrition, heat stress, things like that. I hope that is the question.
Thank you, Dr. Abel.
Right, thank you.
So the next poster presentation is on provincial level power delegation in dairy production and animal health, strength or failure, by Dr. KKN Laknath.
Hmm?
Thank you. And now it's time for questions.
So how are you going to,
Yes, Professor.
so how are you going to apply the One Health approach in related to your theme, like power delegation in data production and animal health? So it's your approach, how are you going to discuss it and describe it to achieve
Yes, madam. So the basic thing is that we are a little bit wonder that we are actually utilizing. Can you hear me, madam? Hello.
Yes, yes.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So at the moment with the provincial setups, the One Health for basically example is the rabies control program like thing. So at the moment it's not with the department like us. But the problem is now different provinces try to that implement it in different ways. So if we are having some kind of proper channel, like if the decision is making by the DAPH and if it is passed to the that power delegation to the provincial level, so it will more effective rather than using the individual things in the provincial wise. Hello. Can you hear me, madam?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so you are suggesting to establish each GVS should be equipped with mini labs. What sort of the diagnosis?
Definitely.
Only the diagnosis.
Definitely. The thing is, madam, as a faculty, our faculty is producing, being a vet surgeon in a country like us, a very difficult task. Our faculty is always producing a well-talented vet surgeons. But the problem is after we are, absorbed to the government service with, that for the limitation of the funds and all things. So still we don't have, basic facilities for just example for the blood test even. So if it is a checking of the sample, so if you encounter the vet's office with the mini lab with the professional veterinary assistant, so the our service will be easily we can improve that one, I think, because that all the other sectors like related health services, so they are that the department, the area, the division like us, so we are not having that facilities for the diagnosis purposes because we are having more and more talented vet surgeons, but they can't utilize their talents. And that is good. One aspect that is not good for the pets aspect even, the animals aspect even. So we can move for the confirmatory diagnosis, and that type of approach is more effective. So that is the way I'm focusing about the proposing about that mini lab and the professional lab assistant.
So the level of the level of diagnostics, like you mean like the tentative and then the confirmatory, both should be established at the GVS officers. That you
Definitely. They are. For basic things, if it is a mini lab, we can proceed those things. We can take an initial step. At the moment, we are having more. It's almost zero now. So we are just using the GC is the basic things we are using. General clinical examination we are using at the moment. So then we can proceed with the second, like third space. So then we can do the more quality service. So then it could be more scientific and that could be steady, and that is good for, that, I mean, as a profession wise, we can, improving. The one more thing that Rabel sir is in the earlier presentation, Rabel sir emphasized about that 2.5 liter about the dairy cow. So that aspect even, because the government vet surgeon are the people who are, dealing more, animal production sector in the range level. So with those facilities, even, I mean, not with the mini lab, I mean, I mentioned about the discussion and conclusion, those things. So we can improve our service. So then we can come to some kind of, that, some kind of one day they will come to the climax area. So then we can do a more and more, that quality service to the public. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
There are two comments from Dr. Tikripriant also. One is, I think the author is discussing on authority, not the power, as the power cannot be delegated and only the authority can be delegated. I think it's mainly about definition about those things. And also the second comment is, I see a very interesting background and quite encouraging to see at a veterinary office. Keep it up. Yes, we have one other question.
Actually, not a question. I think these the feelings a field veterinarian is having at the moment, because maybe they are comparing with the health sector and maybe some other sectors. But I think he may feel that because of this devolution of power by the 13th Amendment, some of the powers have been dissolved. To some extent, maybe some of the, we say concurrently, breeding activities, health activities, is mainly referring to, I think, health activities. So the other thing is resource poor settings at provincial level. That is also one of the reasons he can't have laboratory facilities at his laboratory, at his PS office or something. And the One Health definition, it seems it has been misinterpreted. So he's trying to say One Health because we must work as one organization. That should be the meaning I think he's referring to. So I have seen biggest failure in administration of provincial setup. So that could have been the biggest issue for this type of feelings for veterinary surgeons at field level. So I want to get some idea about my opinions on this from the author.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, sir, about those opinions. Yeah.
What do you mean by One Health? That is one of the.
That yeah. On that, can I add something, madam? Can I add something? Hello.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, it's around 2014. So basically, I was the RA to that research IDRC, Human Health Wildlife Wildlife Health Center. So that on that time there was a tripartite agreement was there, Health Ministry, Wildlife, and faculty and the department. So we are doing so many PRAs, participatory rural appraisals and surveys, and that so many things. So I mean, after that we have some recommendation about the One Health, about that basically about the human health interface, wildlife human health interface. But the thing is, Javira sir said about, I mean, very valuable comments. It's about some kind of I'm not discussing about the the 13th Amendment. As I mentioned that I mentioned about some kind of that the using of the power and those things. I mean, if we are having if we are designing some kind of protocols, so we are still newcomers. I mean, this is my 5th year of the government service. But the problem is, that iceberg, that there's the slide number 2. So I'm posting. So we are mentioned about attracting less number of VSS to the government service. So That is, I think, but that will be one of the major problem we will be encountering in the future. So for the rabies, even that food quality, food safety, food assurance, and those things even. So those are the things. It's better. So I mean, if we are creating some kind of legal procedures or somewhat, so the DFPH, the centralized power will domain, and the provincial setup will run. So otherwise, if the provincial setup will be initiate something, so it will become always a controversial thing. So then so many influence will be there. Otherwise, the range VS will be suffer, or maybe he will be the sometimes victim. So if we are creating proper procedures, and if we are if we are establish those things under the DAPH, I think that will to improve our profession and One Health concept and everything, the rabies control and those things. So that will be the remedy to some extent, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Javed.
Okay, thank you.
There are some other comments also, but unfortunately, due to the time pressure, we'll move to the next poster presentation.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
So the next one is on molecular characterization of bacterial isolates from dairy cows with mastitis for alternative control strategies by Doctors G.A. Gunawardana, P.P. Jayasekara, G.A.D. Chandana, W.M.R.R. Vijayatunga, M.W.C.D. Palyaguru, and R. Vimala Gunaratna. Thank you. And the poster presentation is open for questions. Yes.
Okay, so you have identified 12 isolates which had more than one resistant genes. So now, are these isolates SORIAS or E. coli?
Thank you. Actually, these there are both S. aureus and E. coli. Both isolates are there. 10 S. aureus selected and 5 E. coli selected.
So both these groups were having these more than one resistant gene.
Yeah, we have presented it in the table, in the result table. E. coli and staph each having what kind of resistant genes.
Yeah, so now what was the most resistant antibiotic which when you just talk about the more than one resistant gene out of these S. aureus? And
Yeah, S. aureus, the number is higher, it's 10. So it's the most like having resistant genes, BLI, switchy, and SAL1
Yeah.
number is high.
Okay, so then it is resistant for which antibiotic I'm asking?
Yeah, actually, it's sulfonamide and beta-lactam.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions, please? Okay, thank you very much. So with that, we conclude the poster session today. So I think it's a very vivid session because it had different types of covered different disciplines from research to clinicals to public health to anything. So I take this moment to thank our judges, Professor Emeritus Preeni Abenayaka, Professor Lalani Yatavara, and Dr. Andra Jayatissa. Thank you very much for your valuable time. And also I would like to thank all the authors for their research work and presenting. And also the audience, both physical and virtual. And thank you, Dr. Chandrindu. So we invite you again to continue the session. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. So we concluded the poster session on poster presentations. We have the last session scheduled for today, which is on public health. And we have a session chair as well as a panel of judges. We have Dr. Mohammed Ijaz as the session chair. Panel of judges, if I may, Dr. P.S. Fernando, Dr. R. N. Jinadasa, and Dr. N. Priyankarage. I shall most cordially invite the session chair, Dr. Mohammed Ijaz, as well as the panel of judges, Dr. P.S. Fernando, Dr. R. N. Jinadasa, and Dr. N. Priyankarage to the head table. Good setup, mate. Operate करने के ना place ने.
Mic's open. Yes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the session on public health, and we have the plenary speech by Professor S. Karivasam. And to introduce Professor Karivasam, let me most cordially invite the Chief Municipal Veterinary Surgeon of the Colombo Municipal Council and also the session chair, Dr. Mohammed Ijaz.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrindu Abhikon. It's really a privilege to introduce our one of the eminent, I would say she was a teacher and 2 years senior to me. I'm interacting with her after about 27 years. I think if she's online, it's a pleasure to introduce you, Dr. Karivasam. And if I were correct, you live in Florida. I think the time should be around 6:30 or 7. And Dr. Subhashini Karivasam is a professor of microbiology at the University of Florida College of Veterinary Medicine. And she is also the current chair of the Department of Comparative Diagnostic and Population Medicine. She graduated from the University of Peradeniya in 1992, I guess. And she has pursued a PhD degree from the University of Guelph in Canada. After completing a PhD, she has undertook postdoctoral studies at the University of Guelph, Iowa State University, and University of Pennsylvania. And she's a board member of diplomat status in the American College of Veterinary Microbiologists, American College of Poultry Veterinarians, American College of Veterinary Preventive Medicine, and American Board of Medical Microbiology. Dr. Kariyavasam's she has held positions at the University of Peradeniya, teaching faculty, Iowa State University, and University of Pennsylvania. She has a particular interest in bacterial pathogenomics, but diagnostic microbiology and One Health. The current research mainly focuses on exploring virulence and antimicrobial resistance mechanisms of bacterial foodborne pathogens, aiming to develop effective mitigation strategies and novel disease diagnostics tools for enhancing human and animal health. It's with a very warm welcome. I would hand over to Dr. Subhashini Karivasam to start a plenary speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you as a plenary speaker. Well, these are challenging times to all of us. We all have been experiencing an unprecedented situation with the COVID-19 pandemic, and it is still not over. So let me begin by sending you all well wishes. I am delighted and feel good about the opportunity to connect with my veterinary colleagues in Sri Lanka. I'm going to be speaking to you about antimicrobial resistance, which is a global public health crisis. This is an important topic as supranational organizations such as WHO, FAO, and OIE have been asking all countries to take measures to stop their unnecessary use of antibiotics in animals. Their goal is to preserve the effectiveness of antibiotics that are important to human medicine. That being said, I believe there should be a national dialogue to craft a national action plan to curtail antimicrobial resistance with the participation of all sectors coming under the umbrella of One Health. I meant human health, animal health, plant health, and environmental health sectors. However, my goal today is to discuss the role of food animal veterinarians in this important public health issue, briefly under the title, Combating Antimicrobial Resistance, Responsibilities of the Food Animal Veterinarian. So this is the talk outline. So I'll first talk about antimicrobial resistance. What is antimicrobial resistance, followed by emerging threat of antimicrobial resistance and involvement of international regulatory bodies, and then impact of AMR on animal agriculture, and finally the responsibilities of food animal veterinarians in mitigating AMR while ensuring animal health and public health and protecting producer interest and industry profitability. AMR is not an inexplicable term to us. When we treat a bacterial infection in an animal, if the animal doesn't respond, then we know one reason could be bacterial resistance. But the question is, what are the drivers of that resistance? Primary driver is the use, mostly overuse and misuse. I would say injudicious or imprudent use in both human medicine and veterinary medicine. Another driver is the spread of resistant organisms and resistance determinants as a result of poor infection control practices, environmental contamination, and geographical movement of animals and humans. Because the major driver of antimicrobial resistance is the use of antibiotics, we will take a closer look at the use of antibiotics in production animal medicine. Globally, in 2012, 30% of the antibiotics were consumed by humans, whereas 75% were by animals. It has been predicted that in 2030, over 63% increase in global consumption of antibiotics in livestock production. So, as I mentioned earlier, antibiotic use is the primary driver for AMR development. It was reported that there is a direct relationship between average antimicrobial use ranking and average antimicrobial resistance ranking, as indicated in this graph. So the more the antibiotic use, the more the AMR is occurring. This is a study carried out in Spain. So after fluoroquinolones were licensed for poultry and livestock use in 1990, there was a rapid increase in fluoroquinolone resistant Campylobacter jejuni clinical isolates in Spain. This slide highlights how important it is to take an action to control imprudent use of antibiotics in food animals. I want to point out a couple of things here. First, what is highlighted in red, this article identifies the use of antibiotics in large quantities in food animals is the driver for accumulation of resistance genes in those animals. Second, which is highlighted in blue and green, the article hits at imprudent use of antibiotics, pointing out that antibiotics are used as surrogates for poor hygiene or as growth promoters without improving farm hygiene or using other husbandry practices which can prevent or reduce infections. Third, they call for user fees and regulatory caps on veterinary use of antibiotics. So now the question is, what is the mechanism behind development of antimicrobial resistance? We all know some antibacterial products, including antibiotics, are produced by bacteria naturally. And when antibacterial agents are present in the environment, bacteria fight back to survive and develop strategies to circumvent the antibacterial action of the antibiotic. Therefore, development of AMR is an inevitable consequence of bacterial evolution, actually. But there are two principal biological pathways involved. First, innate resistance, and second, acquired or horizontal gene transfer. In the innate resistance is a pre-existing phenotype in natural bacterial populations. So transferred to progeny cells via vertical gene transfer. The second mechanism, the horizontal gene transfer, is more dangerous because the resistant genes are present on mobile genetic elements such as plasmids, bacteriophages, integrons, transposons, and insertion sequences, which can transfer from one bacterium to its own kind or an entirely different species. Integrons, transposons, and insertion sequences are specialized genetic sequences which have the capability to move from one bacterium to another. So this is like, this shows the vertical transmission here, so that, once the bacterial cell acquired the resistance gene, so that it can transfer the resistance gene to its daughter cells during multiplication via vertical transmission. And here, this horizontal transmission, it can occur via bacterial transformation, meaning that exchange of DNA, or bacterial transduction, meaning exchange of, or the transfer of, exchange of bacteriophages. And then bacterial conjugation, meaning that transfer of bacterial plasmids from the donor cell to the recipient cell. Here, the donor cells and the recipient cells may or may not be the same. So AMR in food animals and food. Different types of antibiotic resistant bacteria have increasingly been identified in food animals, foods of animal origin, animal feed, as well as in humans. The most concerning ones are the extended spectrum beta-lactamase or ESBL producing Enterobacteriaceae and colistin resistant Enterobacteriaceae, quinolone resistant Campylobacter, methicillin resistant Staphylococcus aureus, and vancomycin resistant Enterococcus. So I actually selected 3 articles. If you do a PubMed search, you will find more than, you will find thousands of articles on antimicrobial resistance in food animals, also in humans. So I picked these 3 because these 2 are from Sri Lanka. So this article reported presence of ESBL producing Enterobacteriaceae in a cohort of Sri Lankan university students. And Dr. Ruvani Kalupahana is a co-author to this article. And then this article reported isolation of ESBL producing Enterobacteriaceae from chicken meat and humans. So I included this article from our group to highlight, to show you the transfer of antimicrobial resistance via plasmids. In the next slide. So here, we isolated these 2 ESBL encoding plasmids from non-typhoidal Salmonella enterica. So this is an N plasmid. As you can see here, BLAST-CTXM1 gene is there, which encodes for ESBL. And this is an INC-I plasmid, which is about 107 kilobases, and this INC-N plasmid is only 42 kilobases. So here I wanted to show you, this is the donor cell of Salmonella Heidelberg containing this INC-N plasmid. So this is the recipient strain, recipient Salmonella St. Paul sirova. So we perform bacterial conjugation, or we call bacterial mating experiment, to transfer this, to see if we can transfer this N plasmid from the donor to the recipient. And we were successful here. As you can see, now the recipient strain, now it is labeled as the transconjugant or T, to show you that the N plasmid is now present in the recipient strain, which did not have that plasmid before. And similarly, we could transfer this N plasmid from Salmonella Heidelberg to Salmonella Heidelberg as well. And the similar situation with INC-I, the bigger plasmid, we could transfer it from the donor strain of Salmonella Heidelberg to E. coli, to an E. coli strain. So meaning that, the transfer between unrelated species. So the objectives of antimicrobial resistance mitigation is to preserve the efficacy of antibiotics for effective treatment of human and animal diseases, and also to ensure food safety, food security, and public health globally. So as veterinarians, we have an obligation to protect public health. So here I included the oath. As you can see here, we are duty bound to protect animal health and welfare, prevent animal suffering, conserve animal resources, to promote public health, and to working towards advancing medical knowledge. So we have a role in, prominent role in public health. So it is necessary to have a national program for antimicrobial resistance mitigation. So in my mind, the program should be country specific, because the problems are different from country to country, and perhaps animal species specific and production type specific. And also, like, internal, I hope that, there will be international support, funding, and other resources. And WHO action plan actually says mobilization of resources and research and development to resource limiting countries. And antimicrobial resistance, what is the food animal veterinarian's role? We can we can take certain measures at the farm level. So farm record keeping and reduce use of medically important antibiotics, and improving disease control and prevention, and increasing veterinary oversight. So strengthening farm record keeping, I meant like, antibiotic use data and diagnostic records and health records. And reducing use of medically important antibiotics, we have to do it like, gradually, first phasing out growth promoters, and then phasing out antibiotic prophylaxis. With that reduction in the use of medically important antibiotic in food animals, it is very important to improve disease control and prevention strategies. And for that, prompt disease diagnostic techniques are required, and also biosecurity and other farm management practices must be enforced, and also alternatives to antibiotics can be used in place of growth promoters. And then at the national level, it is essential to enforce surveillance and research in collaboration with the State Department of Animal Production and Health, VRI, and the university. There should be regulatory programs in place to monitor antibiotic use and sale and track and report AMR bacteria. If we do not have active surveillance program, mostly it is going to be point prevalence data. Point prevalence data are useful, but active surveillance data are the best. So we have to carry out active surveillances to detect AMR bacteria in animals, both pathogenic and commensals, as well as their presence in food. And also it is important to build a reporting framework within the country. And also it is important to partner with OIE. I am sure some of you are aware the OIE publishes annual reports on AMR data collected from member countries. I am not sure actually Sri Lanka collaborated with those efforts. So I included that partnering with OIE is very important. And other national level measures can be education and awareness, veterinarians, industry, policymakers and consumers, and also research and development to discover new antibiotics and alternatives to antibiotics such as prebiotics, probiotics, vaccines, phage therapy, and so on. And also develop antibiotic stewardship program to regulate the use of antibiotics, and probably we have to enforce that antibiotics are sold only on a prescription written by a licensed veterinarian. And also it is important to strengthen veterinary client-patient relationship. And to strengthen public-private partnership, the collaborations must happen among researchers, educators, industry, and policymakers. And it is very important to pay attention to the potential adverse effects and results of these adverse reactions and results of these programs, and we must address those before they become apparent. For example, if not properly instituted, the program may result in financial burden on the industry, because most regulatory programs come to the farmer with no incentive or subsidy. Then there will be an economic constraint to the producer. They may leave. So as a result, producers may leave animal agriculture looking for other jobs and businesses. And skepticism and damage to relationships with industry. I can give you one example, ban on feed additives. I meant a ban on antibiotic use for growth promotion and feed efficiency increases may upset feed mill owners because it affects their business directly. So we have to handle those very gently. And consumer misperceptions and confusions. So misinformation and poor communication may change public perception on the safety of foods of animal origin. Reduced antibiotic use without effective disease diagnosis and prompt treatment may lead to compromise animal health and welfare, and also may lead to food safety concerns, because usually infected animals are more likely to carry foodborne pathogens. So once we handle antimicrobial resistance issue, we may start to see foodborne pathogen related illnesses in humans. So we must pay attention to these the potential negative consequences of the program. And thank you very much for listening to my talk. And I will attend the session live to take any questions that you may have. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Karyavasam. And now we have 5 minutes for the question and answers. I would like to see any questions from the audience at the moment. I think Dr. Nimal Jayavira may have some question or some opinion regarding Sri Lankan context about the AMR projects, and are they involved in active surveillance?
Actually, I have not been listening very well. But you know that this is a global concern. WHO has formulated the action plan for all the countries on a common template. So we formulated our national strategic plan in about 3 to 4 years back in 2017. So the main issue in our country was the resources. So there was a very good projects which is called the Fleming Country Grant. So because of the administration issues at higher level, it was withdrawn. It's 4 million sterling pound. So then only one.
Excuse me, the Fleming project has been withdrawn?
Withdrawn by UK government, yes. So that was the only expectation we had at that moment. So all the plans were put in place for the laboratory improvement, infrastructure, training. So everything was under that fund project. There were 19 human health laboratories and 4 veterinary laboratories were planned to improve. So all were gone in vain. So far, we have, because of this issue itself, so far we couldn't start any surveillance activities. I mean, they are doing by different laboratories at PIC level, VRL ad hoc basis, but not a systematic program. So we had the plan in 2000, endorsed in 2018, no Palika? So endorsed in 2018, but compared to us, human health sector is getting some grants from some other sources, and they are doing fairly well. But in our sector, I think we are in a very bad situation.
Can I make a comment on that, Dr. Jayavira?
Yes, you are welcome, Dr. Karyavasam.
So I actually read the National Strategic Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance Control in Sri Lanka. So this is a very good point, actually. The strategic plan did not identify 2 things. First, how the strategic plan will be funded. So this might well be stuck in the glove box, right? If we have a plan without identified resources, fiscal, personal, and anything else, you name it. And I put these slides, my presentation together, in a haste. So I couldn't do really good job. I was planning to actually reach out to some of you to get inside information, but I didn't have time to do that. And the second deficiency I noticed in the strategic plan was that actually there was no indication how you will measure the progress. So, or how those strategies will be instituted. They are very, very broad. So those 2 things I noticed. First, no identification of resources and measurable outcomes and a specific timeline. So it was written, I think, in 2017 to cover 2017 to 2020. And I did a PubMed search to see if I can find any reports. No, not a single report.
Thank you, Professor Karyavasam. Now I would like to, request Professor Karyavasam, are you in a position to help us, help DAPH in this regard? Whatever the way, whether it is financial or technical.
Definitely, are you asking me, you're asking the question from me, right? Yes, definitely. I am more than happy to help. And I can help. I think kind of like, when you read the strategic plan, which was crafted by like, many different partners, there was no place in that strategic plan for the industry, the producers. And also like, that's why I think the best would be as veterinarians, we can like, have our own plan, because that strategic plan is mainly for medical side. It says One Health covering all those sectors, but I couldn't see actually very sincere approach taking to like, involve the veterinary partners and probably some other partners as well. And even for medical field, like, they track only UTI pathogens and bloodborne pathogens for antimicrobial resistance. So but what is most important is actually track the antimicrobial resistance of the bacteria isolated from the gut. Even they don't do that. And I think, I can provide any support, professional as well as like, the technical support, more than happy to do that. And I think Sri Lanka itself has many qualified veterinarians, academics, as well as like, other professionals and administrators to help you with this.
Thank you, Professor Karyavasam. I have, yes, I will come up with that. I have, prepared the platform for assistance. I think all the AMR technical professionals are here. All the judges are, I think, all involved in AMR matters, and Dr. Jayaveer also involved in. And I think it's up to you all to take an initiative to approach Professor Karyavasam.
Yeah, actually, the issue was not something else, but because of the management and administration of the project itself from our end. Our means veterinarian, but it was administered by the human health side, so Ministry of Health. So the main issue was with them. Actually, we have been discussing these issues over last maybe 1 year. And there was another forum, I can't remember, about AMR. Actually, I raised this issue because the Flaming Fund agents were also there at that session. So what they said was they are considering the second phase. Actually, second phase is not the infrastructure development, but more involvement with more policy matters. So we don't need that actually, So then I think that was the alternative they said. So if we can have the first phase activities, any possibility of starting the first phase activities and funds for them, so that should be the real need at our end. So if Dr. Subhashini can help us, so that is what we need.
Definitely,
Yes,
I can, Dr. Jayaveer.
Yes,
and
I set the stage, and it's all up to you all to communicate and go forward. And before that, I want to, before finishing this session, I want to give 2 comments made by Dr. Tikiriji Jaitilaka. Yes, Sri Lanka do report and antimicrobial usage, but no active surveillance data. And another comment, very correctly, we have only a strategy and no costed action plan. In the region, some other countries have already prepared the costed national action plans. It's up to you. Is there any comment you want to make, Professor Karyavasam?
Yes, that's what, I noticed too. WHO asked the countries to prepare action plans, not strategic plans. Strategic plan is the first step. Now, I think now it's up to use that strategic plan with the very identified, very specific goals, country-specific goals to make that action plan. And again, like, how to, like, the funding. So unlike the medical profession, our profession, right? We want to make sure that, we still ensure to protect the producer, the profitability of the industry and producer interest. So it is kind of like, maybe more difficult for us in that.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
the
you,
action
Dr.
plan is a must. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Karyavasam. I think we should finish this plenary speech. And it's really a privilege to have you with us. And we are looking forward to your help. And I wish to request Dr. Jayavira to coordinate with Professor Karyavasam in this regard. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we are getting into the technical papers, and there are there are 9 technical papers. I think the time allocation is 15 minutes, and I would request all the presenters to adhere to the strict time because we are far behind the scheduled time. And I would like to start up with our first technical session, that is Survey of Veterinarians' Attitudes and Perception Toward Euthanasia of Companion Animals. I think it's a very good ethical question and ethical.
I'm currently working as a temporary lecturer at the Department of Veterinary Pathology in Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, University of Peradeniya. Today, I'm going to deliver a presentation about one of the crucial topics in Sri Lankan veterinary medicine. It is euthanasia. So the topic of my study is a survey of veterinarians' attitudes and perception toward euthanasia of companion animals in Sri Lanka. Euthanasia is the act of deliberately ending an animal's life to relieve suffering. It is a controversial topic in Sri Lankan context due to cultural and religious beliefs. Euthanasia often renders significant stress to both the client and the vet, and is often as emotionally challenging for the veterinarian as for their clients equally. This subject area lacks information, and considering the significant role played by the veterinarians in this regard, we wish to investigate the background information of euthanasia. So the objective of our study was to investigate the Sri Lankan veterinarians' attitudes and perception towards euthanasia of companion animals. An online questionnaire was made using Google Forms and was distributed using online platform. The questionnaire was organized into 4 sections. It included participants' demographic data, general practices of euthanasia, along with the questions which can explore the client's experiences, expectations, and providing emotional support and compassionate care to clients during companion animal euthanasia. As the last part, we investigated about the moral criteria for choosing euthanasia as well. So these data were analyzed using descriptive statistics and regression analysis. So let's look at the results of this study. And the first part is the participants' demographic data. The veterinarians who participated in this study were companion animal practitioners. They were having 5 to 6 years of clinical practice, and most of them were employed in a clinic located in an urban area, and they usually perform 1 to 2 euthanasia per month. They perform euthanasia in a separate procedure room in their clinic. And they administer only an overdose of general anesthetic to euthanize the animal. And most of them consult or discuss with their colleague before deciding on euthanasia. And a very few group of people regret performing euthanasia afterwards. As I already mentioned, euthanasia is a stressful process for both client and the vet. Therefore, questions were included to assess the veterinarian's use of several communication and supportive practices to ease the stress of the client at an event of euthanasia. On a 5-point scale, participants were asked to report how often they inquired about a client's expectations and emotional experience during euthanasia process. So our communication practices included these: inquiring about client's emotional status, inquiring about client's support network at home, inquiring about client's relationship with their animal, inquiring about client's previous experience with euthanasia. As you can see in this graphical presentation, the communication practice which is always used by the veterinarians is inquiring about client's emotional status, either directly or using intuition. Similarly, we included questions to assess the use of support practices of the vets during an event of euthanasia. So these support practices include showing empathy and sympathy, suggesting options for consolation, providing comfort items for the client, such as providing a bottle of water, place to sit, and follow-up care of the client. So as this graphical presentation shows, showing empathy and sympathy is the mostly used support practice by our veterinarians. And follow-up care of the client is the least used support practices by our veterinarians. The ordinal regression analysis method was used to examine the association between the participants' years of experience with the veterinarian's use of aforementioned communication and supportive practices. So this regression analysis concluded the participants' years of experience was positively and significantly associated with veterinarians' use of following practices out of the 8 practices that I showed before. As the last part of the questionnaire, we included questions about moral criteria for choosing euthanasia. The question was, do you think that it is better to euthanize the animal or not in following cases? This was followed by 10 question items describing different situations in terms of owner's request for euthanasia, animal's pathological conditions, and owner's ability to pay. Each item offered 2 response choices: should euthanize or should not euthanize. They were designed to discover whether veterinarians suggest euthanasia when owners request further treatment and to compare with the veterinarian's own judgments about choosing euthanasia. So when we analyzed the responses that we got for these 10 question items, we were able to understand that for many veterinarians, around 75%, 2 conditions were necessary to justify euthanasia. The animals should be incurable and suffering, and the owners should request to euthanize. In the absence of either conditions, the veterinarians were inclined to refuse euthanasia. If the owners requested further treatment for animals with serious medical conditions, 80% showed clear disapproval. On average, 97% showed clear disapproval of euthanizing healthy animals upon owner's request. So these results indicate that owner's requests take precedence over the animal's condition for suffering animals, but not for healthy animals. So this study revealed important facts regarding veterinarians' perception of euthanasia of companion animals. Many research questions still remain unanswered, such as owners' views of euthanasia and veterinarians' stress management. Future studies should be directed at elucidating these issues and seek a better way of managing companion animals' terminal care. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and keeping the time. And are there any questions from the audience? And I would like to request all the online participants to use the raise the hand option. Yes, Dr. Malwarachi.
Thank you, Doctor, for your very good, interesting presentation. I have two questions. One is that as a veterinarian, we are there to relieve the pain in a human way, and it is in our oath also. So I don't know, those questions are basically qualitative questions, it seems. If I ask how to measure the empathy or the emotional quotient, what did you use to make that subjective into objective, or like qualitative one into quantitative? That is the first question. And second one is that in your questions, was there any question to check their religion? That is basically sensitive area, but did you use some strategy to check their religion background?
Well, I think I'm audible enough. Yes, actually, I could not include the religion of the vet. I think I should have included that in the questionnaire. And so I'm not clear about the first question. Could you
The first question was that basically your questions are qualitative. So say emotion of the veterinarian. How do you measure that in a quantitative way?
Actually, so these on a 5-point Likert scale, we can give, I mean, they can be given a number. If they are doing it always, they can be given 5 marks. If they are doing it rarely, they can be given only 1 mark. So like that, numbering system can be used.
Thank you. I think it's a very good question raised by Dr. Malwarachi. I think in this regard, I have some personal experiences. Many veterinarians refuse for euthanasia, even the animal is terminally ill. And even I have a question about the professionalism about this aspect. You mentioned that there should be 2 conditions to euthanize an animal by a veterinarian. One is from the animal should be terminally ill, and the other one is from the request from the owner. So isn't it a responsibility of the veterinarian to convince the owner to go for a euthanasia if the animal is terminally ill? That is a question that I have. I'm not quite sure your study has identified that aspect. Any comment on it?
Yes, well, I think I am totally agreeing with what you said here. So I think in Sri Lanka, as you can see in my results, most of them perform only 1 to 2 euthanasia per month. That's a really low number compared to the studies which have been done in US, Canada. So I think that's the problem. There should be 2 requirements. These 2 requirements should be there. If owner does not request or owner does not give the consent, our veterinarians actually don't go for euthanasia. That's what we identified through this study.
Okay, thank you. I think
Yeah,
Dr. Priyankarage, I have a question.
Yeah, I think you mentioned your abstract. 65% of veterinarians use overdose of general anesthesia for euthanasia. So what is the rest 35%? How they are going to do euthanize?
Actually, there were several other methods as well. Can't remember.
Yeah.
Yes, there were several other methods which I cannot remember now.
So what are the methods you studied? Giving a overdose of general anesthesia and any other? What are the methods? No, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll go for the next session. I think we have limited time. Our next presentation would be on non-communicable disease status in zoo workers in Pinnavala with emphasis on elephant keepers. I think quite a, interesting topic, it seems. I think out of the, our scope, I think it's a medical, maybe a medical problem. It's, I would like to invite the presenter to start the presentation on the non-communicable disease status in zoo workers in Pinnavala.
Good morning, everyone. My research is non-communicable disease status in zoo workers in Pinnavala with emphasis on the elephant keepers. There are a lot of studies going about occupational health hazards. Occupational health hazards mean risks that related to their occupation. In the global level, there are a lot of studies going about different occupation and different occupation health hazards. Example, paint factory workers in Nigeria. These paint factory workers exposed to corrosive gases and heavy metals during their day-to-day works. But therefore, these individuals show severe respiratory signs during their life. One researcher, US researcher, did his study about injuries and illness in US zoo veterinarians, and he found out most of US zoo veterinarians exposed to the corrosive gases and anesthesia gases during their work and exposed to the animal attacks, allergies, and infectious diseases. These conditions can be depend on age of the veterinarian, gender of the veterinarian, and the experience level of these veterinarians. In current local situation, there are a lot of studies going about construction sites, safety and construction site workers, and the respiratory health of welders, engineers, and the apparel sector. But there are few studies about animal-related workers. Most of these studies about captive elephant workers. They study about liver injuries of the mahout, tuberculosis of the mahout, oral health condition of the mahout. And I didn't come across any literature about non-communicable disease status related with these animal-related workers. Main objective in this research is collect more information on NCD situation that related with animal-related workers and welfare aspect of the animal-related workers. And most of these animal-related workers are apparently unhealthy. They have unhealthy lifestyles. Therefore, they are more prone for NCD condition. And this is the responsibility of the administrative section. To this project, we need to collect data. For that, we organized the health camp in Pinnavala Zoological Garden on 28th October in 2018 with the permission of Director General of Zoological Garden. 3 doctors, 3 nurses, 3 attendants, and 3 health assistants also participated for this health camp. And 100 zoo workers also participated. In first photograph shows the collecting personal data and registration of the workers. And second photograph shows the medical examination where we collect blood samples, blood pressure, and other vital information. And third photograph shows the vision examination. And fourth photograph shows the measuring height and weight to examine the BMI. And final photograph shows the oral examination of the workers. To collect data, we use questionnaire filled by the workers, and we collect data about age, occupation, height, weight, random blood sugar level, blood pressure, previous clinical history of the worker, previous clinical history of the worker's family members, and habits of the workers such as smoking, alcoholism, and chewing pills. And we use statistical analysis, chi-square test, and we make comparison between elephant-related workers and non-elephant-related workers. Among these 100 individuals, we select 80 individuals with complete 80 individuals that have complete data to analyze. Among these 80 individuals, 20 individuals are elephant-related workers, most of them are Mahouts, and another 16 individuals are non-elephant-related workers. According to the first result, it's a BMI. BMI means body mass index. Body mass index means body weight in kilogram divided by height in square meters. This body mass index have 4 categories. If body mass index less than 18.4 or 18.5, it's belong to underweight. 18.5 to 24.9 normal. 25 to 29.9 belongs to overweight. If it is more than 30, it's known as obese. In this graph, red color chart shows the BMI levels of elephant-related workers, and blue chart shows the BMI condition in the non-elephant-related workers. You all can see the category of the overweight category. There are significant difference between the elephant-related group and non-elephant-related group. In this graph shows the distribution of the blood pressure in these individuals. Left side shows the elephant-related workers, and right side shows the non-elephant-related workers. And this graph shows the random blood sugar level distribution of these individuals, and left side shows the elephant-related workers, and right side shows the non-elephant-related workers. In this chart, we use this chart to collect previously treated health condition of the workers, such as heart, stroke, cancers, kidney disease, hypertension, diabetes mellitus, and chronic respiratory disease. And the second chart shows the clinical history of the family members of workers. Because NCD conditions have linked to their hereditary conditions. These NCD conditions can be transmitted to the genes also. According to the statistical analysis, we identify 2 main points. One is there's a significant level of individuals are overweight in the non-EM group, and second point is there are high level of frequent smoking and alcoholism in the EM group. These non-elephant related workers have good middle class life conditions, and they do less physical activities, and they may have bad dietary habit. These things can be related with the overweight condition. But in the animal related workers have poor life conditions and very stressful working situations. These reasons can be caused high smoking and alcoholism in this group. But these 2 points need immediate attention, because these conditions can be related with future NCD condition in these individuals. According to the national level, random blood sugar and vision issues were less frequently reported among these individuals. According to this data, we can organize health camps in this area to increase the awareness about NCDs in these workers, and we can study them about importance of the good diet habits, good nutrition habit, and regular importance of the regular examination and adverse effects of the alcoholism, smoking, and the overweight. To improve this research, we can organize more health camps in different zoological gardens, and we can improve the number of individuals in this project, and we can improve our database, and we can improve this project.
Excuse me, you have only 2 minutes.
This is my reference. Acknowledgement. Thank you.
Dr. Palika, having a question.
Thank you for your informative presentation. Dr. Vettaheva, yeah. Do you have any idea about NCD in general public in Sri Lanka? And how this group is deviate from the general public?
In this project, we think about the animal related workers. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, madam?
Yeah. Have you read any article about NCD in general public in Sri Lanka when you refer for this study?
Yes, madam. Before the project started, I refer.
What is the level of NCD in Sri Lanka? What is the prevalence or percentage in general public?
Okay. There are studies about diabetes.
May I ask, Dr. Vattava, did you happen to pre-test your questionnaires used for this study?
Sorry?
Did you pre-test the questionnaires used for your study?
Yes. I used the questionnaire.
Sorry?
Yes.
It was pre-tested, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your one more question from Dr. Priyanka Ravi.
Dr. Vettaheva, I think actually I want to know the non-elephant related workers, what kind of job they are doing? Are they working with the kitchen or somewhere? What kind of working are they involved?
Most of them are office workers and other animal related workers such as animal keepers, guards, and garden workers.
And one another question. I think your background information says there is a relationship between the elephant workers and the oral health.
Yes.
So I think that the background information based on the foreign country or the foreign literature. And how about the oral health conditions in Sri Lankan situation?
No, sir, there is studies
You haven't
about.
mentioned it in your abstract. So how about the Sri Lankan condition? What are the relationship? Any significant changes or whatever?
There is several studies about oral condition in Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
They are local literatures.
Yeah, but I asked because of the most of the elephant related workers are chewing beetles.
Yes.
So most of the time there should be problems in their oral health. So that's why I asked this question, because whether have you observed some problems in their oral health. So anyway, I think it's a good paper.
Yes, thank you. Only one final question from Dr. Malwar.
Yeah, actually, thank you, doctor. I'm really interested in that subject because basically when we see point from the veterinary point of view, I basically can't basically understand the purpose of doing that what do you call it, study. My question is that now you said that smoking and drinking alcohol. So if there is no significant health effect, drinking alcohol and smoking with related and unrelated, there is no significant importance, no? So such matter, I recall, findings are, there is no any benefit of evaluating and reporting as a project, because that is basically there's nothing to take, and I propose SLVA committee in future to evaluate such report before you propose into the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Malwarachi. Then we will go to the next presentation. The potency of animal anti-rabies vaccine marketed in Sri Lanka, presented by H. Ratnadibakara. The other researchers are Servet, F. Tickett, and M. Wasniewski, Thibault, and M. Dr. Professor Mangala Gunatilaka. Over to you, Ratnadibakara.
The topic of my presentation is potency of animal anti-rabies vaccines marketed in Sri Lanka. Currently, we have 7 different brands of anti-rabies vaccines used in animals marketed in Sri Lanka. And so far, there is no established procedure to test potencies of these vaccines before registration in the country. Therefore, the objective of our study is to test the potencies of anti-rabies vaccines marketed in Sri Lanka. The potency was tested using National Institute of Health test, which is NIH test, and the test was performed in a collaborating reference laboratory in France. With the ethics approval of the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo, MRI Colombo, and ANSYS Nancy Laboratory, France. Before going into details of the methodology, I would briefly introduce you about the National Institute of Health test. It is an in vivo test, which is by first we give intraperitoneal immunization to the mice, followed by intracerebral challenge using CVS virus, and then daily monitoring of 14 days after the challenge for the signs of rabies. For this test, we use 21-day-old healthy female Swiss OFI mice weighing around 13 to 15 grams. And for the test of one vaccine, minimum of 120 mice is needed. Animals distributed in groups of 10, and the distribution as follows. 4 groups for 4 doses of CVS, the challenge virus candidate, characterization of the virus. And 4 groups for 4 doses of reference vaccine, 4 groups for 4 doses of test vaccine. We'll move on to the dilutions, which clearly indicate the allocation of mice in different groups. First, the test vaccine. Following the initial dilution, 5-fold serial dilutions were performed to get these 4 dilutions of the test vaccine, and each dilution was given for a group of 10 mice. Same as the test vaccine, the reference vaccine, the biological reference preparation also followed the same dilution procedure, and each dilution was given to a group of 10 mice. And the challenge virus TAN, initially the CVS was pre-diluted in PVS, supplemented with 2% of heat inactivated horse feeder to obtain the challenge dilution, which provide 50 LD50 per 30 microliters. And then the challenge dilution was serially diluted by tenfold dilution to get the dilution ranges for the back titration of the virus. And each of the dilution was also given to a group of 10 mice. The inoculation procedure, the 5 ml of the test vaccine, each dilution of test vaccine were injected intraperitoneally to the group of mice. Same way, the reference vaccine, 0.5 ml of each dilution of the reference vaccines was given to a group of 10 mice. So 14 days post-vaccination, mice have given the intracerebral challenge with the challenge dose of CVS. Before inoculating the vaccinated mice, the unvaccinated group of mice were given the challenge, the back titration of the virus, the dilutions of the CVS, which was inoculated intracerebrally, 30 microliter of each dilution of the CVS, which was then followed by the intracranial cerebral challenge to the vaccinated mice. If I further explain about the procedure of the the intraperitoneal immunization was done by manual restraining. The mice were held in supine position, and the inoculation was done to the lower left quadrant of the abdomen using a 23 gauge 1-inch needle. 14 days post-vaccination, the intracerebral challenge was performed. For this procedure, mice was anesthetized using ketamine xylazine to minimize the stress and the pain related to the procedure, which was done using 1 ml syringe with a 26 gauge needle, 26 gauge half-inch long needle. And daily monitoring was done for 14 days for the signs of rabies. And when animals are monitored, the signs of rabies are categorized into 5 stages. Stage 1 is hunched back ruffled fur. Stage 2 is slow movements with alteration of the alertness and circular movements. And stage 3 is trembling, shaky movements with convulsions. And stage 4 paralysis. And stage 5 prostration and moribund. Stage 3 with severe signs with trembling, shaky movements and convulsions clearly indicates the rabies. Therefore, once the stage 3 with severe and unequivocal signs appeared, the animals were euthanized using cervical dislocation. The natural mortality point was not used to prevent the duration of suffering of the animals. And when we move on to the results, NIH test was based on control or all or none response. Therefore, comparison between dose and response was developed, and the dose response curves were linearized using a statistical transformation, and the potency of the confidence limits were calculated by comparing the ED50 of the reference vaccine to the ED50 of the test vaccine. This is an example of the results that we got for one vaccine. Here we can see that the number of survivors are counted for each of the dilutions, and the ED50 and the linearity was calculated. NIH potency test should have several criteria to the test to be validated. First one is for both the vaccine and the reference vaccine, the median effective dose, which is ED50, should lie between the largest and the smallest dose given to the mice. Second, the titration of the CVS should show that 30 microliters of the suspension contains at least 10 times of LD50. The confidence limit are not less than 25% and not more than 400% of the measured potency. When such validity criteria is not met, the lower limit of the estimated potency must be at least 1 IU per dose for veterinary vaccines in the smallest prescribed dose. And the next one is statistical analysis should show a significant slope for the dose response lines and no significant deviation from linearity. sensitivity of the dose response lines. No more than 2 mice in each group should die within the first 4 days after the challenge. These deaths were considered as non-specific and not due to rabies, mostly due to the problems that happen with the procedures. Based on the test and European pharmacopoeia, inactivated veterinary rabies vaccines comply with the mouse potency test if the estimated potency is not less than 1 IU in the smallest prescribed dose. So these are the vaccines that we have tested with 7 single dose preparations and 2 multi-dose preparations. And the results, we have seen 4 vaccines from the 7 vaccines are compliant, 7 single dose preparations are compliant with the NIH potency test with the potencies of respective potencies like this. And 3 of the vaccines are not compliant with the potencies less than 1 IU per dose. From the 2 multi-dose preparations, 1 multi-dose preparation had a potency of 1.3 IU per dose, but the test did not meet the validation criteria as the lower limit is below the threshold of 1 IU per ml. And also the estimated potency is just above the threshold. The second multi-dose preparation was exactly the same batch number of the single dose. So therefore, for from the 3R's perspective, duplication of the test was avoided to prevent the unnecessary use of animals. From the results, we have seen that assessment of potencies of ARVs is necessary before registering in the market. Currently, we have an ongoing study to determine humoral immunity development conferred by these vaccines. Those results would allow a comparison between the potency testing and humoral response. In Sri Lanka, there is no established facility to conduct NIH tests for veterinary rabies vaccines. Therefore, as a future consideration, our aim is to look for a possibility of establishing a method to evaluate the relative potency of ARV based on their immunogenicity and submit recommendations based on the outcomes of this project, which may help the authorities to select the best anti-rabies vaccines to be released to the Sri Lankan market. Since still this is an ongoing study, we are not in a position to divulge the names of the vaccines, which do not have the required potency.
Thank you, Dr. Ratna Divakara. Any questions from the audience? Dr. Palika, please.
Yeah, Dr. Ratna Divakara, I am having a question. Actually, this study is very good and very valuable for us to get the decision when registering the vaccine coming to the Sri Lanka. So my question is, where did you collect these vaccines? Did it directly from the supplier or from the pharmacies?
It was directly from the suppliers, madam.
Okay, so do you have any assurance regarding the storage of those vaccines?
Yes, before we get in the vaccines, we confirm the storage requirement and everything from the supplier. Once we got the vaccines, we stored the vaccines at our Department of Physiology, University of Colombo, under our regular observation. And also during the importation procedures, we closely monitor the storage and transportation requirement, which provides the storage requirements for the vaccines.
So according to the literature, what is the international certification of these vaccines? Have you checked those? Because when these vaccines are coming to any country, they are providing international certification. Have you checked that?
That was basically the dose higher, and they didn't have any specifications related to the potency testing.
Okay. Yeah, what kind of recommendation are you going to do for the authority regarding these vaccines?
actually, once we finish the immunogenicity studies of all of these vaccines, we can compare the potency and the immunogenicity, and we can decide on a method that we can use to detect the potency, like relative potency based on the humoral immunity. And then we can do the recommendations of how the best vaccine that is to be used to the Sri Lankan animals, which is helpful for the eradication of rabies, like for the successful of the vaccination program.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Dr. Rasika,
Yes,
please.
Dr. Ratnadivakar, actually, I had two questions. One had been answered, what are the source of the vaccines? Other question is, does your results match with the published duration of immunity for these vaccines by the manufacturer? Let's say you tested some vaccines, half of them maybe you say it's compliance, and out of which some values have like 3 and 4, some have like 7. So does it match with the published duration of immunity and other sort of qualities of the vaccine? Or is it confidential right now?
Yes, it's at the moment we are comparing those results. We can't divulge at the moment, but we are at the end of the study. We will compare all the those considerations and the results and all.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Rasika. And one more final question from Professor Dr. Mallavarchi.
Yeah, thank you. It is a very interesting presentation. My question is now, you have done this research on mice, inoculating mice. For my understanding, I just wanted to know why don't you select unvaccinated dogs and give the particular recommended dose and test the antibody development or antibody titers after vaccinating in intervals? Is there any reason?
Yes, sir. We are currently doing that. Like in the project, we are currently doing that doing the vaccination of unvaccinated mice and measuring the immunity. And our aim is to compare these potency tests with the immunity results and then come to a conclusion whether we can develop a good comparison between both. But the thing is, the immunity and the survival after rabies infection not only depend on the humoral, but for the cellular immunity level as well. So currently there is no established alternative method for the NIH test. It's the established method is the mouse inoculation test.
Yes, final question from Dr.
Not a
Malla.
question,
Yeah.
just an information, because from 2017, Veterinary Drug Control Authority has a mandatory requirement of potency test from a reference laboratory. So most of the vaccine have been registered before that. So maybe we don't know. So if we want to check the potency and take some actions of the vaccine, we don't have the required potency level, so we'll have to get them tested again. Other thing is that this NIH test is not more available. I think they are replacing that one with novel test because of the animal welfare issue. They have now removed that from the test list at the moment.
Yes, thank you. And I think one of the registered vaccine was withdrawn from the market sometime about 2 years back. Right. Thank you very much for the questions and the presentation. And we will move forward to the next presentation. That is on improving the waste management system of medium scale dairy operation to control odor issue in peri-urban area, a case study presented by the CM Namaratna, and the team comprised of S. Priyantha as well as RMKP Rajanayak. Dr. Namaratna.
Have a good day to you all. I am Chaturi Namaratna, working as a government veterinary surgeon in Matale district. As a field veterinarian, I had experiences of reporting high number of complaints on odor nuisance of livestock farms in recent 2 to 3 years. According to my point of view, it's becoming a socio-economic problem. However, I had to take a responsibility of implementing a proper waste management plan in a medium-scale cattle operation, which is at risk of closing. Today, I like to present that case study. Improving the waste management system of medium-scale dairy operation to control odor issue in peri-urban area. We all know that the dairy sector fulfills about 40% of milk requirement in Sri Lanka. But we have only a few large dairies. Hence, medium and small-scale milk producers are vital. However, with rapid urbanization and land availability for livestock operations getting reduced, especially in peri-urban areas. Generation of odor due to improper waste management enhances the odor nuisance. Hence, it plays a negative impact on development of dairy sector. As a technical body, Department of Animal Production and Health doing its best to upgrading genetic potential, improving feeding and housing management. But with the enhancement of productivity, environmental problems are emerging. Therefore, adhere to proper waste management practices are really important for sustainability of the dairy sector. Actually, what is an odor? Odor is a human sensation stimulated through sensory receptors of the nose. Volatile compounds are the main responsible chemical substances to the odor. Usually, volatile compounds releases during manual decomposition by microorganisms. So far, more than 200 volatile compounds are identified. Because of the complexity nature of odorous compounds, it is hard to control the odor. Odor formation depends on size of operation, feeding management, housing management, seasonal variation, animal activities, and manual storing facilities. Annoyance. Annoyance means set of human reactions for immediate exposure for certain odor. Odor nuisance is caused by repeated events of annoyance over an extended time period. Human responses towards livestock odors are highly variable, and it depends on frequency, intensity, duration, offensiveness, and location. According to the literature, odor can be measured by olfactometry, dispersion model, or electronic nose. But these are hard to use in the field. Therefore, in Sri Lanka, convenient techniques such as sniffing team test is using at field level. We can avoid odor by reducing odor formation, controlling odor emission, enhancing dispersion. According to the Sri Lankan law, the Industrial Waste Disposal regulates under National Environmental Act number 47 of 1980. Environmental protection license should be obtained from Central Environmental Authority. Then I move to the case study. Cholapa Karmaratna is a young entrepreneur registered at Department of Animal Production and Health. This 40 years old farm having 16 cattle with half acre of land adhere to intensive management system with properly concreted 4 feed bunkers, auto drinkers and gutter system. In 2015, it was upgraded to a breeder farm. Total production is 8 liters per day, 2,400 liters per month. At that time, waste management was done by 8 cubic meters biogas unit and compost unit. However, first complaint has made by neighbor to the Central Environmental Authority in April 2018. After reporting the complaint, immediate actions were taken to remove cow dung daily from farm premises, reduction of water usage, establishment of biopens. But the neighbor didn't satisfy and continued the complaining. Then a joint field inspection was organized by Central Environmental Authority with participation of Pradeshia Sabha, Divisional Secretariat, the police, Medical Officer of Health, and PS Office. In August 2019, the responsibility was given to veterinary surgeon to implement suggestion of Joint Environmental Committee. We mainly focused on low-cost techniques. First of all, removing of existing biogas unit and slurry tank was done. Then, a low-cost windbreak system was established at the fence between cattle shed and neighbor's dwelling house. 10 feet height plastic cover was applied along northern limit as a shelter belt. At the same time, 2 different types of vegetations with different height were used as a biofence. A line of Lyricedia and 2 lines of hybrid napier bushes were planted inside the fence. Windbreaks alter the air turbulence, reduce wind speed, and absorb volatile compounds onto the surfaces of leaves. But these actions didn't enough to reduce odor. Then, advice given to construct 20 cubic meter biogas unit and salt pit at the south part of the land. These steps were undertaken in addition to daily removing excess cow dung and using limited water. At the same time, advice is given to cover all the gutters, and farmer was encouraged to integrate cattle farming with crop cultivation and azolla cultivation. After 1 year time period, a sniffing team tests were organized by Central Environmental Authority with participation of more than 7 members of several government institutes. The test was performed on 27th November 2020, early in the morning at about 4 o'clock at the farm premises and surrounding. During these tests, a questionnaire was filled by every member about the sensation of different time slots, focusing prior to clean the cattle shed, during cleaning, and after cleaning at several points of fence and neighbor's dwelling house. Finally, the farmer was able to obtain environmental protection license from Central Environmental Authority. In addition to that, distribution of excess biogas to nearby houses, crop cultivation for home needs, pleasant environment of farms, slurry from biogas to aquaculture funds, providing raw materials for composting for other benefits gained from waste management system. Considering all these things, I would say odor is serious nuisance because perception of odor is different from individual to individual, and its impact on dairy sector could be negligible. Lack of knowledge and experiences of waste management, especially in small land plots, is other constraint at field level. Higher capital cost for establishments also another concern of poor farmers. In addition to that, advanced techniques to measure odor other than sniffing team tests should be used in the field to ensure fairness of inspections and to build the trust, as well as avoid false complaints and other nuisance due to personal issues and reasons. Adequate awareness programs are essential before establishment of livestock operations. In Sri Lanka, literature on livestock management is very few. Therefore, researchers on vermicompost, effective microorganisms to control odor would be beneficial. In my point of view, a common cow dung collecting and recycling center should be established at least 1 center per district. Advanced knowledge on waste management should be included in undergraduate curriculum in Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science. And also, well-equipped laboratory service is essential to establish in the department for livestock farmers to issue relevant certificates. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Namaratna. Any questions from the panel of judges?
Dr. Navaratna, did you happen to receive any other similar complaints from regarding any other farmers in the area, or only this farmer you had this kind of issue?
No, I have more than 4 complaints within 2 to 3 years in my work experience.
Okay, in those situations, what seems to be the main problem? Is it the drainage system or his lack of manage the sort of the setup, or what is, in your opinion, any common issues that?
Most of the times the waste disposal method, they haven't enough land to dispose correct method. In small land area, about half an acre land plots, according to my experience, most of the time it's land availability.
Okay, right. Thank you. It's a very good study. Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Navaratna, because I just want to know, how about the feeding management system before giving the environment protection license and after EPL? Have you changed any feeding management system to reduce the waste of feed? So what kind of measures you taken to the feeding management?
No, actually, at earlier times, it was extensive managed. It's an extensive managed farm. After 2015, it was developed into intensive management system. We introduced TMR feeding method. With that improvement, after that neighbors complaining. I think the frequency of complaining is increased due to intensive management
system. I asked these questions. How about the concentrate feeding? So are they giving high concentrate?
Yes, yeah, they are giving high concentrate diet to improve the productivity.
So under your observation, are you asked them to reduce the concentrate feeding, or you just maintain the similar levels?
No, I asked to using TMR method only at night time. In daytime, I have to advise to send the grassland because of this the odor problem.
Yeah, there is a possibility. Yeah,
yes.
That's why I asked Dr. Navaratna. Once you're giving high concentrate diets, there may be a possibility of
yes. Yes.
You know the reason. I think the nitrogen extraction. Yes, there may be a possibility of odor formation. So that's why I asked that questions. Anyway, it's a good study.
Yes.
Dr. Namaratna, this is a very good study. I am having not a question, suggestion. With this successful story, you can write down a proposal and submit to the department for funding to promote this system. So I am suggesting you to write a proposal to the department.
Oh, okay, madam.
Okay, thank you. And we will move on to the next presentation. It's on antimicrobial resistant profiles in E. coli isolated from an urban ecosystem in Sri Lanka. A One Health approach. The presenters are Y. Gunasekara, T. Nisansala, I. Vijay Y. Basnayaka, S. Kottavatta, A. Silva Fletcher, and Dr. Ruwani Kalupana. Over to your presenter.
Hello everyone, I'm Yashodhara Gunasekara from Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and Animal Science, University of Peradeniya. Title of my presentation is Antimicrobial Resistance Profile in Escherichia coli isolated from an urban ecosystem in Sri Lanka, a One Health approach. Antimicrobial resistance is a significant global health priority. Antimicrobial resistance occurs when bacteria, viruses, and fungi and parasites change over time and no longer respond to medicines, making infection harder to treat and increasing the risk of disease spread, severe health illnesses, and death. According to WHO, antimicrobial resistance is one of the top 10 public health threats to mankind and predicted to be the next global pandemic. Therefore, surveillance and research to recognize the extent of antimicrobial resistance is highly beneficial in addressing this crisis. In order to address the issue of antimicrobial resistance, it is crucial to take integrated action across human, animal, and environmental health sectors, which implies One Health, because antimicrobials are used in all these sectors. Therefore, addressing the health threats caused by antimicrobial resistance at the intersection of people, animal, and their environment is timely needed. Since the One Health concept is based on a transdisciplinary approach, it is important to tackle this global health issue systematically. In an ecosystem, human, animal, and their environment are inseparably linked. When we consider antimicrobial resistance, since antimicrobials are used in human health sector, animal sector, and agriculture, resistant bacteria could emerge anywhere in this complex system. If antimicrobials are used in animal health sector, a large fraction of drug excreted without being metabolized. These get transferred to water through runoff from the use of animal waste in the form of manure. Overuse and misuse of antimicrobials due to lack of knowledge in people, over-the-counter sales, unregulated practices in hospital also add to the problem. Unlike farm animals, wild animals are rarely treated with antimicrobials, but due to their extensive home range and feeding habits, we hypothesize that wild animals act as a reservoir and the transmission route of antimicrobial resistance within an ecosystem. Therefore, this study aimed to investigate the antimicrobial resistance profiles in Escherichia coli isolated from human, animal, and environment in an urban ecosystem in Sri Lanka. Urban area studied was 1 square kilometer area from Dompe in Gampaha district. The area was mapped using GPS location to determine the sampling site. The map showing the exact urban ecosystem developed by using ArcGIS software. There were a number of places like a hospital, farms, processing plants, and suggestive of utilizing antimicrobials. The selected site was consist with organized livestock farms, mainly with poultry industry and urban wild animals, and also one government district hospital and one medium scale poultry processing plant was there. The study protocol was approved by Ethics Review Committee, Faculty of Medicine, University of Peradeniya. The freshly voided fecal sample were collected from 85 farm animals and 64 wild animals. Human fecal sample were collected from healthy individuals. Each individual who was agreed to participate in the study was provided with sterile fecal collection swabs and advice on the sample collection procedure. Water samples were taken from the water channels and stagnated water bodies in ecosystem. Isolation and identification of E. coli were performed according to standard protocols. Susceptibility to 12 antimicrobials was tested according to CLSI 2019 guidelines. For the interpretation of data, E. coli resist to at least one antimicrobial was considered as resistant. Accordingly, the percentage of resistant E. coli in human as well as in farm animals were 54%. It was 47 and 46 in wild animals and water. From the total farm animals tested, poultry in Dompe showed the highest resistance level. According to the isolates, wild animals had higher resistance than wild mammals. Tested among all the isolates, commonly used antimicrobials like ampicillin, nalidixic, ciprofloxacin, and tetracycline showed the highest resistance than other antimicrobials. Among all the farm animal isolates in Dompe, highest resistance was detected for ampicillin, followed by tetracycline and nalidixic acid. In human isolates in Dompe, highest resistance was detected for nalidixic acid, followed by streptomycin, ampicillin, and tetracycline. Wild animal isolates, highest resistance was detected for ampicillin, followed by tetracycline and nalidixic acid. Among isolates from water, highest resistance was detected for ampicillin, followed by tetracycline and streptomycin. E. coli isolates from farm animals as well as wild animals. Farm animals, humans as well as wild animals, and water showed the resistance against commonly used antimicrobial such as ampicillin, tetracycline, nalidixic acid, and streptomycin. Presence of resistant isolates from water and wild animals suggests contamination of environment. Thus, finding of the present study, which indicates the presence of resistant bacteria in all major components of the ecosystem, iterates the need of multi-sectorial One Health approach in combating the public health crisis related to antimicrobial resistance.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gunasekara. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gunasekara. Any questions from the judge of panels?
Dr. Gunasekara, thanks for nice presentation. I am having a question in regarding the sampling collection. Is there any behind rationale to select these sample numbers?
Yes, madam. We calculate according to the prevalence. We hypothesize is that 5%. And we collect around 30 from each sector.
Okay. It's not clear for me.
Can you repeat your answer? I mean, it's not clear for Dr. Palika.
We collect 30 samples from at least 30 samples from each component.
So you have mentioned 85 farm animals, 64 wild animals, and 42 humans.
Yeah.
So, and 40 water samples. So
yes, madam.
The rationale to justify these numbers.
Madam, we collect 40 water, and that wild animals mean we select birds and mammals, we get the equal allocation from the each components, madam.
Did you happen to detect any multi-drug resistance there?
Yes, sir.
Is it mentioned here, or can you elaborate? Maybe I missed it.
Yes, we detect the multi-drug resistance E. coli in both human, wild animals and farm animals. The highest multi-drug resistance was observed in poultry.
Okay, you didn't find anything in the water originating from the water?
Yes, we found.
What also you found?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Priyankara, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Gunasekara. Now we are moving to a much awaited presentation by Dr. Chamari Kannangara. Very timely presentation. I think people, many have questions. Even I have many questions. We'll start the presentation, Dr. Chamari.
Good afternoon. The topic of my research is a review of laws related to animals and veterinary profession in Sri Lanka. Objectives of my research: to identify the legislations related to animals and the veterinary profession in Sri Lanka, to identify the amendments to the legislations, to identify the legislations which are repealed at the moment, to find the case laws related to the legislations, to find the gaps in different legislations. As methodology, I have used following methods: collecting of all the legislations related to animals, acts and the ordinances, collecting of all other related documents, regulations, guidelines, cabinet decisions, etc. Selection of case laws related to different acts. In this case, I referred new law reports, Sri Lanka law reports, Supreme Court and Court of Appeal decisions, reviewing of selected legal documents, and also literature review related to the laws during the ancient time and also the laws related to animals in other countries. As result, I have found during ancient time, there's a rule called Magatha rule, which says complete ban of killing of animals. So this Magatha rule or the no killing policy was practiced by first by the King Amandagamini. Later on, King Voharikatissa, King Sikala, King Agabodhi IV, and King Kashyapa III. Parallel to this also, in India, there is a king called King Meghavarna. He also practiced this no-killing policy. The term animal, it's only the term animals appears in nearly 70 different ordinances and acts. Then I have listed down here the ordinances and acts which have been enacted in Sri Lanka and also implemented in Sri Lanka during the past period. So the first one which I have found is the Cruelty to Animals Ordinance 1862 number 7. Actually, this act itself I couldn't find, but it refers in one of the case law in 1904. So that case law is based on this 1862 Cruelty to Animals Ordinance. So other than that, from 1876 up to now, different number of ordinances and acts have been enacted in Sri Lanka. So these are the names. So the latest one is in 2015, National Medicine Regulatory Authority Act. It relates to the veterinary profession because it gives the authority to veterinary surgeons to prescribe human drugs to the animals. So you can see all the acts. Some of these acts are not implementing at the moment. They have been repealed. So then I want to find out how many amendments have been enacted for these different acts. So these are the currently implementing acts. Cruelty to animals, dangerous drugs. So you can see there are many amendments, especially during early 90s. These acts has been revised regularly to cater the current situation. But unlike in these days, these acts have been amended accordingly. See the veterinary surgeons, you can see there's only 3 amendments. After 1994, there are no amendments. On the animal acts, there's a 2009 amendment, and fauna and flora protection, and some acts, there are no amendments. The initial act itself is still implementing. So to complete my work, not only the acts implementing at the moment, I have looked into the repealed ordinances also. So those acts also had large number of amendments during the time period it has been implemented. So the punishments, one of the objective of my study is to find out the punishments, whether they are sufficient for the today's context. So you can see the fine is very low in some ordinances and acts. Cruelty to animals, rabies, veterinary surgeons and practitioners, it's like 250 rupees. Veterinary surgeons and practitioners, and cruelty to animals, it's 100. So only this Animal Feed Act and the Fauna and Flora Protection Ordinance, the fine goes up to 2,50,000. And even Veterinary Surgeons Act, there's no imprisonment, only the fine is there. So that then the gaps in different legislation. So I have identified gaps in several ordinances, and I will list a few of these ordinances in my presentation. Cruelty to animals ordinance, animal definition is not only for domestic and captured animals, so it's a gap. And lack of broader coverage of animal welfare issues, breeding issues not addressed, limited number of cruelty offenses, laboratory animals are not included, low monetary penalties, and lack of regulations. And Animals Act, only cattle and buffaloes except the trespass section. They should include other poultry, goat, sheep, pigs, and other livestock animals for transport and slaughter section. Regulations lack clarity, and production systems need to be included, and low monetary penalties. Gaps in other legislations like Animal Diseases Act, no amendments during last 20 years. Emergency control measure powers are not clearly mentioned. Quarantine measures need to be revised, need to address SPS measures, OI regulations in this Animal Diseases Act. Importing export regulation need to be revised according to the international requirements. Animal Feed Act, no regulations. It has not been updated to cater the 2016 amendment, and the definition also the feed the itself definition should include silage, hay, pasture. It's my opinion, other than simple and compound feed. Rabies ordinance, authority of veterinary surgeon is not authorized properly, and no power, the powers are very minimal for this veterinary surgeon in this ordinance. And also there are no regulation, and there are a few more gaps in that ordinance also. So other than that, I decided and I found different case laws when I study all these Sri Lanka law reports and new law reports. So these are the case laws. Some of the case laws I have listed here. The first one you can see Nicholas Apua's Kuruaya. That is the one I have referred earlier. In 1862, there's an ordinance that from this case law, I have found that ordinance. And Butcher's ordinance, these are the case laws. And the last one, I thought of presenting it at this presentation, because even though this Contagious Diseases Animals Ordinance is not valid at the moment, it has been repealed. But you can see in 1915, there is a case, a person failed to report rinderpest to the relevant authority. So that at that time, the magistrate has fined him 50 rupees. In case of failure of paying the fine, he has to go 1 month imprisonment, rigorous imprisonment. So you can see those days, these legal provisions are practiced, these punishments have been given to the people who violate these animal laws. So I want to emphasize this at this forum. Discussion. All animal-related legislation must be revisited, and gaps need to be addressed by the relevant authorized government institutions. All penalties need to be increased according to the current context. Veterinary Surgeons and Practitioners Act need to be amended immediately to prevent illegal practices. Acts which deal with international trading need to be amended according to the international standards and regulations. Animal welfare must be assured in all animal-related legislations. New regulations need to be framed where necessary, and we have to introduce new acts according to the international requirements. So these are the things I have found during my study. This is only an initial study, and I will continue this study in future also. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chamari. And there are quite a interesting area to discuss. Any questions from the, first of all, I will ask any question from the audience. Dr. Jayavira?
Rather than a question, an appreciation. You know that. You know, that is a actually severe need we have been expecting. I think the second step is to address this gap step by step. I kindly request Dr. Chamari herself to initiate that one from a ministry, and we can support. So that's the only thing I can at this moment. Okay.
Yes, I do have a comment. Thank you very much for your very informative presentation. In fact, I just want to make one note with regards to rabies control registration. In rabies ordinance, it says each and every local authority have the freedom to formulate their regulations. For your information, Colombo municipality, we do have our own regulation. So it is up to the other local authorities to have their own regulations. That is one point. And very congratulations to, I mean, all the information. And I think we are lacking much knowledge about this area. I think many veterinarians. We need, I think, additional Director General is here. So please do some initiative to organize some awareness programs amongst field vets, all the veterinarians. Without knowing all these legal backgrounds, they are not in a position to, discharge their duties diligently. I humbly request you to take some initiative. We can use Dr. Chamari in future. And any question?
Yeah, I think Dr. Chamari, it's a very comprehensive study. Thank you very much. Actually, I really appreciate do the study like this. And I think we have the alarming of gaps. So I think it's also very important to discuss as a veterinarians, what are the gaps we need to identify and how we are going to fill. And I think in the animal feed that you also aware that we prepared the regulations, you also involved in that matter. And we properly describe what are the preserved roughages. And I think there are some aspects also we separately discussed, and we need to include those regulations. Anyway, thank you very much. It's a very good presentation. Really appreciate.
Thank you, sir.
I also thanking Dr. Chamari for eye-opening of us, because some of the acts we are also not aware about those things, because although those acts are very old, probably still they are we can implement the regulations under those acts, so we can utilize this legislative power. So it is a good thing you did that kind of study at this time. So I'm requesting you to move forward with us to implement those regulatory and legislative things at the sector to improve the livestock sector with the finding the solution for current issues. Thank you,
ma'am.
Dr. Chamari.
Yes, I am also, at the moment also I am compiling all these legislations with the amendments, because it's very difficult to find all the legislation with the amendments, because amendments are there separately and the acts are there. So I am compiling all these into one act like that, and also planning to publish a book in
I'm
future.
having
Better
a
to
small
publish that
question.
actually. It's very comprehensive
Another-
than what is mentioned here.
Another small question. Have you found the reason for not amending these acts? What are the barriers we are having to amend those acts?
Actually, one thing is earlier, one thing is at the moment that I don't know the current legal system also, it takes long time to
May I make I
yeah.
mean, actually, it's a very
Legal
complex situation. Actually, the amending legal enactments is a very, laborious act, and the many ministries as well as the many, technical experts are involved. For your information, then actually, in the current scenario in Sri Lanka is very pathetic when it comes to the amending legal enactments and bringing up the new legal enactments. For example, I think Dr. Jaiviran Chamari, are very, very involved in the Rabies and Dog Registration Act. So it's not working properly actually. It's our professionals also lacking
Yeah.
the knowledge.
Especially
And many factors. I think this is not the time to discuss all these matters. We can discuss about it one day, I guess. It's very broad.
I think those days there may be simple way, because when you all can see that in the early 90s there are very frequent amendments, like every 2-3 years there's an amendment, but now we don't have amendments like that. So there are the legal mechanism also, maybe there's a problem at present.
Chamari, I just have one. So I think in Sri Lanka, so in most of that, the value, it means the Sinhala version is the usage, because Sinhala and Tamil is the language there. So is there any Sinhala version of these acts and legislations and regulations available?
Not all, even the Animals Act, the original one, we don't get the Sinhala version, and some acts also we don't have cruelty to animals on. Only the latest one we have.
You have any question?
Yeah, actually, I think I'm just going to the same lines. It'd be better to publish it in a comprehensive manner.
Yes,
Actually,
yes.
it's looking at your presentation, a lot of comprehensive
Yes.
information.
Not
is
the
there.
abstract doesn't
Not
give
sufficient for that.
abstract doesn't give any
Usually should have
overview.
published it actually.
And I'm going to raise a very good timely discussion. So I think cattle slaughter ban.
Yes, any online questions?
Right. No, I'm just taking. No, yeah. Chat. No, not that, yeah. Yeah, I'm the cattle slaughter banning legislation. It is coming up. So, it's relevant to the Dr. Palika's question. What is the problem? Lack of consultation. So the policy making is, really tough in Sri Lanka. They lack a proper consultation. For your information, in UK, if they are bringing up any enactments or any, I mean, legislation, they consult all the stakeholders. But it's pathetic in Sri Lanka. They take only political decisions. So this is a very broad area to discuss. And anything that Dr. Jayavir and Dr. Chamari can initiative to, I mean, discuss this forthcoming cattle ban slaughter enactments. So I think SLVA, though it is a very sensitive issue, being a professional, I think we should raise our concern, not the concern. We have to be scientists, not the individuals. So we need to give a public statement. What is our position? I think I strongly request from the president, please do something. Otherwise, if somebody else get into the topic, the SLVA is just a, I mean, it's a third party.
Yeah, Doctor, yes, actually, I also trying to raise the same question from Dr. Chamari also regarding this upcoming cattle ban, Yeah. So we had to find out what is the legal background onto this human production, ethics and, of the, the farming industrial into consideration and all those kind of facts we have to consider because this is a very sensitive issue. It's based on religious inventions, but we have to deal with very diplomatically and systematically and very scientifically into this issue. And rather than going emotional statements, be fruitful and constructive in giving our statements to the public. And there's another one outstanding, actually, that's Animal Welfare Act. Also, Dr. Chamari, it's in the ministry level, I think. So, I mean, that's also should be considered in the near future. And we can see actually easily, these gaps, there are so many gaps in this act and that act, but we have to find a, real point where to, act actually, where to reach. How we are going to, if you are going to do an amendment, what is the methodology and how we are going to raise that and how we are going to achieve that. We can simply say that, finding literature reviews and everything, and we can say that we have this gap and this to be updated, and everybody can say that. But up to my opinion, to be constructive in, in long run, it's good initiative you have taken, but in long run, I mean, rather than telling that these are gaps, we have to change this enactment, like we have to come with what is the change we have to need put into place, what is the what is our alternative, what is our suggestion to make this change, what is the real legal I mean point that we are going to change, like. So we have to go to that point, then we have to go to the Attorney General Department, and then you can make the real I mean the proposals, and that way you have to follow up, I think, what my opinion as the SLVA. So we are going to have a discussion in our committee also, Dr. Jas, and we are ready to give a statement for the public here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gunardhan. I think our Additional Director General is here. I think we are expecting something from the department side as well. Thank you.
President, sir, may I just want, actually this has this impending ban on the cattle slaughter procedure. Actually, it has direct implication on our teaching program also. We as a veterinary surgeons teaching program, we depend on heavily for the availability of the samples for teaching students, and not having sort of legal slaughterhouses. So procedures of animal slaughter really is impending for our teaching program, pathology, public health, and all these programs. That is unlike that, let's say, if other professions, that's a very big point. There's no, I mean, there's no other any sentiments are not attached to this matter. This is a real practical problem that we, let's say now we are planning, we have implemented a new curriculum. We plan to get the international recognition for this one, and the certification or accreditation from the Asian Oscillation Board or something for our degree. If we don't have the regularized access to a legal abattoir system, our degree will not be recognized. Simple as that. It's a real loss actually. Yeah. Yeah, we got it from the government of Sri Lanka. Yeah, it is only us as the professionals has that problem. We cannot continue our teaching program up to the currently accepted international standards. If we don't have the valid legal system here, where are we going to take the students? Somebody can ask, your training program has zero training for this one. So they will say we cannot accept this one. Just a technical point, nothing there.
Yes, thank you very much. I think it's a good forum, and please DAPH take some initiative to organize, I think, workshop. Then everybody can get involved. That we can do something. Thank you. Then we will move on to the next presentation. It's an investigation of antimicrobial resistance in E. coli isolated from wild animals in Ambegamu, Sri Lanka. The team comprises of BMY I Basnayaka, GGT Nisansala, PIJB Vijayavikrama, WS Veeratunga, NK Jayasekara, AW Kalupana, RS Kalupana, A Silva and Fletcher, and KSA Kottavatta. Presenter will be a KSA Kottavatta.
Welcome you all to my research presentation, and I would like to begin with the topic, investigation of antimicrobial resistance in Escherichia coli isolated from wild animals at Hambegamo, Sri Lanka. The ability of a microorganism to resist the action of an antimicrobial agent is called antimicrobial resistance. It has become a global challenge and an emerging threat to public health. Antibiotics are becoming increasingly effective as drug resistance spreads globally, making it more difficult to treat the rapidly growing infections. By 2050, MR will take the lives of 10 million people worldwide, more than the deaths currently attributed to cancer. The two most affected regions would be Africa and Asia. Antimicrobial resistant organisms are found in people, animal, food, plants, and the environment. They can spread from a person to person, from a person to an animal, or between animals. This diagram represents the routes of transmission of AMR between humans, farm animals, wildlife, and the environment in an ecosystem. An ecosystem is a biological community with its physical and chemical environment and the dynamic interactions of nutrient cycles and energy flows. Animals are a key component of an ecosystem. This includes farming animals and wild animals. As this picture indicates, there's hardly any use of antimicrobials on wild animals, but they may get exposed to resistant bacteria and resistant genes from livestock and from the contaminated environment due to their extensive home range and their feeding and defecation patterns. Why is it important to investigate on the MR in wildlife? Because they act as reservoirs with a biological mechanism to disseminate AMR. And they can act as the indicators of environmental contamination with resistant bacteria. Therefore, to assess the levels of AMR in E. coli isolated from a rural ecosystem and their potential as reservoirs of resistant organisms, current study was carried out in the objective of investigating the AMR profiles of wild animals in a rural ecosystem in the country, Hambegamo, using Escherichia coli as the indicator organism. 1 square kilometer area at Hambegamo was mapped using GPS. The sample collection is as follows. Samples were collected from 62 mammals, 40 birds, and 28 reptiles, to a total of 130 samples. Sample processing and the isolation of E. coli was done using the following method. Maximum of 2 confirmed E. coli isolates from each sample were subjected to antimicrobial susceptibility testing for 12 antimicrobials following CLSI standards. The isolation rate of E. coli. 45 fecal samples from mammals, 26 fecal samples from birds, and 20 fecal samples from reptiles were positive for E. coli to an overall isolation rate of 70%. AMR profiles were obtained for 79 E. coli isolates from mammals, 47 E. coli isolates from birds, and 31 from reptiles. To a total of 157 E. coli isolates were tested for AMR by using the disk diffusion test. E. coli from mammals reflected the highest resistance of 11.3% for streptomycin, followed by 10% for ampicillin. The highest resistance in E. coli from birds and reptiles were for ampicillin. Those values were 12.7% and 22.5% respectively. When considered as a whole, out of 157 isolates from mammals, birds, and reptiles, the highest resistance of 13% was for ampicillin, and the resistant levels for streptomycin, nalidixic acid, cefotaxime, and tetracycline at levels less than 13%. As you can see, 100% susceptibility was not observed for any of the antimicrobials tested, and the majority of the isolates were susceptible to the tested antimicrobials. Multi-drug resistance is the antimicrobial resistance to at least one antimicrobial drug in 3 or more antimicrobial categories. In our study, out of 157 E. coli isolates that were tested, 9 isolates were found to be multi-drug resistant. And those isolates from the following species, and it was a significant finding of the study. Apart from this, 5 mammals, 2 birds, and 2 reptiles were detected with cefotaxime-resistant E. coli isolates. That's resistance against a 3rd-generation cephalosporin. Based on our data, although majority of the isolates were susceptible to tested antimicrobials, the resistant isolates indicate the following. Wild animals may have acquired AMR via direct contact with livestock or via the environment. Further studies are required to find the source of AMR E. coli. Incidence of AMR in wild animals, even in a rural ecosystem with minimal use of antimicrobials, reflects the importance of future studies on AMR in diverse ecosystems. The conclusions of the study. The isolation rate of E. coli from wild animals was 70%. Highest level of resistance in E. coli was observed against ampicillin, followed by streptomycin, nalidixic acid. 9 E. coli isolates were multi-drug resistant. Majority of the E. coli were susceptible to most of the antimicrobials tested. A source attribution study, including the effects of natural environment to study AMR, can be proposed, as this rural ecosystem with minimal use of antimicrobials alarms the presence of AMR. I would like to acknowledge the grant UKRI Research England under the Bloomsbury Set Knowledge Exchange Programme from Royal Veterinary College, University of London for the financial support. And I would like to thank everyone who helped us in numerous ways to make our project a success. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kotawatha. Question from panel of judge. Dr. Basnaik, all right, sorry.
What is the corresponding one?
Dr. Basnaik, thank you for an informative presentation. Is there any special reason to select Hambegamuwa area?
Yes, madam, I hope you all can hear me.
Yeah.
Yes, we selected Hambegamuwa because we actually needed a remote rural ecosystem for our study in our research project, because we selected 3 or 4 sites in our research study, and one is Hambegamua. It is an area with non-organized livestock farming. It means the extensive management system was performed there for livestock, and there's interaction with wild animals, livestock, and humans. And there's conflict between humans and the wild elephants. So there's always interaction, and it was a rural remote ecosystem that we want to select as one site of our study project.
So this sampling was done in that particular area. Is it in like what's the sort of the how to say? Is it the what is the like the? Do you see that interaction between these animal species, or is it a close area, or are they remotely to each other, or how do you say that one? These animals that are interacting with each other, or?
It means the humans, wild animals, and livestock, all the categories live together in this area, Hambegamua, when compared with the other sites.
Okay. Any questions?
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Basnayaka.
Thank you.
And we are into next presentation done by H.C. Galagi, HMPK Karunaratna, WSM Premaratna, RS Kalupana, and KSA Kottavatta. That's on NACA gene-based characterization and antimicrobial resistance of staph species recovered from commercial lake collected from layer farms in Kurunegala district.
I'm going to present my study on MECA gene-based characterization and antimicrobial resistance of Staphylococcus species recovered from commercial eggs collected from layer farms in Kurunegala district. MRSA is methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. In other words, it is a Staphylococcus aureus that has acquired resistance to methicillin. Methicillin is a beta-lactam antibiotic, and somehow the name has more historical reasons because by definition, MRSA is resistant to all beta-lactam antibiotics, except to the newer cephalosporins with anti-MRSA activity. And MRSA is a superbug. MRSA or methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus is one of the main epidemiologically fittest modern bacterial pathogens. It causes serious impacts on public health. As Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, reports, the severity of MRSA infections categorized into serious threat level. MRSA causes more than 80,000 human infections and more than 11,000 human deaths in the world annually. So, MRSA is really a public health burden. The methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus species carry MECA gene. MECA gene is the main genetic element responsible for methicillin resistance. The gene encodes penicillin-binding protein 2A. This is an alteration of the penicillin-binding protein. And this protein causes resistance to beta-lactam antibiotics. So, this resistant mechanism can be defined as alteration of the target site. Animal-originated food are known potential sources for Staphylococcus aureus and MRSA. Retail meat and raw milk are such examples which hold the possibility of foodborne transmission of MRSA species. Previous findings from our laboratory shows around 50% of MEC-A pool among Staphylococcus species isolated from commercial layer chickens. So, in this study, we aim to isolate Staphylococcus species from commercial eggs. And then we aim to characterize the isolated Staphylococcus species based on the MEC-A gene. So, we collected eggs from 14 semi-intensive medium-scale chicken layer farms in Kurunegala district. And we collected 5 eggs from each farm and then pooled during testing. Following published accepted protocols, we collected eggshell washing, egg white, and egg yolk for tested and identification for Staphylococci and Staphylococcus aureus. The identification was done using mannitol salt agar and biochemical reactions including DNA test. The genotypic characterization was done by detecting MEC-A gene using polymerase chain reaction. And antimicrobial susceptibility testing was done for 6 selected antibiotics, including cefoxitin, gentamicin, tetracycline, ciprofloxacin, erythromycin, and for sulfamethoxazole trimethoprim following CLSI guidelines. And in results, we could obtain Staphylococcus species for all eggshell isolates. And 13 out of 14 egg white isolates, 13 out of 14 egg white samples and 13 out of 14 egg yolk samples were also positive for Staphylococcus species. And among those 40 Staphylococci, 14 of those were recorded as Staphylococcus aureus, and the others were reported as Staphylococcus species. And we could obtain positives for MEC-A gene. We could obtain 9 out of 14 eggshell isolates positive for MEC-A gene, and 5 out of 13 egg white isolates positive for MEC-A gene, and again 3 out of 13 isolates positive for MEC-A gene from egg yolk. So collectively, we could obtain 17 out of 40 isolates positive for MEC-A gene. So this is a 42.5% MEC-A gene prevalence. And the above result shows that 1/4 of the isolates are MRSAs. And when analyzed the above results, we could say that 4 out of 40 isolates are methicillin susceptible Staphylococcus aureus, and 7 out of 40 isolates are methicillin resistant Staphylococcus species, and 19 out of 40 isolates are methicillin susceptible Staphylococci. So this is the antibiogram of the isolated Staphylococcus species. As you can see, all the isolates were susceptible for gentamicin, and the highest resistance was reported for erythromycin, and it is a 40% resistance. And except for 3 MRSAs, other methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus isolates, methicillin-resistant Staphylococci species isolates, and methicillin-susceptible Staphylococcus aureus isolates, and methicillin-susceptible Staphylococcus aureus, methicillin-susceptible Staphylococcus isolates were susceptible for cefoxitin. So in our study, it shows the prevalence of Staphylococcus aureus and
methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus and methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus species from commercial eggs. And our study highlights the possibility of food chain contamination from these pathogenic microorganisms. Majority of MRSAs and MRS isolates were susceptible for cefoxetine, but they were MECA gene carriers. This finding is special that it highlights the silent expression of high rate of resistant gene poses potential risk for horizontal gene transfer. And I would like to thank my research team. And thank you very much for joining with my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Dr. Nasida,
Yes, Dr. Galage, what do you know about the MRSA carriage in commercial eggs in other countries and perhaps in the Asian region? Rates of MRSA carriage? Yes. Can you hear us? Dr. Galage, can you hear us? Dr. Galage, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Dr. Galage? Can you hear us?
Technical issue. Then, shall we move on to the next presentation? Then, if you have any questions, we can
Yes,
come back
please.
to you. Next presentation, please. Then we will come to the questions. The last. We'll go for the next last presentation. Thank you. The last presentation is on importation of antimicrobials.
Importation of antimicrobials intended for
Let's start.
veterinary use and related regulatory measures in Sri Lanka during 2016 to 2020. The study was carried out by the Veterinary Drug Control Authority of Department of Animal Production and Health. The objectives of the study are to study the fluctuations of the use of imported antimicrobials in veterinary sector 2016 to 2020, to study the reasons for above fluctuations, and to study the related regulatory measures taken by the VDCA DAPH during 2016 to 2020. Methodology. The data was collected from the submitted annual antimicrobial import reports 2016 to 2020 to OIE by Registrar VDCA. VDCA reports annual AMU to World Organization for Animal Health since 2015. Veterinary epidemiological bulletins 2016 to 2020 and disease outbreak patterns of above years were collected from Animal Health Division, DAPH, and the regulatory measures taken by the VDCA regarding AMU and AMR 2016 to 2020 were extracted from the minutes of the VDCA meetings. Let's move on to the results. This table summarizes the imported quantities of antimicrobial agents intended for use in animals by antimicrobial class 2016 to 2020. Here you can see the higher contribution is from macrolides, penicillins, sulfonamides and tetracyclines during all the 5 years. The highest total AMU was reported in year 2016, which was about 91.9 metric tons. This is a graphical illustration of AMU of macrolides 2016 to 2020. The highest is in 2019, which was about 42.6 metric tons. This is a graphical illustration of AMU of penicillin 2016 to 2020. The highest was in 2020, which was 18.88 metric tons. In both 2019 and 2020, the penicillin usage shows a remarkable increase compared to other years. This table summarizes the provincial distribution of FMD cases and deaths 2016 to 2020. The highest number of cases and deaths of FMD was reported in 2019. They were about 30,000 and 250 respectively. You can see the data here in 2019. This graph summarizes the graphical illustration of AMU of sulfonamide 2016 to 2020. The usage of sulfonamides shows a remarkable increase in 2017, which was about 32 metric tons. This is a graphical illustration of AMU of tetracyclines 2016 to 2020. The usage was about 32.5 metric tons in year 2017. It was the highest usage. This table shows the provincial distribution of brucella cases 2016 to 2020. The highest number of cases of nearly 1,000 was reported in 2017. This table summarizes the provincial distribution of CPD cases and deaths from 2017 to 2020. The highest number of cases was reported in 2017. There were more than 5,000 cases and 500 deaths in 2017 due to CPD. This table summarizes the Salmonella pullorum and coccidiosis cases 2017 to 2020. You can see that the total number of both Salmonella pullorum and coccidiosis cases are higher in 2017 compared to other years. Let's move on to discussion. Thylacine was the main contributor of the macrolide class, and the highest use was noted in 2019. It was about 42.6 metric tons. This could be due to the increased prevalence of CRD in poultry in 2019. Although CRD prevalence was very high in 2019, actually it was not clearly reported. Increased quantities of penicillin in 2019, 16.9 metric tons, and 2020 it was 18.8 metric tons, can be an effect of the usage of penicillin to battle the secondary infections in FMD and LSD outbreaks in 2019 and 2020. The increased quantities of sulfonamide, 32 metric tons, and tetracyclines, 32.49 metric tons, in 2017 is suspected to be an effect of the increased prevalence of Salmonella pullorum disease, coccidiosis, brucellosis, and CPD. Let's move on to the final part of the discussion. Here I want to say about the regulatory measures taken by VDCA regarding the importation of antimicrobials 2016 to 2020. In 2017, some favorable decisions were taken by VDCA to control the bulk use of therapeutic antimicrobials for prophylaxis, limitation of maximum probable antimicrobial pack size for importation into 1 liter or 1 kilogram. It was made mandatory for the importers to submit data of the marketing information of antimicrobials to VDCA as an initial step to monitor antimicrobial distribution and usage pattern. The antimicrobial distribution report is randomly checked for verification and considered as a prerequisite for the pre-clearance recommendation by VDCA for the import of subsequent consignment of particular antimicrobial product. Registrations of veterinary medicinal products containing streptomycin, colistin, and third-generation cephalosporins were also discontinued by the VDCA. In conclusion, antimicrobial classes imported 2016 to 2020 in the largest quantities were macrolides, tetracyclines, sulfonamides, and penicillins. And this is similar to the usage patterns in many other countries globally and regionally. Monitoring of antimicrobial consumption is vital to understand levels of antimicrobial resistance and to develop control measures. However, the importance of creating surveillance systems to monitor the antimicrobial use at farm level cannot be undermined. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Simalagoda. And I would like to start some questions from the judges.
Thank you, Dr. Singhalagoda, for nice and informative presentation. I am having few questions. Is there any impact to reduce antimicrobial with the recent actions in importation? Have you found in your study, have you found any impact to reduce the antimicrobial importation with the banning of few of the antibiotics, or whether increase importation of other antibiotics?
Actually, by banning of some importation of antibiotics, actually there was no reduction in but by the randomly checking the reports, the AMU reports submitted by importers, we came across for a little bit reduction in antimicrobial usage.
Okay. The other question is there any negative impact on productivity with the banning of these antibiotics?
Sorry, madam, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Now, in the VDCA, they have taken a decision to ban few of antibiotics. So after that, is there any negative impact on productivity level at the sector?
No, madam. Actually, we didn't come across about a negative impact.
Okay.
But we should further carry on the study to evaluate those things.
Okay, that means we can restrict some of the antibiotics without affecting to the sector, isn't it?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay, thank you, Dr. Singhalagoda.
Dr. Kalika,
Yeah.
to supplement the answer to the first question. So we saw there was a huge reduction of the antibiotic import after we banning the import of bulk pack sizes like 25 kilograms. That was in 2018, I think. we saw there is a half of the previous year import. But again, the second year it seems adjusted. You know that they are trying to get the 1 kilogram tax with the same quantity size. But later we have seen it's again increasing, probably because of the improvement of the development of the poultry industry. So that is also going in far with this one. So if we can clearly see, so we can assume there is no way of proving. We can assume that it could have been the reason. So that is we have seen that reduction the following year, but later it has gone up again.
Yeah, I think we need to have very comprehensive study to get the final conclusion with that, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think better to continue this study along with the field data in regarding the disease situation in parallel to the AMR antimicrobial usage.
Yeah, I think Dr. Palika, I can remember in the European Union, also I saw the articles with the banning of growth promoter antibiotics in animal feed. Once just after banning of AGPs, there is an increase of usage of therapeutic antibiotics in poultry industry. So, Dr. Utpala, have you observed any relationship between these two, the banning of, because we banned the AGPs in 2017, and is there any relationship with this banning and the use of therapeutic antibiotics, especially in the poultry industry? Do you have any information or have you studied those things? So, Dr. Jayaviro, Dr. Utpala can answer this questions if there is possibility.
Maybe because we have not gone up to that far, because it's very difficult to assess that whether they have used the therapeutic antibiotic for preventive purposes. But it has been there. It is still there sometimes, because that is why we have a system of monitoring the usage at distribution level. So they will have to give the distribution report for the recommendation of the next consignment, and we will double check, we cross check. And sometimes we might find some of them are using therapeutic antibiotic as preventive measures. So that is still there, but quantity wise we have not done any analysis.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jayavira.
Actually, yeah, that's very good to publish this kind of reports. Even the summary report, if you can publish its frequent intervals, that is very good. For example, I have personally come across situations where medical microbiologists at certain forum would challenge, okay, we don't have data to supplement that you are adopting these good practices. So this is very good to have this one. As we mentioned that at the very beginning, we had some issues with how to, nicely navigate the AMR issues with the medical community, and also this kind of reports are very useful. Actually, it's very nice to have this report.
Thank you. That was our final presentation. But before we conclude, there was a technical glitch when the penultimate presentation question and answer during the question and answer session. And I think she has reconnected. Are there any questions from the panel of judges?
Can you hear us, Dr. Galage?
Yes, sir, now can.
Yes, okay. Dr. Galage, have you, what is the rate of MRSA carriage in table eggs or commercial eggs at farm gate level in other countries and at least Asian region?
So we had previous studies, same prevalence, but I found that in Asia, like Thailand and countries, the prevalence is little less.
Little lower than Sri Lanka?
Yes, around 2015.
Okay. Do you have any studies in Sri Lanka done on the exact thing done before, or this is the first time that this has been looked at?
No, previous studies had done from the same department for backyard poultry and I think for the broilers.
Okay, broiler means broiler parents maybe, right? Is it?
Oh, maybe, sir. Yes.
Yeah, just I'm looking at the table eggs and commercial eggs only, not the other poultry products. Carriage on the eggs.
Yes, sir. We are looking at the table eggs here.
Okay, so the Sri Lanka also there were some previous studies used there that they observed little bit lower carriage level. So
Sir, means the MRSA levels.
the MRSA levels in table eggs in other studies done in Sri Lanka. Do you have any information?
Yes, sir. They were a little parallel with my levels.
Parallel
Around
with
20,
your
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions, Dr. Palika?
No, thanks.
Okay, that brings us to the conclusion of the public health session. Yes, that if we recap the session, I think the entire session was dominated by the MR. I think, and there was a one slight deviation that about ethics. That is about the attitudes of veterinarians on euthanasia. I would like to, request the SLVA technical committee that there was a little bit of, non-related subject in this session. So thank you very much for the judging all these presentations. And thank you for the entire participants. And thank you for the technical committee inviting me, having me as a to chair this public health most important session. And with that conclusion, I would like to request the judges to hand over the results to the session coordinator. And that concludes our session. Thank you very much.
We are marking the end of the scientific sessions for today. We are hoping to see you all with the same enthusiasm for the rest of the sessions tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you all for your participation. Good night.